Chapter 14:13. This guy really did it. 4. A figure stepped forward. Grand Elder, let me do it. Ronely. The Grand Elder looked at the ladder, feeling surprised. He frowned and asked, "Are you sure? Wang Tung is my friend. I trust him," Ronely replied loudly. Wang Tung glanced at the volunteer, who had blind trust in him. This made the young hero feel a bit touched. "Don't worry, they'll be watching from the side. If something happens, I can help him to control the energy flow. He won't be in danger," Wang Tung said. The Grand Elder was at a loss. "Why didn't you say that earlier?" The other heads looked at Wang Tung bitterly. They were worried for nothing. "Ha ha ha. All of you started discussing before I could go on." Wang Tung laughed. Feria rolled her eyes. This fellow has a bad sense of humor. Rongshan's head popped out as he asked, "Can I be the first?" "Come on. You didn't trust Wang Tung from the start. I won't let you be first." Ronely nudged him away angrily. The Grand Elder stated his decision. "All right, Rongshan, move aside. Let Ronely practice first." Rongshan seemed embarrassed as he retreated to one side. Their leader passed the bee-skin scroll to Ronely. The latter opened it excitedly. "You can ask me if there's something you don't understand," offered the young human. Ronely nodded, giving the latter a grateful glance. He studied the scripture for more than half an hour. At moments he would ask the young hero some questions. Certain parts were profound and intricate. He couldn't have understood it without Wang Tung's help. The young hero waved a hand. A representation of their race's body structure appeared in the air. All meridians and blood vessels could be seen with clarity. The Grand Elder and the others were astounded, unaware that the boy had such an accurate understanding of their inner workings. There were even some meridians they weren't familiar with. They confirmed their existence after probing their own bodies, based on the image. Feria's jaw dropped, marveling at the powerful spiritual power of the human to actually outline the whole body structure of the furry race, with distinct and clear precision. Ronely finally grasped the young hero's self-created scripture. He let out a long sigh. "Don't be nervous," Wang Tung encouraged. "Nothing will happen with me around." Ronely nodded and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He took out a white crystal and placed it on his palm. A light element energy stone. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. That was the first time seeing one of those on the planet. "Looks like there are stone mines of the light element here." Feria also took note of the energy stone. Her expression changed a bit. Ronely closed his eyes and started practicing the new scripture while absorbing the stone's life force. Everyone stared at the volunteer nervously. The sentiment was especially evident among the other furries present. They prayed for the test to be successful. Sometime later, Ronely started glowing, just like the chieftains did when Mount Saint bestowed them with life force. It worked. The Grand Elder was excited. Wang Tung smiled. Actually, he had tested the scripture thousands of times before handing it over. It was successful every single time. The likelihood of accidents occurring was close to zero. Boom! Suddenly, Ronely shuddered. The light force around them flew towards him, forming a white whirlpool of energy above him. "He's about to break through," Feria exclaimed. "It's normal. They've been stuck at the peak of the planetary stage for a long time. All they lacked was an opportunity," Wang Tung replied. "This is great." The Grand Elder was beaming with happiness. He couldn't even speak properly. The rest of the chieftains were also delighted. However, they didn't make a sound, anxiously staring at their peer. Wang Tung stared at the force whirlpool and smiled. "Looks like my scripture is not bad." The amount of force gathered during a warrior's breakthrough was closely related to their force accumulation, as well as the grade of the scripture. The higher the grade, the more force would be gathered. That was why people fought to get a hold of high-level scriptures. Ronely's breakthrough lasted for an hour. An hour later, the whirlpool above the chief merged into his body. There was an explosion. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from the light velvet fellow, much stronger than before. Ronely opened his eyes and jumped up with happiness. He shouted, "I did it! I broke through. I'm at the celestial stage." "Ha ha!" Feria glanced at Wang Tung with astonishment and awe. This guy really did it. Chapter 14:14. Young lady, you're a little weak. 1. Rongli successfully advanced to the celestial stage. This was a significant milestone to the entire Light Velvet race. This meant that they would no longer be limited to the planetary stage, and could advance even higher. Furthermore, it was strength originating from their own efforts, and not from any external sources. There is nothing more trustworthy than one's own strength. The Grand Elder and the chieftains were elated at the moment. They saw hope for the entire race. Wang Teng had given them hope. They felt even more grateful to the young hero after Rong Li's success. Their gratitude had reached new heights. The chieftains had even dropped all suspicion of a human. Only deep gratitude remained. Wang Teng, I broke through. Rong Li acted like a child when he approached the young man to show his results. There was a faint smile on Wang Teng's face. This naive fellow, isn't it just the celestial stage? What is there to be happy about? The scripture he created was enough to reach the cosmos stage at the very least. Rong Li was celebrating too soon. However, everyone was envious of the latter. Even though there was a certain risk involved, the first one to reap the rewards would be the one getting the greatest benefits. Rong Li's success was definitely attributed to our hero's careful explanation and guidance. The others wouldn't enjoy such a treatment. The Grand Elder grabbed Wang Teng's hand and said excitedly, Wang Teng, thank you so much. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Wang Teng smiled. Compared to the elemental light divine scripture, one at the cosmos stage was nothing. Being able to do something for the Light Velvet race was a way to compensate for what he took. The Grand Elder and the others were clueless about the swap. They became closer to the human after seeing how considerate he was. They previously regarded the boy as a friend. Now, they treated him as one of their own. Wang Teng, from now on, you are the Light Velvet race's greatest benefactor. We will never forget your kindness, said the Grand Elder with a wave of emotion. Right after the statement was made, he suddenly slit his palm. Fresh blood oozed out and white light rose from his body, combining with the blood. It then condensed a rune mark which sank into the young man's forehead. Wang Teng's eyes flickered when he saw the rune, but he didn't move to evade. There was no malice in that move. Bloodline Spirit Oath. Feria's eyes were filled with shock. She clearly recognized what it was. The Grand Elder actually used the Bloodline Spirit Oath. It was an unbreakable pledge that could only be made voluntarily. Once done, the oath would forever be etched in their blood and would never be forgotten. The old man represented them as a whole. This showed how grateful the furry leader was to Wang Teng. Just like that, Wang Teng obtained an everlasting friendship with the furry people. That was something not even the girl's grandfather was able to achieve. Although the Light Velvet people weren't powerful, the planet was rich in light element resources. Being friends with the Light Velvet race would mean light element treasures would never be lacking. Feria didn't forget about the spiritual herbs the Grand Elder had previously taken out. They would cost a fortune anywhere else in the universe. A Bloodline Spirit Oath. Wang Teng's heart fluttered when he heard those words. What is this oath for? The young man asked. The little one immediately explained. The gist was similar to what Feria understood. Wang Teng fell into silence after listening to the whole thing. Did the Grand Elder misunderstand something? He was just being polite. Why did the furry people become even more grateful? To think they even swore a bloodline oath. Grand Elder, I only did a small thing. How can you commit to such a heavy oath? Wang Teng said, This isn't a small thing to us. The Grand Elder smiled. He looked a little weak. The oath seemed to have taken a toll on his energy. Grand Elder, are you okay? Rong Li and Rong Shan quickly supported the old man. I'm old. The Grand Elder waved a hand to let them know he was fine. You guys treat me as a friend. It is only natural to reciprocate. I'm not doing this to receive your gratitude, Wang Teng said righteously. The old leader and the other natives present felt even more moved. Wang Teng is indeed our best friend. Ha, your words are enough. The Grand Elder laughed. Feria felt that Wang Teng was really brazen. To speak so shamelessly without feeling embarrassed. Something told her that he was faking it. This guy is definitely not as innocent as he lets on. This is a day worth remembering, the Grand Elder exclaimed. The light velvet people finally have a celestial stage scripture. That Wang Ting couldn't help but interrupt. What's wrong? The old man asked. Grand Elder, you might be mistaken. This is not a celestial scripture, replied the young man calmly. Chapter 14:15 Young lady, you're a little weak. 2. This isn't a celestial stage scripture? The Grand Elder was stunned. Rong Li, Rong Shan, and the others froze where they stood. Even Feria was dumbfounded, unless a horrifying thought popped up in everyone's minds. They found it hard to believe and accept. This can't be. The Grand Elder's voice trembled a little and his eyes widened. He was even more worked up than before. Wang Tung was worried that the elder would be too worked up and pass out. After all, he was of old age. In the case of the latter dying due to excessive excitement, it would be tantamount to committing a terrible crime. He then quickly said, Grand Elder, please relax. Take a deep breath, deep breaths. It's okay. I'm fine. The Grand Elder shook his head and grabbed Wang Tung's hand. After that, he braced himself and asked, This scripture, is it? That's right. It's a cosmos stage scripture. It wasn't too hard to develop when I was trying it out, so I just went and made it reach the cosmos level, said the hero. Cosmos stage. It really is the cosmos stage. The Grand Elder was so excited he couldn't help himself. The surprise came too suddenly, making him feel that something had fallen onto his lap. He initially thought that it would be their greatest fortune to be gifted with a scripture of celestial rank, never thinking it would be even better. It was unbelievable. The chieftains and everyone present were greatly surprised as well. They all exchanged glances in dismay. The initial shock gave way to tremors of excitement. Rong Li cautiously held on to the scripture's bee-skin scroll, as if afraid of damaging the tough scroll. It was a funny sight. No one laughed at him, however. All the natives wanted to immediately snatch the scroll. Just when it made, Feria was shocked and speechless. A cosmos stage scripture. Wang Tung actually came up with a cosmos stage scripture, and he just did it with casual effort. How is this possible? Not even her grandfather could produce a celestial stage scripture. A cosmos stage scripture would be out of question. How is Wang Tung able to do this? No matter how you looked at it, it was absurd for someone of his means to produce such a high-level scripture. Feria hesitated for a while before she finally spoke. Could you let me have a look at the scripture? She had to confirm this herself. The Grand Elder was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the author. Wang Tung was the one who had made the scripture. It was indeed a gift to the Light Velvet race, but they couldn't let others have a look without his consent. It's okay. Just let her see if she wants, Wang Tung said. He wasn't at all worried, being well aware that the scripture had no flaws. It was just the same if she learned the contents. It was just a cosmos scripture, and wouldn't matter if she had a peek. Furthermore, Feria had an illustrious background and wouldn't care much about a lesser scripture. If he nitpicked about every little thing, he would make others see him as a stingy person. Once the young man agreed, the Grand Elder passed the scroll over to the silver-haired girl. The latter glanced at Wang Tung before she opened it. She then frowned in deep thought. After a long time passed, she finally let out a deep breath and said with a troubled expression, It's indeed a cosmos stage scripture. There's nothing wrong with it. The Grand Elder and the others heaved sighs of relief. They trusted the young man unconditionally when they first estimated it was only at the celestial level. However, some doubts couldn't be suppressed after learning that the scripture was actually superior. After all, producing a higher-level scripture was definitely 100 or 1,000 times more difficult. The difference was too great. Fortunately, Feria had confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Her status wasn't ordinary. She wasn't extremely powerful, yet she was more than qualified to ascertain if there were any development issues. If she said everything was in order, it was very likely the case. Everyone's eyes lingered on the young man for a moment. What kind of talent is this? A celestial warrior actually able to come up with a cosmos stage scripture. Feria was completely sold when it came to Wang Tung's talent. This guy's a monster. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and said to Wang Tung, Wang Tung, I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Tung responded politely. I can only come up with a Cosmos stage scripture for now. As for any further, I will have to advance to higher stages before I can make upgrades for you. Isn't breaking through a piece of cake for you? Why are you stuck at the Cosmos stage? Farius said, I have no trouble with things that I know. If I don't know, it means I don't know, Wang Tung replied. Faria was struck speechless. Why does it seem like this guy is acting up again? No trouble with things he knows. What kind of confidence is that? This damn bastard, enough. This Cosmos stage scripture is more than enough for us. The Grand Elder hurried to say. No rush then. Contact me when someone reaches the Cosmos stage, said Wang Tung. Chapter 14:16 Young lady, you're a little weak. 3 All right. The Grand Elder readily accepted the offer. Suddenly, he thought about something and asked, All right, does the scripture have a name? I haven't named it. Wang Tung was stunned. He was too focused on testing the scripture's feasibility, so he forgot about this. You created this scripture. Shouldn't you be the one to name it? The Grand Elder smiled. Wang Tung didn't object. After some thought, he said, Why not call it the Light Velvet Scripture? It's easy to remember. Light Velvet Race Light Velvet Scripture. That's good. The Grand Elder was elated. It'll be easy to market as our race's special scripture. I like the name. Ronly smiled. This is great. We have our own scripture. The Light Velvet Scripture, the scripture of our race. All the chiefs were beaming with joy. Outsiders would find it hard to understand their feelings. The issue troubling them for countless years had finally been solved. Furthermore, it was solved to perfection. Why shouldn't they be happy? Their smiles were contagious. The corners of Wang Tung's lips started lifting as well. Infuriating. It was all because of Wang Tung. Faria was unwilling to admit defeat. She thought for some time, wondering if she could regain some face in other areas. Grand Elder, if there's nothing, I plan to go up Mount Saint right now, said the young hero, after everyone calmed down. You're going now? The Grand Elder was astounded. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. You just finished creating the scripture. Don't you need some rest? The old leader asked. No need. I'm back to normal, the young man replied in a calm tone. The Grand Elder, Faria, again? Was he made of? No one saw him resting, yet he seemed to be as energetic as a robot, as if nothing had happened. The Grand Elder observed the young man's face, finding no signs of fatigue. He had no choice but to believe and nod. In that case, you can go ahead. Be careful. Don't worry. Wang Tung went out the door and straight up took to the skies. He'll go with you. Faria wasn't willing to stay behind, so she chased after him. The two of them flew towards Mount Saint. The old leader and the chieftains saw them leave, worry showing in their eyes. They're powerful, so it shouldn't be a problem, Rongshan quickly interjected, before the Grand Elder could reply. However, Mount Saint has been sealed for 300 years. No one knows what changes have occurred, Rongli said anxiously. The old leader turned and re-entered the house without a word. Wang Tung and Faria kept on making progress. Mount Saint was high, but they wouldn't take long to reach the peak, based on their strength. The only problem was the mist. It covered the mount's upper half, so they couldn't see the path ahead. Wang Tung quickly reached the area where the mist began. He dashed in without pausing or slowing down. On the other hand, Faria hesitated a little, but she gritted her teeth and charged in. Wang Tung traveled quickly within the mist cover, releasing his spiritual power to probe his surroundings in case of danger. Swoosh! Just then, a sonic boom was heard. A black shadow flashed within the mist, and powerful force oscillations moved on Wang Tung's left. The attack was aimed straight for his head. Wang Tung remained calm as he threw a fist, which clashed directly with the incoming move. Boom! The attack collapsed in an instant. He was unscathed. Wang Tung blinked and shot forth, instantly traveling through space and grabbing the other party. He pulled a person out from a mist. It was a guardian. His body was furry but exceptionally muscular. There was an emotionless, cold, golden glow in his eyes. He looked the same as the other guardians he had met before. The captive started struggling as the young hero grabbed his throat. Wang Tung frowned. His eyes shone and spiritual power pierced into the ice-cold eyes of the other. Boom! The guardian stopped struggling and hung limp. He had lost his consciousness. Their spiritual power is weak. Wang Tong thought. The guardian had mutated from the light velvet people. He couldn't simply kill him, so he knocked him unconscious with that method. Then, force glow shimmered on his hand as he used a rune lock to tie the fellow, sealing all his force before throwing him into a space fragment. Boom, boom, boom. Some distance away, force explosions were heard. Wang Tong activated his real eye and looked in that direction. He started gloating. Feria was being blocked by 3 guardians. That mist was putting her at a disadvantage. She would have a hard time breaking free from the trio. Wang Tong disregarded her troubles. She wasn't weak. Her life wouldn't be in mortal danger. He continued to push forward. Chapter 14:17 Young lady, you're a little weak. For a few more figures sprung out from the mist. Wang Tong knew the guardian's weakness, so he quickly took care of them. However, after dealing with those 6, he suddenly realized that there were black shadows all around. He was surrounded. Wang Tong glanced around. There were at least 80 of them. Pale golden and cold eyes stared at him mercilessly through the mist. The young man felt his head go numb. He cursed uncontrollably. F***K. All of them came after me. He was laughing at Feria moments before, but now it was his turn. Who could handle 80 guardians? The enemy had learned from past lessons and set out in full force, since they couldn't defeat him with just a few of them. Roar! Roar! The group of guardians roared like wild beasts as all of them charged towards Wang Tong. Oh my god! Wang Tong felt goosebumps all over. He quickly escaped using Space Flash. There was no point in fighting. Space was instantly distorted around the hero, and he disappeared on the spot. The guardians made grabbing motions on empty air. Some distance away, Feria, who was still delayed by 3 guardians, overheard the roaring further into the mist. She turned to look in that direction and mumbled, "What's going on? Sounds like an intense battle." She knew that Wang Tong had surely met with an ambush. It seemed that a larger group had gone to stop him. Feria smiled. "Keep on boasting." She snorted and turned back to deal with her own fight. She turned serious and covered her fists with force glows. Then came a non-stop barrage of fists of light. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded. The 3 guardians were heavily injured by the flurry of fists and lost their fighting capabilities. Feria didn't kill them either. She left them there and resumed her climb. Wang Tong's face turned black as he was chased by the numerous guardians. He waved a hand and released countless dots of light, which landed on the guardians. The spiritual attacks sealed within the void, mayflies erupted, and many guardians fell. They lost their ability to resist. Wang Tong didn't plan on lingering. He quickly flew away. He ran into Feria some time later. She finally confirmed the origin of all that racket, all those guardians chasing after him. Her expression changed. "Don't come over." "I will." Wang Tong sniggered. He suddenly sped up and dashed towards her location. Shameless. Feria furrowed her brow. Roar. The many guardians roared and chased after them, their agitation increasing as Wang Tong and Feria got closer to the peak. Suddenly, glaring white lights oozed out of their bodies. Raging force fluctuations erupted and their speed skyrocketed. They bolted towards the youngsters at the speed of light. Damn it! Wang Tong turned grim. They're going to self-destruct. Feria's face turned white. The guardian speed changed all of a sudden, reaching them in a blink. Explosions ensued. Boom, boom, boom. All the guardians chose to self-destruct. White light blinded them as boundless force swept through the area like a gale, engulfing Wang Tong and Feria. The mist started to toss and turn, showing signs of parting. However, nothing could be seen due to the intense light. Suddenly, space distorted some distance away, and Wang Tong stepped out. What close call. I almost got killed. He let out a long sigh and patted his chest. Concurrently, a flash of light shot past, and Feria appeared next to him. She escaped using Light Bolt. However, she was in a worse state. Feria looked gloomy and fearful. It took her a while for color to return to her face. "Young lady, you're a little weak." Wang Tong teased when he saw how she looked. Chapter 14:18. This tree has a mind of its own. 1. Feria's expression froze when she heard Wang Tung's belittling. This bastard. She almost got killed because of him, yet he was still teasing her. However, she had to admit that his space skill was impressive. They had been attacked all of a sudden, but he managed to escape unscathed. She had to concede in that aspect. Not even her light bolt could compare in this situation. 5-element physique, light talent, space talent. The more she discovered, the greater Feria's bewilderment. She didn't want to admit it, but his talent had surpassed hers. Who on earth is he? A person with such talent must have an extraordinary identity. The Grand Elder and the others had just gone back to their homes in the tribe below when they heard the terrifying explosions up on Mount Saint. They rushed out once again. The mist was dense, but they could see the harsh fluorescent light underneath, which pierced through spikes on a porcupine. The mist churned, as if a large hand were stirring it frantically. Did something happen to Wang, Tung, and Feria? Ronli was aghast. He felt worried. Damn it, we can't do anything. Rongshan and the other chiefs were restless, but couldn't do anything. They clenched their fists tightly. Wang Tung had helped many times. They already viewed him as one of their own. It was only natural to be worried about his safety. The explosion subsided. Numerous guardians choosing to self-destruct at the same time was frightening. The impact covered a huge area. Normal warriors would die in such a scenario. There would be no path for them to escape. Unfortunately for the guardians, they met Wang, Tung, and Feria, two freaks. The mist continued to spiral around the mountain peak. The explosion was unable to blow it away. That was enough to prove how dense it was. Wang Tung and Feria floated in the air with frowns on their faces. The guardians were still part of the light velvet people. It was saddening to see them self-detonate and die. Someone was controlling them. That's why they exploded. Feria was furious. Who could be so vicious? Wang Tung had made the same guess. Suddenly, a thought emerged. He scanned his space fragment with spiritual power and heaved a sigh of relief, realizing that the captured guardians were unaffected. We'll know after going up there. Wang Tung scoffed and said, "Does it think it can stop us with self-destruction? What a joke." The young pair exchanged glances and reached a consensus. They were bound by common hatred after witnessing the deaths of the light velvet people. Both turned into rays of light and sped towards the peak again. Mist began to thin down after some time. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. They were getting closer to the peak. He then accelerated. Feria followed closely. All the guardians seemed to have died from the self-destruction en masse. No one else tried to stop them. A few breaths later, the two sprung out of the mist and finally reached the peak. Thud! Wang Tung landed, making a soft sound. Feria landed beside him and intently scanned their surroundings. They were surprised by the environment they found. The peak didn't look dangerous. On the contrary, it looked like heaven. There was a faint mist hanging in the air, with all kinds of strange and unique vegetation growing everywhere. Other than that, there were no other living creatures, making the place seem exceptionally silent. An enormous spiritual tree stood before them on the steep rocks. Thick roots laid exposed, clinging firmly onto the mountain walls and plunging right to its foundation. Branches flourished and grew under the sun. The trunk was firm and powerful, as if aiming to break free from the chains of fate. So far, it could be considered a normal tree. However, based on what the young duo could see, the tree was producing a faint white light, holy, noble, and inviolable. There were white patterns on the branches, which seemed to have developed naturally thanks to the power of heaven and earth, making the tree look divine. If one were to look carefully, it would be evident that the leaves also had thin white patterns. All of them were emitting a soft glow. It was an extraordinary tree. "Is this the tree of light?" Feria asked after some hesitation. She was in awe. Wang Tung didn't reply. Instead, he activated his real eye and looked at the tree. A light figure was curled up inside, swaddled in gentle white light like a newborn baby. "It's you." Wang Tung smiled. That was the figure found within the seeds. The figure sensed Wang Tung's gaze and extended its body. A light golden pair of eyes were trained in Wang Tung's direction. Their gazes collided. A stern and fierce voice echoed in Wang Tung's mind. "How dare you!" An oppressive spiritual attack moved along with the shout, crashing into Wang Tung's spiritual body. "Oomph!" The young man snorted. His 9 treasures pagoda glowed brightly with a golden color as it suppressed the attack. The figure recognized the aggressor. Her voice was laced with a tinge of anger. "It's you." Chapter 1419. This tree has a mind of its own. 2. We meet again. Wang Tung smirked. Feria sensed a spiritual fluctuation sweeping out of the huge tree, but she didn't know who was causing it. She frowned. "Who are you talking to?" Wang Tung raised his chin at the huge tree and mocked. "So you're the tree hiding from everyone." The tree. Feria squinted. She understood what he meant, but she was still astounded. The spiritual fluctuation was coming from the tree. She felt dazed for a second before she exclaimed, bewildered, "Wait, this tree has a mind of its own." "You can say that." Wang Tung glanced at her in approval. The girl was like him. The universe was huge. Plants with intelligence were rare, but they did exist. Star beasts could become sentient, while some could even change into human form. The same applied to plants. Some spiritual creatures born under a lucky star lived under the nourishment of heaven and earth, naturally becoming stronger over time. If they were fortunate enough to develop intelligence, it would be like striking the lottery. Of course, the chances of this happening were extremely small. Once a plant gained intelligence, it became spiritualized. Countless droplets of light gathered above the tree, soon condensing to form a stern-looking lady in a white dress. She was beautiful. Her nose was sharp, and her eyebrows looked like pieces of art. Her gaze remained cold-blooded. It was uncomfortable to look at. The tree girl sat on a branch and looked down at the 2 newcomers. Feria was dumbstruck when she saw the lady. She exclaimed, "Wow." The tree turned into a demon. The lady in white. "What is she saying?" "What do you mean turned into a demon?" "You're the demon. Your entire family are demons." She was a rare tree spirit with intelligence. Normal plants couldn't compare to her. "It is uncommon for a tree to gain intelligence," Roundball's voice said, inside Wang Tung's mind. "Do you know what tree this is?" Wang Tung asked. "I don't know. I've never seen a spiritual tree of the light element like her." Roundball was in deep thought. It then continued. "Maybe a mutation took place. Let me see if I can find similar plants." "Okay." Wang Tung nodded. "Did you kill all my servants?" The lady in white spoke coldly, her face expressionless. She seemed to be looking down on all creatures of the world. However, our hero sensed that the lady was putting up an act. How funny. The woman was trying to imitate the goddess who left him her legacy. The emulation was crude, though. Only their appearance was similar. She was basically turning into the butt of a joke. A robber acting like a cop? Wang Tung scoffed. "You are the one who ordered those light velvet guardians to self-destruct. How can you now say we killed them?" "They're my servants. They should serve me and die willingly for my sake," the lady in white replied indifferently. "What bullshit is this?" Wang Tung cursed uncontrollably. "Who gave you the right to decide about their survival?" "So you are the one controlling the light velvet people, causing them to self-explode? What a devil." Feria raged. "Impudent," the lady in white retorted. "In the mother of light. Who dares to say I'm a devil?" "Mother of light? Seriously? Who gave you the face to make such a claim?" Feria scolded. Wang Tung glanced at her from the corner of his eye, astounded by her chastising abilities. The tree lattice face turned black. "You purposely released these seeds, right?" A glowing seed suddenly appeared on the young man's palm. He continued calmly. "You use them to control other spiritual creatures. How can you call yourself the mother of light after such evil deeds? Indeed, you are the one who destroyed the consciousness strand I left in the seeds." "No wonder I find you familiar," said the lady in white coldly. "Yes, it was me. Are you happy to see me?" Wang Tung smiled. The lady in white. Feria glanced at her partner, feeling at a loss. Why would she ever be happy to see you? You're her enemy. It doesn't make sense for her to be happy upon seeing you. "I was looking for you, but you actually came of your own accord," said the tree lady in a cold voice. What a coincidence. I also came looking for you, Wang Tung replied. Feria felt the corners of her lips twitching while she wondered what the coincidence was. This guy's mind works in different ways. The lady in white couldn't bear it anymore. She shouted in her icy voice, Die. She pointed at the two warriors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shrill sonic booms were heard. Multiple vines rushed out from the tree, going straight towards Wang Tung and Feria. Are you angry? Wang Tung darted about, evading the vines with a chuckle. Slap! The vines slammed against the ground, breaking the surface and hurling small rocks into the air. Wang Tung squinted when he saw this happen. The vines rebounded, moving to the air after touching the ground. Then, they turned and rushed to stab the young hero. The sharp tips were akin to long spears covered in white light. All of them were aiming for his vitals. Wang Tung squinted and a crimson-colored sword of universe level appeared in his hand. He made a downward move, and reddish fire force made a sharp sword glow, sweeping towards the vines along with scorching heat. All the vines were instantly chopped. The vines remaining shrunk back, as if having met their mortal enemy. The tree lattice face was gloomy. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. At the same time, the vines also went after Feria. She used light bolt to shuttle back and forth like a ray of light. The vines moved and intertwined as they hurled themselves at Feria. Unfortunately, she was too fast. The vines had cast a massive net, but the girl was still able to move, free and with ease. The creepers couldn't even touch her clothes. The vines became entangled after some time. They squirmed furiously, but they couldn't untie themselves. Feria changed back into humanoid form and clapped her hands as if dusting off. She looked at Wang Tung proudly. Ha ha ha, interesting. That method is good. Wang Tung laughed. Feria snorted arrogantly. The gaze of the tree lady flickered as she asked, Who are you? Why? Are you afraid? Wang Tung looked at her and smiled. Both of you are quite powerful. They'll give you one chance to come under my wing, said the lady in a calm voice. Join me, and it'll bestow great power upon you. Ha ha! Wang Tung burst out laughing, as if the offer were a great joke. Why are you laughing? The lady in white frowned. Am laughing at your ignorance. Wang Tung stopped laughing, and his smile disappeared completely. He said, Give us power? You? How can you hand out power with that weak ability of yours? Where did you get your confidence? Feria stared at the lady in white in astonishment. The idea was absurd. Critical hit, too. The lady in white was fuming because of the humiliation. Her face turned green and hideous. She was the mother of light on that planet. All living creatures treated her like a goddess. Never had she endured such a humiliation. How dare these two? Nobody's looked down on me. You're tempting fate. Her cold voice resounded with immense anger. She gradually rose into the air and floated above the spiritual tree. A powerful energy began to radiate. Boom! The impact was so powerful it swept through the peak in an instant. Universe stage. The move was of universe grade. Wang Tung's kint, but he wasn't surprised. He guessed that the spiritual tree had reached that cultivation level after getting the light origin inside the seeds. It's a spiritual tree with universe stage power. Amazing. Feria was dumbfounded when she felt the fluctuations. Her expression looked wary as she said, Oh no, did we anger her? There's still time to run, Wang Tung said. Why don't we run together? Feria replied, fearful. Chapter 14, 20 Goddess. Who dares to kill me? 1. The massive power fluctuation moved through the air, pressing down on the peak of Mount Saint. It felt like calamities sent by the gods, alarming and pressuring the people below. The Grand Elder and the others were too anxious to seek shelter in their houses. They gathered on the empty grounds next to their homes and stared at the mountain. They couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and were forced to kneel. They were appalled. Some even started trembling uncontrollably. What's going on? Is the Mother of Light angry? Will we be punished? God, please save us. The natives' frightened voices were heard nonstop. There was nothing they could do other than feel terrified. Some of the furry people started praying in silence. They prayed for the god of light, whom they believed in, to save them. The Grand Elder and the chieftains were worried for Wang Tung's safety, and because of the sudden changes taking place on the summit. Mount Saint was their sacred ground. Some problems had occurred over the past years, but they still thought of it as their holy place. If their sacred ground ceased to exist, their faith would collapse. Such a thing would be unbearable for their race. That was the reason they hoped that nothing would happen. On the peak, Wang Tung and Feria didn't run away. They stared at the fuming Mother of Light with stern expressions and sharp gazes. Her aura continued to climb. A dazzling white light blossomed around her, making her look like a goddess. Her pale golden gaze became colder. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Countless vines flew out from the tree, violently darting towards the two youngsters. F***K. Wang Teng looked up. A sky full of vines was indeed scary. Cold sweat started to appear on his back. The previous vine attacks paled in comparison. Feria was equally shocked. Her face turned a little pale. She was stubborn and overall fearless, but the attack of a universe stage being still frightened her. Is that becoming of a real queen? Why are you playing with whips? Wang Tung asked. Feria was stunned. Then, she understood and felt a bit of loss. Anything could be found in the universe, including some weird things that could be even stranger than the ones on Earth. Orcs, fairies, queens, there were many of them, hence she knew what the young man was talking about. Feria thought that Wang Tung was beyond shameless, wondering about the fellow's mind and why he made such a connection. Still, after some careful thought, the idea seemed quite fun. Think about it. If the lady in white turned into a black-clad queen with a whip in her hand, splat. Oh my god. No way, no way. She shook the image out of her mind. Feria looked at the tree lady. The latter had a divine and holy air, but the vibe was utterly demolished by Wang Tung's comment. Feria's expression turned strange. The Mother of Light didn't know what the human was trying to say. She was confused. Queen? Whip? What does that have to do with me? She was born right there, on the peak of Mount Saint. Even if she released her seeds, they would be snatched by the local star beasts. She learned more about the planet through them. She was completely ignorant when it came to weird things going on in the rest of the universe. However, she noticed Feria's gaze and realized it wasn't anything good. The other party was probably making fun of her. The tree spirit's gaze turned colder. Boom! The vines felt her anger and moved faster. There was a white glow around them, like a sword glow as they slashed down from the sky. The sharp and fierce attack was enough to chop a cosmos warrior, or even one at the heaven stage in two. Feria looked grim. She turned into a flash of light and quickly retreated. However, after a quick glance, she realized that Wang Tung was still frozen on the spot, seemingly dazed. Her expression changed as she shouted, "Fall back! Why are you still standing there?" Wang Tung waved a hand and stared directly at the incoming vines. He showed no intention of moving, wanting to block the frightening attack instead. Are you crazy? She didn't know what the young human was thinking. That was an attack of a universe stage powerhouse. How could a celestial warrior like him resist? Emulating a dogfight would be the best tactic. Their opponent was a tree, so she had many restrictions. Once a weakness was found, they would be able to defeat her. However, this guy wants to meet her head-on. What's wrong with him? The countless vines were reflected in Wang Tung's pupils. He smiled. He wasn't stupid. It wasn't him trying to flaunt his strength. He just happened to have a skill able to suppress the enemy. Well, he wasn't doing that on purpose. He felt helpless too, yet he could only give it a try. The Mother of Light remained emotionless as she looked down on Wang Tung, as if he were an ant. Boom! The vines landed, swallowing him whole. Feria squinted when she saw it happen. She was overwhelmed by disbelief. Chapter 1421 Goddess. Who dares to kill me? 2. Is that guy dead? Feria knew that Wang Tung wasn't weak. Plus, he had space skills in his arsenal. It would be hard for him to die. However, the truth was right before her. His body was devoured by the vines. No celestial warrior could handle that attack. Something's not right. Her expression changed again when she perceived something. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. A scorching heat swept out from below all of a sudden. The air became distorted because of the rising temperature. What? The Mother of Light was astounded. A green flame erupted amid their gazes. The vines were unable to withstand the blazing heat and started to break, inch by inch. They were hurled to the skies by the surging flames. The silver-haired girl was bewildered. She stared ahead in a daze. The green flame rose to the skies like a green dragon, instantly rising more than 10 feet. A figure floated silently within the flame, black hair fluttering gently. The flame's temperature was extremely high, but the young man remained unscathed. He looked like the god of fire. Feria took a deep breath before she calmed down. However, her astonishment didn't subside. The young fellow had given her many surprises. By the way, what flame is this? Why is it so powerful? Feria stared at the green flame as she racked her brains, searching through her memories to find any records related to such a fire. The green flame clung onto the vines tightly, slowly burning them and inching towards the main trunk. The white glow surrounding the creepers flickered, but it couldn't extinguish the flame. What flame is this? The tree lattice expression changed completely. For the first time, sounded a little anxious. Fire was the natural enemy of wood. Furthermore, the human's flame wasn't ordinary. No matter how extraordinary the spiritual tree was, it couldn't escape the burning power of a divine flame. Aren't you the Mother of Light? Don't you know what kind of flame this is? Wang Tung replied calmly. You. The Mother of Light's face turned green. The sentence triggered her. She wasn't the Mother of Light. She was just a spiritual tree with intelligence. Wang Tung was brutal as he exposed the truth. The green flame was about to reach the tree, so she didn't have much time to think. She chopped the cluster of vines, letting them fall. The green flame was less than a meter away from her. The aura around her body weakened a little. The vines were part of her. Cutting them was as painful as chopping one's own arm. It would cause a great amount of damage to her body. However, she heaved a sigh of relief because she narrowly escaped. Then, she cautiously stared at the green flame surrounding the young man. Thoughts flew past her mind while trying to find a solution. At this moment, an exclamation was heard. Emerald glazed flame. It was the young hero's turn to be surprised. She recognized his flame. It's the emerald glazed flame of divine grade. Feria was in disbelief. She seemed to be speaking to the young man. That's right. Young lady, you're quite smart. Wang Ting nodded. She paid no mind to his teasing at the moment. She asked with wide eyes, "It's the real thing. How did you get it?" She was filled with envy. It's a divine flame. How lucky is he to actually tame a divine flame? You may not believe me. I was sleeping on a huge rock that looked like a toad when this divine flame came down from the sky. The thing recognized me as owner after I woke up. Isn't it amazing? Said Wang Tung, spouted nonsense. Feria, why did you answer when you know I wouldn't believe it? Who are you trying to fool? Even if it's an excuse, find a better one. Amazing? Amazing your head. You don't believe me? Well, I know it sounds absurd, but that's what really happened. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. I only learned why my luck is so good when I decided to stare into the mirror one day. What does it have to do with you looking at the mirror? Feria asked indifferently. I saw my handsome face reflected. It's a face that should never appear in the human world. It's a gift of God. It is only natural to receive heaven's favor with this face, don't you think? Wang Ting touched his face. He was narcissistic to the core. Feria felt her lips trembling as she pretended to vomit. How thick is his skin? How could someone be this shameless? If heaven's favor could be attained with looks alone, why am I not the lucky one? This doesn't make any sense. Puffed. Liar. Divine flame. The Mother of Light blinked when she heard their conversation. She was on her guard. She couldn't tell where the divine flame was from, but she had learned a thing or two about divine flames. The tree lady was able to gain intelligence after listening and comprehending the wisdom of every victim. That was why she had some knowledge about the universe. The divine flame was also mentioned. Chapter 1422 Imagoddess. Who dares to murder me? 3. In strict terms, the tree lattice existence was similar to the divine flames. Both were born from heaven and earth, being unique and special presences in their own right. Unfortunately, divine flames were the natural enemies of spiritual plants like her, of the wood element. She could use her power to block normal fire, but there was nothing she could do when divine flames were involved. However, she wouldn't simply sit and wait for death. The best way to get rid of the threat was to kill the human warrior. "Dazzling sky!" shouted the Mother of Light. The move was silent. A blinding white light erupted around her, her spiritual body as the center. She was like a sun, giving off a brilliant, blinding light. The light covered the sky and pressed down over the entire mountain. No one could see anything. "This move again." Wang Tong gave a strange smile. Feria had to close her eyes because of the dazzling light, but her expression turned weird. If she was right, that fellow had a skill to curb attacks of that nature, too. She just didn't know how Wang Tong had done it before. The tree lady frowned when she noticed their expressions. Why are their expressions so off? Wang Tong shouted in his mind. His eyes turned pure white. "Solar Dragon Eye, activate. Open in daytime, close at night." After a mere blink of an eye, his pupils turned from white to black. His eyes were like bottomless abysses, siphoning all the light around him. A black hole seemed to have formed in the midst of the light blast. It was pitch black and exceptionally conspicuous. "What?" The alleged Mother of Light was taken aback. She couldn't believe her eyes. "You can absorb light." "I'm sorry, your skills are useless against me," Wang Tong said nonchalantly. His eyes were pitch black. The tree spirit shuddered in fear when she saw his eyes. Then, she felt a little frustrated by her own reaction and clenched her teeth. "You're just a celestial warrior. I don't believe that you can keep absorbing light." Just after she taunted, light started flowing out like tides, crashing towards the young hero and covering the pitch-black hole in the sky. Wang Tong frowned. Spiritual power gushed out of his eyes as he used the Solar Dragon Eye with furious abandon. The eye's absorbing power increased. They too were at a standstill. Wang Tong started to find their standoff difficult to maintain. He felt the pressure from the blanket of light, and he was unable to absorb anymore. The dragon eye level wasn't high, and he was merely at the celestial stage. He would have been incapable of using the skill if it weren't for his powerful spirit. "Indeed, you can't go on anymore," said the tree spirit with a smirk. Wang Tong snorted. He glanced at his attribute board and muttered to himself, "It's too early to be happy." The blank attributes were added to that skill. Fortunately, his stash of blank attributes had grown while on planet Light Velvet. That was a good moment to put them to good use. Wang Tong's blank attributes decreased quickly, while the points of his eye skill skyrocketed. The Solar Dragon Eye's stat ratio to blank attributes was 110. Wang Teng's heart was aching. It was daylight robbery. Solar Dragon Eye, 5126/10,000. Real stage. The strain he felt in his eyes disappeared when the skill passed the 5,000 mark. He looked at his blank attributes. Only a bit more than 30,000 was left. He panted heavily and quickly stopped adding points. All of it happened in a split second. Wang Tong reopened his eyes and looked at the tree spirit with a smirk of his own. His pitch-black pupils gave off an enchanting glow. A terrifying suction force erupted. The situation took a drastic turn. The white light was once again absorbed by his eyes. How is this possible? The Mother of Light was appalled. This human had already reached his limit a moment ago. How did he suddenly grow stronger? Was he hiding his true ability? However, Wang Ting put a stop to it shortly after she launched it. They were at a stalemate, and she couldn't use any of her other attacks. It was exasperating. The tree spirit wanted to vomit blood. She had no other moves. What should I do? All her skills were restrained by the human. Had she met her match? Feria finally opened her eyes and saw that the light around her had disappeared. She chuckled. "Humph. I knew this was going to happen." Still, she was flabbergasted. The coverage of the light skill was massive. It was completely different from the attacks of the Guardians. And yet, Wang Ting managed to deal with it easily. Wang Tung's expression turned cold. He immediately pointed at the sky, and the emerald-glazed flame flew out. Boom! The green flame turned into a giant, vicious dragon a few hundred feet long that parted the mist and ultimately evaporated it. The mist shrouding the peak of Mount Saint for 300 years disappeared, just like that. The Grand Elder and the others were awestruck when they witnessed such a grand scene. The mist is gone. The leaders stared at the mountain in disbelief. 300 years. They could finally see Mount Saint's true appearance again after 3 whole centuries. However, their attention was soon drawn to the vicious-looking dragon of flames. They couldn't tear their eyes away from it. What is that? The jaws of all the light velvet people were slack. It was possible to fit goose eggs in them. I can feel the heat. The giant fire dragon must have been the one that dispersed the mist, the Grand Elder exclaimed. Ronly swallowed his saliva and asked, was it Wang Tong? I think so. Who else could it be? Rong Shan stuttered. Pulling our attention away from the commotion below, back on the peak of Mount Saint, the giant green dragon was fully formed. Its tail circled the bottom of Mount Saint while it looked down at the tree spirit with an oppressive and stern gaze. Wang Tong stood in the middle of the dragon's body. The gale blew against his hair. His clothes fluttered violently. He stared at the scene below with an aloof expression. He was like a god. An overpowering presence was produced by his body. A terrifying force was swept out. Feria was startled when she felt the blazing heat and retreated involuntarily. She stayed away from the source of the heat. This fellow, the Mother of Light, had a breakdown when she saw the massive, green fire dragon above her. Fear was finally seen in her eyes. A cold shout was heard. Go! Roar! The blazing dragon made the sky and the earth shake with its thundering roar. Heat waves soared towards the tree spirit, while the beastly gaze was locked on her. Golden light was emitted from the tree spirit's eyes. No! She bellowed in anger and merged with the physical tree. An immense aura erupted from the latter. I'm a goddess. Who dares to kill me? Said a dignified and low voice originating from within the spiritual tree, which resounded in the air. Light cut through the sky and gathered to form the tree's outline, which was a few hundred times bigger than the actual tree. The image covered all the sky. Boom! The next second, the roaring dragon crashed into the massive tree avatar. Terrifying energy fluctuations were swept all over. Chapter 1423, Call Me Papa. The deafening explosion echoed in the air, enough to wake up the dead. Towering green flames engulfed the entire mountain, almost burning everything in its path to ashes. Feria's face turned red. She quickly retreated and released her constellation light force to form a shield and block the terrifying flames. Fortunately, the emerald glazed flame wasn't aimed at her, so she managed to escape easily. However, she still felt burned by the high temperature alone. The force in her body was boiling. She left the peak and retreated far into the distance, stopping only when she was a few thousand meters away. She looked at the scene from that safer point. The enormous spiritual tree image seemed to shudder. Numerous light droplets rained down on the true spiritual tree below. It was like a cover made from light drops. The giant tree avatar managed to block the blazing dragon's attack. Origin power. The Mother of Light used her origin power to forcefully block the terrible flames. After all, the tree was already at the universe stage. If it wasn't for her limitations and the fact that Wang Tong had skills able to restrain her, she wouldn't be struggling in a tight corner. Wang Tong became serious as force surged out of his body. He controlled the emerald glazed flame to the best of his ability, wanting to destroy the tree outline. He could only aim to damage the physical form of the tree after destroying its giant clone. The Mother of Light wouldn't fulfill his wish. A powerful spiritual channeling flowed out of the spiritual tree and swarmed towards Wang Tong. Oomph! Wang Tong snorted. The 9 Treasures Pagoda appeared in his consciousness and hurled itself against the attack. Boom! The building clashed with the invisible force, producing a dull thud. The next instant, the pagoda was thrown backwards. Wang Tong's face turned pale. The tree spirit's attack was blocked and was also damaging to her. A pain shot through her mind as her spirit trembled. Wang Tong frowned and flung his pagoda towards her again. At the same time, another flame came out of his body and soared into the sky. The soul of Thousand Beasts flame. The latter had a red color, which turned into a massive Xuanwu turtle and slammed violently against the massive tree projection. The avatar became duller under the barrage of both flames. It trembled furiously and was on the verge of collapse. The Nine Treasures Pagoda was continuously sent forth to meet the other party's spiritual attacks. Explosions ensued. Another divine flame? Feria looked as if she had just seen a ghost. This fellow has two divine flames. He must be crazy. The world is crazy. Wang Tong shouted, without looking away from the fight. Why are you standing there? Attack! Feria snapped out of her shock. The young hero had blocked the spiritual attacks. Adding the two divine flames, she thought they would win for sure. Now, she realized she was overthinking. That tree was really powerful. But, I can't when you use your flames, Feria said helplessly. Our hero was stunned. Then, he understood and waved a hand. The emerald glaze flame formed a protective layer around her. Feria was surprised. The fire covering didn't hurt. It completely blocked the scorching heat. She stopped hesitating and rushed through the flames. Then, she used her fist of light to punch the tree avatar. Boom, boom, boom. Light Ultima was imbued in the frightening fist attack, producing afterimages. She released her punches at the speed of lightning. Only blurred shadows and a dazzling white light was seen. The attacking strength was quite high. What violent girl! Wang Tong felt the corners of his mouth twitch when he saw her in action. His evaluation of Feria's ability went up a few notches. Based on his understanding, the light Ultima she possessed had almost reached perfection. She was close to his age. Her ultimate move was nigh perfect. Her talent was astonishing. If Wang Tong didn't have the system, he wasn't sure if he could reach that attainment level at such a young age. Fairy is stepping in to help cause the spiritual tree to receive even more damage. Branches started to fall. They were swept by the flames and burned to ashes before they could turn into droplets of light. The tree outline started to collapse, as if enduring the passage of a raging storm. However, not enough. Wang Tong shouted. Feria rolled her eyes and glared at the latter. However, she didn't talk back. Taking a deep breath, white light burst out from her fists. A powerful energy was gathered, packing inside her small hands. Light cannon fist. Feria shouted while cupping her fists. Then, she turned into a flash of light and darted forth. Boom! There was a terrifying burst of light from her fists like a giant white cannonball, colliding against the tree clone while making a loud bang. Move! Wang Tung's voice was heard right after. The girl disappeared just after managing to land her move. Boom! A strange fluctuation was produced by Wang Tung's body, spreading out. The environment had a complete change. It was a world full of fire and giant rocks. Large asteroids wrapped in green and red flames floated in the air. The air was scorching hot. It was like being inside a furnace. Domain. Wang Tung amalgamated 3 of his domains to make that fused domain. Fire domain plus meteorite shower domain plus magnetic domain equals flaming magnetic meteor domain. Wang Tung knew that Feria was out of the effect range, so he raised a finger and the blazing asteroids plummeted down. Boom, boom, boom. All the meteors hurled towards the spot where Feria attacked. Loud bangs echoed. The 2 attacks occurred within a split second from each other. It had to be noted that they were cooperating quite well. Followed by a loud explosion and the eruption of both attacks. The giant tree projection was finally disintegrated. It was no longer capable of protecting the spiritual tree below. Flames swept down and engulfed the tree, which started to burn violently. Ah! The spiritual tree screamed in agony. White light flickered on the tree as it tried to resist the power of the 2 flames. However, divine flames were hard to get rid of. It was especially so for a tree. Wood was fuel for the fire, allowing it to burn even more vigorously. Feria appeared next to our hero and glanced at him with conflicting emotions. Domain. This fellow grasped a domain. She thought she was a rare talent since she had a domain of her own. However, Wang Tung had one too, and his mastery was even higher. Feria felt dejected again. You used domain power in your attack just now, Wang Tung said. Feria's heart skipped a beat, not expecting to be seen through. You have a domain too. Well, your domain is quite strong, Wang Tung complimented. You're not bad either, Feria commented with a snort. The guy sounded like an elder commenting on her skills. It was infuriating. Thank you. Wang Tung smiled. Feria, it was like punching a cotton ball. She felt truly annoyed. Fine, you're thick-skinned. Feria rolled her eyes, then looked with a frown at the burning spiritual tree and asked, will she burn to death? Don't worry, she's fine, Wang Tung replied calmly. That was a sentient tree. None of them would bear to kill it. However, it should be tamed first. The tree continued crying in pain as the fire progressed. The high and mighty Mother of Light looked miserable at the moment. Her bark and leaves were burnt in seconds. Some leaves couldn't last much and turned to ashes. The Mother of Light appeared again. She was extremely weak, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. She stumbled within the flames. Hey, isn't this the noble and mighty goddess of light? Why are you in such a miserable state? Wang Tung mocked her. Mother of Light. F***K. Feria glanced at Wang Tung, at a loss for words. What do you want? The tree spirit asked, her cold tone contrasting the excruciating pain and humiliation. Let me think. Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered. His eyes lit up. Come, call me Papa. #%#. The Mother of Light fumed. Kill me if you want, but you can't insult me. I am the goddess of the light velvet race, the most powerful presence on the planet. How could this human embarrass me like this? How could he be so vicious? Are you going to say it? Wang Tung waved a hand, and the fire intensified. Both divine flames were powerful. The spiritual tree would have been rendered to ashes if it wasn't strong enough to withstand their power. Never, the Mother of Light shouted. I am a goddess. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Good, as expected of a godly figure. Didn't you ask who would dare to kill you? Well, I do, Wang Tung scoffed. The Mother of Light was furious, but she couldn't do anything. Feria moved her lips, but no words came out. She just watched the show unfold. She also felt that the defeated spirit was thinking too highly of herself. How could she claim to be a goddess when she was a mere tree? Time flew. The spiritual tree was completely charred. All the leaves and branches had fallen. It was in its last throes. Stop! The Mother of Light's figure was almost transparent. She was extremely weak. Why don't we make an agreement? Call Papa, Wang Tung said. The muscles on her face twitched. She curbed her anger and said, I can use my light origin to form a droplet of light sap. Consuming it will grant you eternal life with no side effects. I can give this to you if you let me go. Light sap, eternal life. Feria's eyes lit up. She was tempted. Call Papa, Wang Tung repeated indifferently. If you don't agree, we'll just kill myself, and you will get nothing, the Mother of Light said. Call Papa, Wang Tung continued. The tree spirit almost went crazy. Are you listening to me? Call Papa, and he'll listen to you, Wang Tung replied. Please be humane. She felt desperate. Feria gave the young man a strange look. She admitted defeat. Really? One last time. Are you going to call me Papa? Wang Tung said coldly. The Mother of Light kept quiet for a few seconds. In the end, she spoke in an extremely soft voice. Papa. Louder, Wang Tung said. The spirit took a deep breath and shouted with a red face, Papa. She gave up her dignity in the face of death. Good girl. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction. Feria slapped her forehead. She gathered that provoking the human would not end well. Is this something a human would do? Even that self-proclaimed goddess was forced to give up her dignity and call him Papa. He's a devil. She couldn't afford to provoke him. Never. Chapter 1424 Tree of Radiance. Acknowledge your master. Wang Tung retrieved the emerald-glazed flame and the soul of Thousand Beasts flame. He couldn't burn the tree anymore. He used his real eye and noticed that the latter's life force was running out and would soon disappear. It would really be destroyed if things continued as they were. Storing his flames was done quickly to avoid the worst outcome. The Mother of Light heaved a sigh of relief, but she slumped as she sat on the charred wood. Once a mighty goddess, now she was about to be humiliated. The difference was so stark it almost suffocated her. Her dignity was gone, but she didn't want to die. Those who possessed intelligence would eventually fear death. It was especially so for her, someone who had existed for so long. Her life could go on for much longer, and she didn't want it to end just like that. Wang Ting looked at the tree lady and said, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "Feria, this guy is not even listening." The Mother of Light looked blankly at the human and repeated her words emotionlessly. It was as if her brain were fried. "Does the light sap have any side effects?" Wang Tung was doubtful. "You're just trying to fool me. You don't think I wouldn't know that consuming light sap would destroy one's potential and any future growth, do you?" "That's what the light velvet people told you," the tree spirit said. "The origin power is too important to leave it with the light velvet people. They only had an incomplete version." Feria couldn't help herself and interrupted. "Are you telling the truth?" "I'm already in this state. There's no need for me to lie," Mother of Light replied calmly. Feria was a little agitated. Eternal life. If word spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Martial warriors who were nearing the limit of their lifespan would definitely be obsessed and flock to snatch the light sap. If that came to pass, there would be a bloodbath on the planet. Such an effect was almost no different from that of the actual tree of light. Could it be that this tree is the real tree of light? However, she glanced at Wang Tung and saw him frown, as if pondering about something. She then suppressed the excitement in her heart and waited to see what he had to say. He was a bit wicked, but he was quite reliable in the end. "You're probably not the tree of light." Wang Tung squinted. "I am the tree of light," the tree lady replied. "No, you're not," he countered. "Mother of Light." "Feria?" She didn't know what the human was trying to achieve. Why is he so sure that this spiritual tree is not the legendary tree of light? "If I'm not the tree of light, then what am I?" the Mother of Light asked. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes a bit as he considered using the bewitched skill on the spiritual tree. He had never used the skill on a tree, so he wasn't sure if it would work. Still, he thought it was possible since she had a spiritual body. "Wang Tung, I got it." Round Ball's voice was suddenly heard in Wang Tung's mind. The young man was stunned for a moment. It was quite coincidental. He then asked, "What is it?" "It's the Tree of Radiance," said the little one. "The Tree of Radiance." Wang Tung frowned. He had never heard about it. Round Ball explained, feeling excited. "That's right. It's a spirit tree of the light element. Although mystical, it can't be compared to the real tree of light." "She's not lying to you. The light sap can extend a person's life without any side effects, but it only adds 1,000 years to your lifespan, not an eternity. It's actually real." Wang Tung was surprised. Even 1,000 years is good enough. "Yes, 1,000 years. This is something an ordinary spiritual being can do," Round Ball added. "I knew this Mother of Light wasn't being that honest." Wang Tung shook his head in his heart. "Ha ha ha, but I still found out about it." Round Ball laughed. "It's all thanks to you," said the young hero. "I had a hard time finding the data. I dug through countless ancient books and records before it finally came out," Round Ball said. "He'll take note of your contributions." Wang Tung smiled. Round Ball snickered but felt suspicious. "Why do I feel like you don't seem to be too surprised?" "It's useless to me, unless I reach the limit of my lifespan." "Do you think this would ever happen with my cultivation speed?" The hero replied calmly. "You make so much sense I can't refute." Round Ball shook his head. "Anyone else would have jumped for joy. However, this would be perfect for my family." Wang Tung rubbed his chin. His parents were past the cultivation age. He had given them lots of resources, but their cultivation speeds weren't fast. They might need the special sap someday. There was also his grandfather to take into account. His life was close to the end, but this could be different with the light sap. Having an extra millennium of life was possible. This would allow for him to reach a higher cultivation stage. Wang Tang's sudden silence made the Mother of Light think he didn't know what she was and was smug about it. "I am the Tree of Light," she said calmly. "You should consider my request. Set me free, and I will give you the light sap. Otherwise, you will get nothing." "Is that so?" Wang Tung sneered. Tree of Radiance. The Mother of Light was startled. There was horror in her eyes as she looked at Wang Tung in disbelief. Tree of Radiance. Feria was taken aback. Are you saying that she's a Tree of Radiance, not the Tree of Light? That's right. She's just a Tree of Radiance. Wang Tung nodded. You, how dare you lie to me? Feria was enraged. How do you know about my kind? The tree spirit's expression wasn't too good. Her bargaining chips were less after her identity was exposed. I'm knowledgeable, and there's nothing I haven't seen before, said the young hero. Round ball. Does that mean the light sap is a lie as well? Feria asked anxiously. It's not all lies. Wang Tung glanced at her. She frowned and asked, what do you mean? The Tree of Radiance's light sap can only extend one's lifespan for 1,000 years. That eternal life claim is nonsense, Wang Tung explained. 1,000 years, the girl murmured, feeling slightly relieved. At least it's 1,000 years. It's enough. Now, I will give you two choices, Wang Tung said to the tree spirit. Either you acknowledge me as master or die. You, the Mother of Light, was furious. A mere mortal is unfit to be my master. Oh, you don't seem to understand the situation yet. Wang Tung sneered. Looks like you want to die. I want to acknowledge you, even if you kill me. The Mother of Light was prideful, so she stood her ground. I shall kill you then, Wang Tung said indifferently. The tree lady looked directly into Wang Tung's eyes and was terrified. He's serious. He would really kill her if she didn't agree. Wait, we found this tree together. Why is she going to acknowledge you as master? Feria wasn't satisfied. Can you deal with her without my help? Wang Tung asked back. You can't handle her without me. Either, Feria retorted. You're wrong. It would just take me some extra effort. I can finish her off with my divine flames. Feria was at a loss. She knew his claim was true. If she were alone, she wouldn't be able to deal with the Tree of Radiance. It was different if it was Wang Tung, though. Dealing with the spirit creature would only be a matter of time. I don't care. I'll put in effort as well. I can't let you have everything. Feria rolled her eyes. She still couldn't accept it. Her attitude attested to a great truth. Never reason with a woman. The Mother of Light's eyes flickered with joy. Both youngsters were quarreling. Them fighting was the best scenario. She could find a way out like this. I'll just share some of Light's sap with you when I get some, Wang Tung said. Feria only hesitated for a moment. Then, okay, remember to share some with me. Mother of Light. What the hell? She agreed too easily. Is she really a woman? How could she be so easily satisfied? She looked at Feria's eyes, expecting better from her. All right, we have an agreement. Wang Tung was relieved. This girl was surprisingly easy to talk with. He then looked at the tree lady. What do you say now? Do you think you have one? The Mother of Light said coldly. If I die, you will get nothing. Oh, Wang Tung smiled meaningfully and released the martial wisdom left behind by the mysterious woman. Boom! The horrifying energy overwhelmed the tree spirit. You. The Mother of Light was unable to stand up straight. Her eyes widened, as if she just saw a ghost. She asked the young hero in disbelief, How did you get this martial wisdom? You don't need to know. I'm asking you. Do you acknowledge me as your master? Wang Tung responded. Feria looked at them suspiciously. What are they talking about? Martial wisdom? Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Is that part of the legacy he got from the stone slab? But what does it have to do with the Tree of Radiance? The spirit's eyes flickered when she heard his answer. She then took a few deep breaths to calm down as she recalled something. She then asked via voice transmission, Did you get the legacy left by her? There was a trace of yearning and admiration in her voice, along with a sense of awe that couldn't be concealed. Guess, Wang Tung said. The Mother of Light's eyebrows were twitching. Guess your head. Her reactions gave her away. Wang Tung knew his guess was right. The Tree of Radiance had been left by the mysterious woman. Their temperaments were very different, and the Mother of Light could never be compared to that mysterious woman. However, their appearances were somewhat familiar. He felt it back then, and was finally confirming his suspicion. He'll count to 10. I will make my move if you don't accept. A green flame appeared in Wang Tung's hand. The tree lady was shocked and flustered. Then, Wang Tong shouted. The flame in his hand was about to be thrown out. The Mother of Light almost cursed. She rushed to answer. Wait. Feria was speechless. Why the hell was he counting like that? The Mother of Light was afraid that the human would really do it, and hurriedly said via voice transmission, I can't acknowledge you as master if you really obtained her legacy. Hand over your spirit origin, Wang Tong said. The spirit origin was the core of spiritual beings who possessed intelligence. It was a similar case with the spiritual flames. Once the spirit origin was possessed by others, it was tantamount to handing over one's life and destiny to another. If the origin was extinguished, it would dissipate the being's intelligence and would cease to exist. Even if the original body remained, she would no longer be herself. Even if she gained intelligence again, it would be a different existence. The Mother of Light gritted her teeth and finally gave up resisting. She shut her eyes, and a faint spiritual light emerged from the physical tree. Wang Tong's spiritual power surged from his forehead and pulled it into his mind. Showing no resistance, the Mother of Light drifted from the tree and knelt in front of Wang Tong. Feria didn't even know what happened. She just saw the tree lady hand over her spirit origin and surrender to Wang Tong. Chapter 1425 Gains. Wang Tong was stunned to see the Mother of Light kneeling in front of him. That was fast. It caught him off guard. Gaining her origin spirit was a compulsory measure. He would be satisfied with just controlling her body, since making her accept him wholeheartedly would definitely take some time. However, the tree spirit kneeled right off the bat. She was proactive. Was she trying to make him slacken his vigilance? Or were there other reasons? Wang Tong stared at the tree lady with strange eyes. He then said, Get up. She had surrendered control to him. She wouldn't be able to make any trouble, no matter what thoughts crossed her mind. Yes. The tree spirit got up. Do you have a name? I don't think I can keep calling you Mother of Light, right? Wang Tong asked. You can call me Radiance. That's what she called me in the past. The tree spirit answered. She? Wang Tong asked. Who's she? I don't know. I only know she's a real god, Radiance replied. She was momentarily lost reminiscing. Wang Tong felt disappointed. He looked at Radiance and teased her. So you were pretending to be her? Radiance's gaze flickered after being exposed. She seemed to be a little embarrassed. Feria felt troubled as she stared at the other two speaking. The Tree of Radiance recognized Wang Tong as her owner. The main reason why she agreed to the young hero's proposal was because she didn't think the tree would really accept him as master. After all, the Tree of Radiance was stubborn and unyielding. Once the tree rejected him, she could step in and convince the tree spirit to go back with her, using sincerity and logic. She believed that the tree would happily go home with her in the end. Hers was a real light element race. They had many light-based items and skills to help star beasts and plants of this element. Furthermore, her grandfather was an almighty eternal stage duke. He could guide the Tree of Radiance with her cultivation. Spiritual creatures with intelligence normally had great talents, but they lacked someone who would guide the way. Hence, they would only achieve half the results with twice the effort. Her conditions were definitely appealing. But she didn't expect the tree spirit to relent that quickly. She didn't even get a chance to speak. The girl knew that they had probably spoken in private, in the end compelling the tree lady to willingly go to him. Wang Tong's actions always surprised her. There was nothing she could do since the Tree of Radiance had recognized a master. She could only stare at the two. Wang Tong remained quiet as he released spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles dropped during their recent battle. Constellation Force, Light, * 6300 Constellation Force, Light, * 8500 Dazzling Sky, * 4200 Light Origin, * 600 Spirit, * 70, 200 Blank Attribute, * 28,000 Light Bolt, * 3000 Light Cannon Fist, * 30, 200 Constellation Force, Light, * 4000 Fist of Light, * 3000 Light Ultima, * 12,000 Light Domain, * 3600. He was elated when he saw the pile of bubbles merging with his body. Oh my God! Wang Tong's eyes lit up. He immediately felt the changes as he glanced at the attributes board. A large amount of constellation life force was coursing his limbs and assimilating as his own cultivation. All that life force had been dropped by the tree of radiance and Feria. They were big clients of his. Wang Tung sensed a breakthrough was taking place. His light force climbed from the 6th to the 7th celestial stage level. Constellation light force 23500/70,000, celestial stage, 7th level. There was a huge increase in the points for dazzling sky, fist of light, and light bolt. Dazzling sky 2,000/5,000, specialized, fist of light, 200/5,000, specialized, light bolt, 350/5,000, specialized. The 3 battle techniques had gone up from the well-versed to the specialized stage. That was a swift 1-level increase. Wang Tung was elated. Even though his proficiency and power in those skills were not on par with the mastery attained by the tree spirit and Feria, it was still equivalent to many years of hard work for normal martial warriors. The power of a specialized skill was considerably strong. He also received a new technique, the light cannon fist. It was the fist skill Feria used with her light domain. It was impressive. The first 3 battle techniques were at the universe stage, while this light cannon fist was at the eternal stage. Once the attribute bubble merged into his mind, the outline of a figure was manifested to then begin displaying that powerful fist skill. Knowledge flowed into his memory, and the grasp of the light cannon fist went to the roof. Light cannon fist, 200 to 500, well-versed. Sometime later, Wang Tung finished digesting the information and glanced at his attributes board. He noticed that the light cannon fist had skipped the foundation level and went right into the well-versed stage. Wang Tung felt overjoyed. He had another formidable battle technique. Of course, the greatest gain this time was the light ultima, the light domain, and the light origin. Light origin, 620/10,000, first rank. Light domain, 600/3,000, third level. Light ultima, 2,000/4,000, fourth level. He had everything now. The light origin he received from the seeds was negligible. However, this time he received 600 points. It was a good gain. It was an origin. Wang Tung was satisfied with the amount. The light ultima and the light domain were new. Feria had a strong grasp of both, so she dropped a sizable amount of related attributes. Wang Tung's light domain jumped to the 3rd level, while the ultima directly shot up to the 4th level. The young hero's spirit had also improved, but was still stuck at the celestial realm. He felt helpless about this. Finally, he gained many blank attributes, 63,000 in total. It was a good amount. He used up a fair amount of the blank attributes to tackle the dazzling sky move. However, he managed to earn them back. The young man was happy with his gains. He smiled. Since everything was solved, let's go down, said Feria just then. Okay. Wang Tung nodded. What should I do? Radiance asked. I have a place for you, Wang Tung replied after some contemplation. He planned to have the tree stay inside his space fragment. He could find more spiritual plants and flowers of the light element in the future to form some arrays and turn the fragment into an area with a high concentration of light force. That would be a great growing environment for the spirit tree. Wait, the tree of radiance is the light velvet people's sacred tree. What will happen to them if you take it away? Feria asked all of a sudden. Wang Tung was caught in a dilemma. The spirit tree was probably not a good thing for the furry people. However, it would indeed be inappropriate to simply take it away. That's simple. I can leave a sapling here to let it grow. Many years in the future, the little one will become another tree of radiance, Radiance suggested. The light velvet people need faith. One sapling is enough. Let's do that. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. That was a good solution. Radiance emitted a white light. Then, her roots started moving and emerged from the giant rock below. The tree stepped out. That was a real Treant protector, a character in Dota 2 that resembles a tree. However, only the burnt trunk remained, making her look a bit funny. Light glowed, and a branch grew from the main body, which quickly sprouted. The branch fell and turned into a small tree, embedding its roots on the large rock where the spirit tree used to be. Done, Radiance said feebly. Creating a new sprout required much of her origin power. Furthermore, she had already been heavily injured, making her situation worse. Wang Tung thought for a moment, then executed a goddess bestowal. Light force turned into droplets and landed on the Tree of Radiance. The latter was shocked. She didn't expect him to be a light element warrior knowledgeable in a light force treatment skill. Feria was equally surprised. She didn't have that skill, but Wang Tung did. What does he not know? Dead bark fell from the burnt trunk, and a tinge of green was revealed as the light drops merged into the tree's main body. Tender shoots sprouted with a resplendent glow. Radiance's vitality wasn't as weak anymore. She bowed at the young human and floated back into the tree. Wang Tung placed his hand on the Tree of Radiance and made it disappear on the spot. It went to his space fragment. Space! Feria blinked in astonishment. She really wanted to know where he had sent the tree, but she knew she shouldn't ask. A space able to keep a living creature wasn't ordinary. Wang Tung wouldn't tell her about this secret. Let's go. Wang Tung didn't care about what she was thinking. Okay. They descended the mountain. The Grand Elder and the others were waiting anxiously below. The explosions and the mist were gone. Still, they didn't know what the outcome was. Are Wang Tung and Feria safe? They were extremely worried. Just then, 2 bolts of light appeared in the sky, shooting in their direction. Wang Tung. Ronli called happily when he saw the boy. Grand Elder, Ronli. Wang Tung and Feria landed and nodded at the group. It's good that you're back. The old leader heaved a sigh of relief and sized them up. He asked with concern, Are you hurt? Nope, we're fine. Feria smiled. I knew that they would be fine. They're so powerful. Rongshan inched over. The Grand Elder finally felt at ease since they were safe and sound. Wang Tung, about Mount Saint. He looked at them, hesitating to complete the sentence. You can go up now, Wang Tung replied with a smile. We can go up. The Grand Elder was filled with joy when he heard that piece of news. Good. You made it. The other chiefs exchanged glances and smiled. They found it unbelievable. The issue troubling them for 300 years was solved by the 2 martial warriors in less than half a day. Their efficiency was over the roof. Wang Tung didn't hold back as he explained everything that happened, even the Tree of Radiance's actions. Feria was surprised. She thought that the young fellow would keep that matter a secret. I knew there was something wrong with the sacred tree, but I never considered that it was intelligent. The Grand Elder sighed. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to save all the Guardians. I only saved a few of them. Wang Tung took out the Guardians from his space fragment. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with sorrow. He shook his head. There's nothing to blame. We're lucky that you saved a few. Wang Tung continued. The Tree of Radiance has recognized me as master. This step released them from her control. They will wake up soon. It's good that the sacred tree is no more. The Grand Elder was emotional. The Tree of Radiance left a sprout. You still have a sacred tree, Wang Tung said. No, there won't be any sacred tree from now on. The Grand Elder shook his head. Actually, we don't really worship the tree. Based on our history, the sacred tree was left by the gods, so we placed our faith in it. Now, there's no point. That's good. Wang Tung sensed the pain and agony in the elder's voice. He must be upset because of what the tree had done. It was probably a good thing for the tree to be gone. Then, everyone went back to the main tribe grounds. The Grand Elder invited Wang Tung and Feria to stay for a few more days, hoping to properly thank them for all they had done. Chapter 1426 Universe Explorer 1. Wang Tung didn't reject the Grand Elder's invitation. He looked at the date and realized that it was getting closer to the League of Talents. However, he would probably get there on time with his speed, even if he stayed a few days longer. Besides, his Constellation Light Force was only at the 7th level. He wanted to get more attributes and push it to the 9th tier. Another important thing was that more people had become aware of Planet Light Velvet's existence. The members of the Black Leaf mercenary team were there, so he had to solve the planet ownership matters quickly. Wang Tung and Feria lived in the Grand Elder's house. The young hero rested for half a day before he went out. Based on what Radiance said, the group of mercenaries were locked up in a cave halfway up the mountain. He was going there to take a look. The young man informed the Grand Elder and flew towards the mountain like a bolt of light. He reached the cave a while later. "It's here." Radiance's voice sounded in Wang Tung's mind. Wang Tung scanned the area and noticed a universe spacecraft relatively close to the cave. The Black Leaf Mercenary Team's logo was printed on it. "That's their spacecraft," Radiance explained. Wang Tung nodded. It was just a Cosmos-level ship, so he wasn't interested in it. He simply strode into the cave. The place was man-made. There were many split rocks nearby. After walking close to 10 meters, he reached the cave's interior. A few people were locked there. Their force had been sealed, while their limbs were tied with vines. They were bound to a wall. The vines belonged to the Tree of Radiance. Normal warriors couldn't cut them since they were extremely tough. The captives were awake, but there was nothing they could do besides staring at one another. They couldn't escape. Hence, their spirits lifted when they saw that someone was entering the cave. Finally, after being locked up for several days. However, they were stunned upon seeing the person's face. It's a human martial warrior. They exchanged glances with bewilderment and doubt in their eyes. "Hi, nice to meet you." Wang Tung waved and greeted. "Ringulan, what is this person doing here? Something feels wrong." "Who are you?" Ringulan asked back. "It doesn't matter who I am. What you need to know is that your lives are in my hands," Wang Tung said. "Are you the boss backing those natives?" Ringulan squinted. Wang Tung paused for a moment and touched his chin. "I wasn't, but I am now." "Ringulan, what do you mean by you weren't, but you are now? What nonsense is this?" Ringulan never liked to overthink. She would have hit the guy under normal conditions. Cough. Varian coughed and said, "Mister, I don't think you came looking for us to chat, right? You're not stupid." Wang Tung glanced at him and smiled. "What do you want?" Ringulan asked directly. "I came to ask you a question," replied the young hero. "What is it?" Ringulan frowned. "Aside from you, does anyone else know about this planet?" Wang Tung was straightforward. Ringulan and Varian glanced at each other and blinked. "Think carefully before you reply. A wrong answer might cost you your life." Wang Tung squatted in front of Ringulan and looked at her with a calm smile. "You." Ringulan stared at the face inches away from her. He was smiling, but his gaze was apathetic. For some reason, this made her feel a chill down her back. Still, being the younger sister of the Black Leaf Mercenaries' head, she wouldn't admit defeat that easily. She was used to having things go her way. "Are you threatening me?" She scoffed. "You can say so." Wang Tung smiled. "Do you know who we are?" Ringulan glared at him. "The Black Leaf Mercenary Team." Wang Tung's tone remained indifferent. "Your team members have already spilled all the beans. You captured them." Ringulan frowned. "Useless." At first she had some hope. All the members in her team were seasoned warriors of celestial and planetary stages. As long as they didn't meet the monsters on that mountain, no one would be able to stop them on that planet. If they were unable to contact them after a few days, they would figure out that something was off and would leave to seek help from her brother. Who would have thought that they would get caught? Useless people. Honestly, if she was caught, a Cosmos warrior, what could her men do? "How dare you capture us, even after knowing who we are?" Ringulan sneered. "Your men said the same thing." Wang Tung smirked. "Truthfully, the Black Leaf Mercenary Team is nothing. All you have is a few Heaven Stage martial warriors." Chapter 14:27 Universe Explorer 2. Ringulan went silent. Her gaze started flickering. Does he have an astonishing background? Is that why he's fearless? Looks like you won't give me a truthful answer. Sigh. I guess I'll need to waste some effort. Wang Tung sighed. A crimson and eerie glow flashed in his eyes. He then shouted, "Look at me." Ringulan looked into his eyes instinctively. Boom! Her eyes immediately became dull. She was a Cosmos warrior. Her spirit was only at the celestial realm. It was the same realm as Wang Tung's, but he was much stronger. Soon, she fell into his bewitching skill. "Tell me, aside from you, who else knows about this planet?" Wang Tung asked again. "No one knew. We came in secret," Ringulan replied, this time honestly. Wang Tung nodded. It was consistent with the information given by her men. He continued, "How did you discover this planet?" Varian told me. He discovered an ancient diary with the coordinates to get here, Ren replied. Varian widened his eyes in astonishment. What is this? Why is she being so cooperative? Based on her character, she wouldn't be as honest. Something was definitely wrong. Are you Varian? A voice was heard next to him. The man with glasses was shocked. He turned and looked at their questioner, who had an eerie crimson light in his eyes. His head became numb, and he jumped in fright. He wanted to look away, but it was too late. Varian felt his consciousness quickly fall into an abyss. Yes, I'm Varian, he replied like an automaton. You discovered that diary? Wang Tung asked. Yes, I discovered it. However, I didn't get it from someone. It was handed down by my ancestor. I lied to her. I just wanted to use her team and power to explore this planet, Varian said. Huh? Wang Tung was surprised. Then he smiled and said, Interesting. A rebel. He thought for a moment and removed Ringulin's bewitchment. The haze in her eyes disappeared as she regained her consciousness. After a moment of confusion, she stared at Wang Tung with a mix of anger and astonishment. What did you do to me? Don't worry, I just asked you a few questions. Wang Tung smiled. He waved a hand and continued. Come, I have an interesting story to tell you. What do you want? Ringulin furrowed her brow. The young man ignored her and asked Varian to repeat what he said. The latter couldn't resist. He obediently repeated his confession. Ringulin's expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and spat the words. Varian, how dare you lie to me? Wang Tung glanced at her and smirked. Then, he continued to question Varian. What are your plans after your visit to Planet Light Velvet? I drug Ringulin and the others. Once the time is right, I can easily make them lose their abilities to resist. Ringulin is a B****TCH. She keeps ordering me around and treats me like an idiot. I've had enough. Once I find the treasure, I will have her experience my power, Varian said emotionlessly. His words were filled with hatred towards his beautiful leader, but his tone was monotonous. The whole scene was bizarre. Ringulin was shocked and enraged. She looked at Varian and felt her heart tremble. What kind of sinister ability is this? He's able to make anyone reply without any resistance. Was I in the same state just now? Ringulin's face turned pale. Wang Tung had turned into a human-shaped devil in her eyes. Wang Tung glanced at Ringulin and asked curiously, How are you planning to make her see your power? I have a big bet. I will make sure she cries for her mommy. Varian sniggered monotonously. Buffed. Wang Tung burst out laughing. His expression turned strange. This fellow is ingenious. He glanced at Ringulin. Honestly, the young lady was quite pretty. Her black battle uniform flattered her shapely figure. Her cold and distant aura made people want to conquer her. Varian was a brute. How could he have such perverse thoughts towards his lady boss? Bastard. Ringulin's face turned green in anger. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. She wished she could tear the fellow to pieces. You should thank me for exposing him. Wang Tung smiled. You're not a good person either, Ringulin scoffed. You're sharp. At least you know I'm a bad guy. Wang Tung laughed. You. Ringulin was indignant. This fellow is fearless. Wang Tung ignored her to ask Varian a few more questions. He was relieved to find that no one else knew about the planet. He removed the spell, so the fellow regained his consciousness. Varian was a little confused at first. He was roused by a killing intent fixed onto him the moment he regained composure. He turned and saw that Ringulin was staring at him as if ready to kill him. Leader, why are you looking at me like this? Varian stuttered. His heart dropped. My lad, you were exposed. Wang Tung patted his shoulder. What did you do to me? The other exclaimed with fear and anger. He suddenly remembered what happened before he lost consciousness. Nothing. I just asked you a few questions, and you revealed your entire plan. You can't blame that on me. The young hero shrugged innocently. Varian's expression froze. He had the bad feeling he had said something he shouldn't. The corners of his eyelids twitched as he glanced at Ringulin with guilt. One look at her expression, and he knew he was a goner. Varian swallowed his saliva and made a last effort to struggle. Leader, let me explain. Do you think I believe you? Ringulin mocked. Fight slowly. They'll keep you guys alive, since no one else knows about this planet. Wang Tung got up and prepared to leave. Wait, Varian suddenly shouted. What else do you have to say? Wang Tung stopped and turned. Planet Light Velvet is not the only place recorded in the diary left by my ancestors. There are other strange planets, too. Let me go. I can guide you to those places, the captive said. Oh, Wang Tung was surprised. I'm not lying. My ancestors were universe explorers. They loved to visit unknown lands, and they came across many interesting planets, Varian continued. He was afraid that Wang Tung would doubt him. Universe explorers. Wang Tung repeated. Wang Tung. He might be telling the truth if it's about universe explorers. Round Ball's alarm tone rang in Wang Tung's mind. What do you know about universe explorers? Wang Tung asked. Just like he said, universe explorers have a great thirst for knowledge. They love to explore the universe and find unknown grounds. They roam all corners of the universe, and many of them have left numerous legends behind, Round Ball said emotionally. The little one respected those experts. The young hero blinked, feeling startled. He didn't know about their existence. He looked at Varian and asked, "Where's the diary?" The diary is in the virtual universe. It's not a real object. I'm the only one who can open it, Varian said nervously. He was afraid that their captor would kill him once he outlived his usefulness. He might be telling the truth. The items in the virtual universe are mostly linked to a user's soul. Outsiders can't use them, Roundball said. Wang Tung pondered for a while. He exited the cave after saying, "Stay here. They'll come and find you after I settle some matters." Chapter 1428 Boss. Do you need psychic? I can cheer for you. Wang Tung was still thinking about the universe explorers as he walked out of the cave. The information Roundball had found appeared in his mind. Once he reviewed the data, he had a better understanding of those adventurers by the time he returned to the main Light Velvet tribe grounds. He felt emotional. Universe explorers rarely had good endings. The paths they chose to tread were filled with all kinds of unknown dangers that could make them fall into desperate situations. Many of them would die silent deaths in some unknown corners of the universe, buried away from home. Diaries left behind worked as the best proof of their existence. That was the reason why they picked up the habit of journaling. It would serve as a means to record their experiences, leaving a trail for those who wanted to follow their footsteps. Varian was able to find Planet Light Velvet thanks to the diary left by his ancestors. Some of the explorers didn't sire descendants, or their diaries would be sealed in the end, so no one knew about the mysterious and dangerous places they had been to. There weren't many adventurers like them, which was another reason why only a few people knew about them. Wang Tung glanced at the spacecraft outside the cave and had a sudden thought. He asked Roundball to hack into the ship's system. A few seconds later, Roundball said grimly, "Wang Tung, you're right. There's a tracking device on this spacecraft." Wang Tung frowned and asked, "Is it always on?" "Yes," Roundball replied. "Looks like the whole mercenary team knows the planet's location." Wang Tung sighed. Rin Gulen wasn't lying. She merely wasn't aware of the tracking beacon in the spacecraft. Her brother installed it in secret to ensure her safety. Rin Gulen didn't like being controlled. The tracker's existence had to be hidden from her. The thing had already proven its usefulness. She could have died on that planet, and no one would know. Wang Tung had yet to decide what to do with them, but he would kill the whole lot if they were useless. He immediately went back to the main tribe. "How is it?" The Grand Elder approached the young man in a hurry upon noticing his arrival. "Grand Elder, gather, everyone. Call Feria too. Let's have a proper discussion," said Wang Tung in a grim tone, shaking his head. "All right." The Grand Elder felt anxious. He was quick to note when he noticed the latter's expression. Wang Tung, Feria, and the chiefs gathered in the Grand Elder's wooden house shortly after. All eyes were on the young hero, wondering why they were summoned. Cough. Wang Tung cleared his throat and announced the shocking news. "Everyone, the planet's location has already been exposed." All the natives immediately tensed up with the revelation. None of them looked well. It finally happened. They had been thinking about that problem for a long time, but now it was finally time to face the music. Feria glanced at Wang Tung, already knowing what he would say. The prisoners belonged to a mercenary group called the Black Leaf Mercenary Team. Although captured, their ship has a tracking device. I'm afraid the rest of their team has already learned about the planet's location, the young man explained. The Black Leaf mercenary team. Feria frowned and said coldly, "Why don't we just kill them?" Wang Ting looked at her. What a violent woman. She likes playing rough. However, that was to his liking. Feria was unaware that her former rival thought of her as a violent woman. The Grand Elder understood and shook his head with a wry smile. If there's a Black Leaf mercenary team now, there will be a White Leaf and a Green Leaf team coming in the future. We can't kill them all. Wang Ting nodded and asked, "That's why I wanted to ask, what are your plans?" It was better for the furry people to voice their ideas instead of him bringing it up. Otherwise, it would mean a completely different thing. Whether they could work together or not would depend on the Light Velvet race's will. He didn't want to force anything, either. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and spoke without hesitation. I discussed this previously with Veblen. He told me that the best way was to find someone powerful and of high status, and to register the planet under his name. That way, claiming the planet will end up as wishful thinking for any newcomer. Wang Tung and Feria nodded. That was something they had thought of as well. Feria glanced at Wang Tung and said, "Grand Elder, do you have someone in mind? If not, I can convince my grandfather and have him register the planet. No one would dare set their eyes on the planet with his name vouching for it." Wang Tung narrowed his eyes a bit. This violent lass thought about the same thing. Planet Light Velvet had countless spiritual items of the light element. Even if they weren't of high level, it was still worth a fortune. That would be especially useful for light element warriors. Being a light element user herself, how could she pass up the chance? Your grandfather? The Grand Elder was stunned. A figure appeared in his mind, but it was blurred after so many years. I haven't seen him in a very long time. If you wish, I can contact him immediately. Feria smiled. It seemed that the Grand Elder and her grandfather had a good relationship. No need. The old man shook his head and said, "At first I considered asking him for help, but I'm afraid that a person like him would never want to get involved in such things. Otherwise, he would have registered the planet under his name back then." Feria was stunned. Besides, to get an eternal warrior to personally register the planet, don't you think it's too much of fuss? The Grand Elder smiled bitterly and continued, "That's why I gave up on the idea. Now, I have a better candidate," he said, looking at Wang Tung. Wang Tung was surprised. Was I chosen? This came as a surprise. The Grand Elder seemed to have made the decision after careful thought, choosing the young human from the beginning. Does he trust me that much? Wait, the Grand Elder said that Feria's grandfather is an eternal stage martial warrior? He looked at Feria in surprise, secretly clicking his tongue. That rough woman actually had such a background. No wonder she was powerful at such a young age. No wonder she used advanced rank techniques superior to the universe stage. An average person wouldn't have that. Feria was gloomy, giving the elder a wry smile. Her grandfather's temperament really made people. Forget it. It doesn't matter. She didn't expect that her grandfather would lose to Wang Tung because of his character. However, the one ultimately interested in snatching the planet was Feria, not her grandfather. Those who reached the eternal stage would probably be disinterested in a planet of that kind. However, judging by the Grand Elder's words, he seemed to prefer the young human. Does this guy have a special identity? Wang Tung, you are the benefactor of our race, and you have our trust. Veblen also told me that you have a special status. This might be able to help us, said the old native slowly. Wang Tung was startled. He didn't think that Veblen would tell the Grand Elder about him in such detail. But just as well, he didn't need to say anything else. I do have a bit of status in the Great Qian Empire. Wang Ting nodded. The Great Qian Empire. A trace of surprise flashed across Feria's eyes. This guy comes from the Great Qian Empire, a high-tier civilization. No matter the place, high-tier civilizations were massive. It was advisable not to provoke them. Even if they were compared to their clan, the Great Qian Empire wouldn't be much weaker. However, nothing much when compared to Feria's grandfather. Wang Tung shook his head. He knew where he stood. Although very confident at first, he learned that the girl's grandfather was an eternal stage warrior, someone he couldn't compare to. Wang Tung had indeed earned the National Military Medal and the support of the military. He was only a lesser baron from the Great Qian Empire, one with a lot of enemies. The difference in terms of strength was excessive. An eternal stage warrior was powerful enough to change fate itself. What could he do about it? Feria looked at Wang Tung in surprise. Is he giving up? You don't have to belittle yourself. I heard Veblen say that you're a baron of the Great Qian Empire and that you also come from the military. That's enough to protect our planet, said the Grand Elder in a hurry. A baron from the Great Qian Empire with a military background. Feria wasn't looking down on Wang Tung. Her surprise grew even more. He was too young. It was basically impossible for an ordinary person to achieve all that with such a young age. Furthermore, that was a high-tier civilization, not one of the low rungs. Wang Tung was among the top 1%. Moreover, the young human was very strong, and even more so than her. Although unwilling to admit it, it was a fact that made her feel powerless. She was considered a prodigy of her race, someone with considerable strength because of her grandfather's training. As for Wang Tung, his status was definitely inferior to hers, but he definitely wasn't a simple person if he had such powerful strength. Wang Tung, you're not the heir of an eternal stage warrior, right? Feria suddenly thought of something and sized him up. She tried to get an answer out of him. Several black lines hung down from the young man's forehead. He looked at her, feeling at a loss. The planet I was originally from wasn't even as powerful as planet Light Velvet. Climbing up to this point was just a coincidence that I got to where I am today. I'm just an ordinary person. What? Feria couldn't believe her ears. She was compelled to ask, You came from an underdeveloped planet? Is there a problem? Wang Tung replied. Feria took a deep breath and looked at Wang Tung as if he were a weirdo. A martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet actually reached my level at such a young age? Ordinary person? Wang Tung called himself an ordinary person? Feria felt that the young human misunderstood what an ordinary person was. Her gaze changed completely. She had only heard about such things in legends. The people that grandfather mentioned really exist, Feria murmured to herself. What did you say? Wang Tung glanced at her. Nothing. Feria looked back with a face etched with troubled emotions. She couldn't calm herself down. This young man is really amazing. She couldn't help but feel a little admiration in her heart. Boss, do you need a sidekick? I can cheer for you. Wang Tung. Is this violent woman going crazy? I'm joking. Feria waved a hand and said, The Grand Elder is right. Your status is enough to deter people. Being the planet's master would be acceptable. How about this? We can share ownership of Planet Light Velvet. Wang Tung suggested. A joint ownership. Feria was taken aback, and her eyes lit up. That's a great idea. This way my grandfather won't have to do it personally. With our statuses, our alliance will be beneficial without any downsides. However, Planet Light Velvet Planet can't be registered within the Great Qian Empire's territory. You're not from the Great Qian Empire? Wang Tung was surprised. Of course not. Feria glanced at him. Wang Tung frowned and asked, What should we do then? We can register it in the Pan-Cosmic Alliance, Feria replied. The Pan-Cosmic Alliance? Wang Tung was stunned. The foreign name confused him a little. Round Ball explained, It's a huge alliance comprised of various independent forces and families. It's not complete, but it looks whole. You can think of it as a semi-loose alliance. Chapter 1429, Having Friends Made Things Easier. Register Planet Light Velvet. 1. The Pan-Cosmic Alliance? There's such a thing? Wang Tung was amazed. Although Round Ball said that the organization was of a semi-loose nature, he could imagine how vast and powerful it was. Also, based on Feria's tone, it was easy to guess that her family was affiliated. A family with an eternal stage warrior attested to the might of the Pan-Cosmic Alliance's power. Round Ball smiled and said, Well, as I've said, the universe is huge and full of surprises. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. Wang Tung nodded, realizing he had a long path ahead of him. In that case, let's go and register with the Pan-Cosmic Alliance, he said to Feria. She looked at him strangely. Based on his reaction, he didn't seem to know much about the alliance before. It wasn't strange, though, since he emerged from an underdeveloped planet. The odd thing was, the confusion in his eyes disappeared after a moment of absent-mindedness, now seemingly in the know. The change was quick, but she didn't notice. Wang Ting became even more mysterious because of this. However, she didn't ask, merely nodding in agreement. Then, she turned to ask the Grand Elder, "Grand Elder, what do you think? It'll be great if the two of you can oversee the planet together." "I have no objections," the old man replied with a smile. "It's decided then." Wang Tung felt at ease after the furry senior agreed. He wanted to cooperate with Feria because there was an eternal stage powerhouse in her family. Sometimes, doing things alone wasn't the best option. Cooperation was key to have a win-win situation. "He'll contact my family and ask them to help us register." Feria stood up excitedly. Her grandfather didn't really care about that planet, but she was of the conventional sort. Many of her kin would benefit after Planet Light Velvet was placed under her name. Her status would elevate, too. By then, she wouldn't just be her grandfather's granddaughter anymore. She would be herself, Freya. She wanted to prove herself. Wang Tung smiled and shook his head as he looked at the girl. Then, he got up and said, "Grand Elder, they'll head out to cultivate for a few days. I won't bother you anymore." He wanted to leave. "Wait," said the elder in a hurry. "What's the matter?" asked the young man. "After some discussion with the other chiefs, we would like to invite you to be the guest elder of our race. What do you think?" said the old man. Guest elder? Wang Tung was stunned. He wasn't expecting such a request. The Grand Elder continued, "Yes. Guest elder of the Light Velvet race. Your status would be the same as mine, but you don't have to do anything. You'll be the most noble presence among us." Honestly, it was a shocking offer to the young fellow. He knew that the furry people only had one Grand Elder, but they were willing to add another position just for him. They went all out. "This isn't appropriate." Wang Tung hesitated. "I'm just an outsider. There's nothing inappropriate. You saved our entire race. This is what you deserve," the Grand Elder said. Wang Tung agreed to it. "We don't know how to thank you. This is the only thing we could think of as proper," said Rong Li, who had been silent up until that moment. "That's right," all of us agreed. The other chiefs nodded. Wang Ting was caught in a dilemma after noticing their sincere expressions. Moments later, he nodded. "I will accept your kind offer." "That's great." All the Light Velvet people had beaming smiles. His agreement meant that not only did the Light Velvet people acknowledge him, he also acknowledged them in return. That was why the furry fellows were elated. They finally felt that Wang Tung was one of them. They could hand Planet Light Velvet to him and feel at ease. As for Feria, she was still lacking a bit. They didn't trust her as much. Compared to Wang Tung, she had done very little, so she couldn't gain their overall approval. 3 days later, two figures kept colliding above a forest, causing loud explosions. Force impacts swept out, and all the trees a few hundred meters below were pressed to the ground. Star beasts ran away. No one dared to stay close to them. Two figures separated after some time passed, hovering a few hundred meters apart. It was Wang Tung and Feria. The former turned his wrist, flashing a weird smile on his face. Feria was blushing and furious. She clutched her chest and said, "Shameless. You hit my chest. I didn't do it on purpose." Wang Tung chuckled. "Shameless." Feria trembled in anger. The pain in her chest increased. "This bastard is ruthless." Still, she was astounded by the guy's improvement. They would often meet to spar in that location, ever since they decided to jointly register Planet Light Velvet. Chapter 1430, Having Friends Made Things Easier. Register Planet Light Velvet. 2. Wang Tung's life force improved at an astonishing speed during the following 3 days. If she hadn't witnessed it in person, Feria wouldn't have believed such a monster existed. No wonder this fellow was so powerful, even though he came from an underdeveloped planet. His talent was appalling. Wang Tung coughed and changed the topic. "Any news about the registration?" "Oomph." Feria snorted. She decided to let it pass since the matter was embarrassing for her. Besides, there was no point arguing over it. Thus, she replied, "Everything is ready. We just need to head to the virtual universe and carry out the registration. Let's go." Wang Ting nodded. Follow me. Feria flew in a certain direction. Some distance away from Mount Saint, Feria raised her hand and tapped 2 times on her wristwatch. The space in front of them began to distort and airwaves were formed. Then, a silver-white spacecraft appeared. Is this your ship? Wang Tung was astounded. Of course. Feria lifted her head up high like a proud white swan. My grandfather gave it to me when I became an adult. It's a heaven-level spacecraft. What? You're an adult? Wang Tung wasn't interested in the actual craft. Instead, he sized up the girl in confusion. What's with that look? The girl was enraged. Flames of anger burned in her eyes. Look at yourself. You think you look like an adult? The young man stared at Feria's 1.5 meters body. Who could tell she was all grown up? What do you mean I don't look like one? She asked, lifting her developing chest. Stop sticking your chest out. There's nothing there, Wang Tung said. Feria's expression froze. She was greatly triggered by this. Clenching her teeth, she said, Wang Tung, I'm going to kill you. She shouted and chased after Wang Tung with her fist raised. F***K. Can't you take a joke? He evaded in a hurry, not daring to face the fury of that violent lady head-on. They played tag for some time. Feria used her light bolt, but she still couldn't catch him. She was furious. In the end, she had no choice but to enter the spacecraft along with the guy. She panted heavily, and her glaring eyes made her seem ready to tear him to pieces. Wang Tung was on high alert. He stood at the ready while sizing up the spacecraft. Interesting, right? You probably can't afford it, Feria teased him. Wang Tung gave her a weird glance, but didn't say anything. He would let that poor little kid feel superior for some time. The pair walked to the virtual reality cabins. The girl commanded, System, connect me to the virtual universe. Yes, master, a mechanical voice responded. Wang Tung shook his head. His round ball was still the best. It was more humane than her ship's intelligence system. They stepped into the virtual reality cabins and entered the virtual universe. Then, they reappeared on a huge floating island hovering in the void. Sky of Stars Island. That was the pan-cosmic mainland branch in the virtual universe. The young man had been to one of these islands before, back when he changed the ownership of the Milky Way. However, that island was from the Great Qian mainland branch. The current one represented the pan-cosmic mainland. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the pan-cosmic mainland there. Wang Tung felt a little disappointed. Let's go, Feria said. They walked toward the center of the island, where the administrative section of the Virtual Universe Corporation was. The registration process would take place there. All the Sky of Stars islands looked the same. There were numerous high-rise buildings and staff welcoming them. We have an appointment. This is my Virtual Universe account, Feria told the staff. All right, follow me. The person greeting them was stunned. Only extremely powerful people could make appointments with the Virtual Universe Corporation. Normal people didn't have such privileges. To use with an appointment, they had to have powerful backgrounds. The staff member acted more welcoming while introducing Feria's account. After checking, she raised a hand and guided them. Please follow me. Our general manager is already waiting for you. Wang Tung was startled. It seemed that her family was indeed powerful. They were led to an extravagant waiting room, where a black-haired man of middle age was waiting. He got up with a smile. Feria, long time no see. Uncle Wu, it's you. Feria exclaimed in surprise. Ha, your father told me about it personally, so I have to personally step in, said Wu Yuqian with a smile. Wang Tung was shocked. That senior gave off a faint but strong aura. He was a universe stage martial warrior and a member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, yet he spoke in amiably terms with Feria. Mind you, the young hero was greeted by a heaven stage manager when he went there to change the Milky Way's ownership. This time, they were greeted by a universe stage martial warrior. Based on what he overheard, their relationship was deep. How powerful was her family to have this capability? Thank you, Uncle Wu, Feria said gratefully. Having friends made things easier. Their registration would probably go smoothly, having Wu Yuqian's help. Chapter 1431, Having Friends Made Things Easier. Register Planet Light Velvet. 3. One had to consider the registry paperwork. The review and auditing period of a newly discovered planet was very long. It would be troublesome if someone purposely delayed the process. Why are you being so polite? Wu Yuchuan waved a hand. His gaze shifted a look at Wang Tong. This is... Feria blinked and replied, he's my friend. We found the planet together, so we want to make a joint registration. Really? Wu Yuchuan sized them up in astonishment. He smiled and said, you made a friend during your trip? He was close to Feria's father, so he was also familiar with the girl. He watched her grow up and knew how proud and talented she was. This youth must have something special if he managed to become Feria's friend. Uncle Wu, don't misunderstand. We're just normal friends. Feria glanced at Wang Tong contemptuously as she spoke. She wouldn't have said that he was her friend if they didn't have to go through the registration process in front of an elder. This shameless bastard is not my friend. The young man noticed her gaze, but he didn't care. He simply smiled and introduced himself. I'm Wang Tong. Nice to meet you. Being a member of the Virtual Universe Corporation, Wu Yuchuan had met numerous types of people in the past. Hence, he quickly picked up on their interactions, but didn't make any comments. He smiled back and replied, have a seat. It'll help you with the registration. Wang Ting nodded and sat down on the exquisite sofa, made from who knows what material. Feria, send me the planet coordinates, Wu Yuchuan said after sitting down. All right. Feria nodded. She fiddled with her wristwatch. A star chart appeared in front of them, with planet Light Velvet's location pinned down. This is indeed a remote planet. You're quite lucky. Wu Yuchuan glanced at them and smiled. Yes, very lucky. Wang Tong and Feria exchanged glances. Wu Yuchuan made some movements on his device and said, enter your accounts. It'll register the planet for you. The two youths entered their accounts. Wang Tong, you're a baron of the Great Qian Empire and a colonel. You also have a national military medal and 2 galaxies under you, Wu Yuchuan exclaimed. This youth exceeded his expectations. Wang Ting nodded. He knew that the expert would learn of his identity the moment he entered his account, so he wasn't caught off guard. The virtual universe was trustworthy. They would never leak customer information. Colonel, Feria was shocked. So, that is your background in the Great Qian Empire and the military. Wow, Colonel. How did you do it? Did you go through the back door? Wait, you came from an underdeveloped planet, so you have no background to speak of. I was promoted because I fought a few wars and killed some dark apparitions, Wang Tong explained calmly. Really? Feria glanced at him curiously. She felt that things weren't as simple, so she asked, what's this National Military Medal? It's an award given by the military, Wang Tong answered. Not bad. They even gave you a medal, the girl said. It's nothing, Wang Tong said. Wu Yuchuan stared at the young hero intently. Interesting. This youth said that the National Military Medal is nothing. He found the name of the planet and asked again seriously. All right, let me ask you both for confirmation. Are you planning to make a joint registration for this planet, Light Velvet? Yes, both replied. A robotic voice was heard. The notarization has been established. Your voices were recorded and the registration of Planet Light Velvet is complete. All proprietors have ownership, development rights, rulership. Wang Tong inspected his account and saw one more planet under his name. Planet Light Velvet Planet. However, it wasn't his alone. He shared ownership rights with Feria. The process was exceptionally smooth and fast, ending before Wang Tong could react. Indeed, having friends made things easier. He was fully aware that registering a planet was a long and complex matter, but everything proceeded quickly and smoothly with Feria's help. He gave himself a thumbs up. Pulling Feria in was the right move. Chapter 1432, The 7 Stellar Academies. Feria didn't delve as deep as Wu Yuchuan. She was overjoyed once the registry process was done, all smiles. She thanked the senior. Uncle Wu, thank you. We couldn't have done it as quickly without your help. Wu Yuchuan smiled and waved a hand. You're too polite. Your father is a close friend of mine. It was just a small matter. Feria chuckled. We won't bother you any longer. Visit us so we can have a drink next time. I found a rare light element spiritual fruit on Planet Light Velvet suitable for wine making. I think you'll like it. The senior's eyes lit up. Wine made from light spiritual fruits is a good thing. I will be looking forward to it. I'll contact you when it's done. Feria got up. We'll be on our way now. Wang Ting also got up. Senior, thank you for your help. You can find me if you ever need anything in the future. They were able to have that universe stage warriors help them because of Feria's family, but our hero felt obliged since he received the same treatment. No problem. Wu Yuqian didn't belittle the offer after learning more of his identity. However, the senior didn't think he would need his help. The difference in their abilities was vast, and his status was high. He could do anything Wang Tong could. Mutual help existed when both parties had similar conditions. Wang Ting noticed Wu Yuqian's expression and smiled. He kept his own counsel. The man was willing to give the young man some face. He replied with a smile, "You don't have to call me senior. Since you're Feria's friend, just call me Uncle Wu." He had high hopes for the lad, and his status in the great Qian Empire was extraordinary. Moreover, he was young, had a bright future ahead. The current Wang Tong was probably not as important, but he had to pay attention to his future version. Feria glanced at Wu Yuqian in surprise. The latter was using her as an excuse, but she knew that not everyone would receive such a treatment. Uncle and senior were just forms of address, but the difference was huge. This meant that Uncle Wu acknowledged him. Looks like his status is higher than I thought. Let me send you off. Wu Yuqian got up. He was acting completely unlike a universe warrior should. He sent them to the door and watched them as they disappeared from the virtual universe. Then he smiled. Things are getting interesting. He turned and also disappeared from the virtual universe. He had gone there just to help Feria and Wang Tong with their registration. He wouldn't have needed to go there personally otherwise. Back on planet Light Velvet, in Feria's universe spacecraft, Wang Tong and Feria walked out of the virtual reality cabins. They exchanged glances and heaved sighs of relief. The planet's registration was finalized. No one else could lay their hands on the remote planet anymore. Feria glanced at Wang Tong from the corner of her eyes and said, "Hey, shouldn't you thank me?" Yes, it's all thanks to you." Wang Tong obliged. The job was done, so he didn't mind satisfying her starved ego. Feria wasn't happy. She felt that he was coaxing a child. She snorted softly and changed the topic. "When are you leaving?" "Since all matters are solved, I'm planning to leave today." His constellation life force was at the 9th level of the celestial stage already. There was no point in staying any longer. "That's fast," Feria exclaimed. "The Great Qian Empire's League of Talents is about to start," Wang Tong said. "The League of Talents. I see. You're going to participate." The girl was surprised. She was suddenly reminded of something. She scratched her head and said, "Wait, I think my grandfather signed me up for the Pan-Cosmic Alliance's League of Talents previously." The Pan-Cosmic Alliance also has a League of Talents. It was Wang Tong's turn to be surprised. Round Ball's voice was suddenly heard. Actually, every high-tier civilization in the universe would be eligible to host the event. All of them are held at the same time. Held at the same time? Wang Teng's eyes narrowed while thinking about this. He then asked, "Is there a meaning behind this?" "I didn't want to distract you, which was why I didn't want to tell you about this so soon. But let me brief you, now that you have met a talent from another place," Round Ball said. "The reason why the major forces in the universe hold the League of Talents at the same time is to select candidates for the 7 Stellar Academies." The 7 Stellar Academies. Wang Tong was taken aback. The little one explained, 7 academies in different parts of the universe. They gather countless talents and prodigies from all around the cosmos. They are ancient, and no one even knows who founded them. All that is known is that they send emissaries to travel around the universe every once in a while to recruit talents. Why didn't I know about these stellar academies? Wang Tong frowned. Round Ball paused for a while and continued. This is because they are extremely mysterious. No one knows where their territories are located. The prospects selected will have to be personally guided by the instructors before they can even enter. Even the students who come out of those academies kept the secret. If no one specifically mentions it, only a few would know about the academy's existence. Even I know only a little bit about the 7 stellar academies. The small fellow shook its head. I never thought such a thing existed. The Olent Federation's Saint Star Pagoda is just like an ant in comparison, Wang Tung exclaimed. The Saint Star Pagoda? Roundball sneered. Please don't bother. They're incomparable. Even the great Qian Academy wouldn't hold a candle to them. Wang Tung looked at Roundball in surprise, not expecting the latter to be as deferential to those academies. It was a rare sight. Speaking of which, my visit to the Great Qian Academy was delayed due to various reasons. Otherwise, I might have had the opportunity to represent them in the League of Talents. Roundball seemed to have remembered something interesting and smiled. If they ever learned that you initially wanted to enter the Great Qian Academy, but ended up running off to the military, what would they think of you? Wang Tung shook his head. He didn't feel there was anything wrong about it. There had been no ties with them, so naturally, he had no regrets about his choices. The inner conversation with Roundball ended fairly quickly. Only a few moments had passed in Feria's eyes. Oh no, how could I forget? I have to rush back immediately, or my grandfather will punish me, Feria said in a hurry. Wang Tung couldn't help but laugh. She was the one saying he was in a hurry, but now, she was the anxious one. He shook his head and said, Go back. Tell the Grand Elder and the others. We should go. Okay. Feria nodded in a hurry, feeling more anxious than the latter. The distance between the Pan-Cosmic Alliance and Planet Light Velvet was greater. Both of them exited the ship and headed towards the tribe ground, forming two streaks of light. They found the Grand Elder and revealed their intentions to leave. Leaving already? The Grand Elder was astonished. It was too sudden. He initially thought that Wang Tung and Feria would stay for a few days after registering the planet. He wasn't expecting them to leave right away. Yes, the planet's registration has been completed, and we have some matters to attend. We have to leave soon, Wang Tung explained. The planet already registered? So fast. The old leader was surprised. The young man glanced at Feria and said, Things went smoothly with the help of Feria's family. It wouldn't have been as fast otherwise. He then turned on his wristwatch and showed the Grand Elder that Planet Light Velvet was now registered under Feria's and his name. No one else could lay claim on it anymore. Once he read it, the Grand Elder heaved a sigh of relief and said, Feria, thank you so much. Feria waved a hand. It's nothing. I'm also benefiting from having ownership of the planet. I should do something in return. The Grand Elder stopped there, seeing that both youngsters did have urgent things to do. The other chiefs also heard news of their departure and rushed over to see them off. Ronli looked at Wang Tung and said with some reluctance, Why leave in such a hurry? I wanted to invite you to stay in our tribe for a few days. The young hero had saved their tribe. They had yet to find a chance to thank him properly. I have something to take care of, so I have to leave. Wang Tung smiled. But I will definitely come back in the future, now that Planet Light Velvet is registered under my name. There will be a day when we get together again. The Grand Elder beckoned the others behind him and said, Wang Tung's right. It's not like we want to see each other again. There's no need for everyone to be like this. The Light Velvet people stepped forward, holding various spiritual items of the light element. Spiritual flowers and herbs, and some interesting, glowing ores packed with the power of light. There were even some spiritual items stored in a white jade box. There were mysterious runes carved onto the casing, intended to prevent energy from leaking out. Those were obviously different from the rest. I know that you too need light element items, so we prepared these things, the Grand Elder said. We do need these things. Thank you, Grand Elder. Wang Tung and Feria readily accepted. The old leader made a dismissive motion. Planet Light Velvet will rely on both of you in the future. There's no need to thank me. He had already thought about it. From then on, the planet was led by Wang Tung and Feria. Only then could they survive in the universe and develop in a better way. Grand Elder, I will leave a Cosmos-level spacecraft for you. If there's anything, contact me via the ship's virtual reality cabin. Wang Tung had already made preparations, already teaching the natives how to use the craft and the virtual reality cabin a few days prior. A Cosmos-level spacecraft. Feria was a little stunned. Before she could react, the young hero waved a hand, and the Cosmos-level ship appeared in the sky. The girl's eyes widened. as if she had just seen a ghost. "You have a high-capacity space ring?" she asked in astonishment. Wang Ting glanced at her and replied casually, "The space is not that large." The ship wasn't as massive. It was stored within the Flaming River's docking area, and the larger ship was stored in the Flaming River Ring, a legacy from the Flaming River Universe Lord. The ring was the legacy's greatest harvest. Not only did it contain various treasures left by the renowned Universe Lord, it was an item with a gigantic space, which allowed Wang Tung to always take the great ship with him. Feria thought that Wang Ting only had a space ring with enough room for the ship that just appeared. Even so, it was already large enough for her. She didn't have a ring with that much capacity. Not even a talent like her, raised by a powerful family, had a similar treasure, which showed how rare it was. Wang Tung could only act extravagantly using other people's legacies. What surprised her even more was his excessively generous nature. That was a Cosmos-level spacecraft, worth at least tens of billions of universe coins. He simply gave it to the light velvet people, just like that, rich and powerful. Chapter 1433, I will be waiting for your arrival. 1. Feria glanced at Wang Tung with a strange expression as a serious question surfaced in her mind. How much money does he have? Does a baron from the Great Qian Empire have that much money? She became more curious about him. Even before Planet Light Velvet was developed, he had already gifted them a Cosmos-level spacecraft, which was equivalent to an investment of tens of billions. This made her feel a little ashamed. She felt poor in comparison, and she obviously wasn't. "If you leave this ship with us, what about you?" the Grand Elder asked worriedly. "That's right. Does this guy have other ships?" Feria was taken aback, realizing she had underestimated him. "I have another ship. It's the one I mainly use. This Cosmos ship is just a spare," Wang Ting explained. The Grand Elder nodded and put the matter to rest. "Then, I wish you a smooth journey ahead." Wang Tung and Feria bid farewell to the light velvet people and left the planet. Out in space, the two vessels moved side by side. Both youths were standing on top of their ships while looking at each other in the distance. "Wang Tung, don't rank too low in the League of Talents. I will laugh at you if you do," Feria said. "You think too much," Wang Tung replied calmly. "How about comparing who gets a higher ranking?" Feria challenged. "What's there to compare between different organizations?" He shook his head. "Why are you so boring?" Feria rolled her eyes. "The Great Qian Empire is not too different from the Pan-Cosmic Alliance. The League's ranks aren't that different either." "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? I never knew how to spell the word," he said calmly. "It's settled then. I will pay attention to the Great Qian Empire's League." Feria waved a hand and disappeared from the top of her ship. Her silver-white heaven-level craft accelerated rapidly, turning into a streak of light before it vanished. "This violent woman really likes to pick a fight." Wang Tung shook his head. "She's competitive, wanting to compare with you." Round Ball smiled as it appeared on Wang Tung's shoulder, looking in Feria's general route. "She can compare if she wants to. I'm too lazy to play with her," Wang Tung said. "Let's switch to the Flaming River since she's gone." He then waved a hand, and the Cosmos-level spacecraft disappeared. It was replaced by a larger ship, quietly floating in space like a terrifying universe behemoth. "It's really troublesome to avoid prying eyes," Wang Tung complained. "What else can you do? You want to keep a low profile," Roundball replied. The young man felt helpless. He wanted to reach the universe stage as soon as possible, all to stop needing to hide like that. Even reaching the heaven stage would be good. At least he wouldn't fear average universe warriors. He then entered the ship. Roundball manned the controls and led the ship into the dark universe, reaching top speed. Destination: the Great Qian Empire's battle planet. It was an extremely large planet located in a remote part of the Great Qian Empire. It was a place filled with danger. Not only did all kinds of powerful star beasts thrive there, the environment was unique. The planet was plagued with dangerous places. Even if Heaven Stage warriors entered those dangerous places, they were at risk of having trouble getting out. That same battle planet would serve as the venue for the League of Talents. If a group of celestial warriors entered, only the top talents would be able to leave safely. Death had always been the recurring theme on such an event. Even though many powerful warriors were posted, it was impossible to guarantee that all participants and attendees could survive. The competition was cruel, death and opportunity coexisted. It all depended on the individual and how they would fare. Those who lasted till the end would definitely get unimaginable opportunities. Countless other talents were also heading there. The planet, which has been desolate for 1,000 years, was lively once again. Everyone knew that the event was about to begin. They had already made preparations to be there. Some would arrive half a year prior. Why so early? Because everyone knew that the League of Talents was one of the most important events in the Great Qian Empire. If they were late, the space outside the battle planet would be occupied, preventing them from watching the live battles. This was similar to the emotion caused by football or basketball matches. Some people just like to watch it live to experience the enthusiasm and passion. The same was true for the League of Talents. Even if there was a live broadcast, it didn't stop their passion. Watching it live was far better than watching the live feed. Of course, there were also people who went there to do business. After all, the event attracted countless people. No matter what you sold over there, it would be extremely popular. You could simply earn universe coins left and right. It was the opportunity of a lifetime. Many smart people were already taking action. Their business wasn't shabby. Wang Ting didn't know how grand the League of Talents would be. He was sorting out the items the Grand Elder had given him in his space fragment at the moment. Chapter 1434, I will be waiting for your arrival. 2. Wang Tong was paying special attention to sorting the items kept in jade boxes. They had to be extraordinary. He had his own wooden house in the spatial fragment. The floral fairies had built him one with exquisite care, particularly because they didn't want him to show up in their own cabins every time he visited. Still, no matter how shameless he was, he wouldn't take advantage of them in this situation. He felt the fairies were ordering him around because he was too kind. However, he forgave them since they built a place for him. He took a seat in the living room of the new house, which was adorned with a plate that read Master hanging outside. All the floral fairies were gathered there, too. Wow, what a thick concentration of light force, the fairies exclaimed. They immediately sensed the light element spiritual herbs laid on the table when they stepped into the room. Catalpa hurriedly stopped the restless ladies and took the lead to greet their protector. Master! Wang Tong had to admit it felt amazing to be called Master by the group of beautiful and dainty creatures. He felt good. Catalpa had done a great job. He would reward her as soon as he had the chance. He waved his hands and said, "All right, get up and take a look at these spiritual items." Yes. Catalpa nodded. The fairies smiled and crowded around him. A vague fragrance wafted over and filled up the air. That was the floral fairies' natural scent. Martial warriors had an acute sense of smell. Wang Ting noticed that each of them had a particular aroma. This is interesting. Master, where did you get these light element items? Flower Angel asked curiously. The young man rubbed her head. The hair was very smooth. He put on a smile and replied, "I got it from a light element planet." A light element planet, all the ladies exclaimed. Catalpa stared at Wang Tong in amazement. Their master had to be extremely lucky to have found such a place. "I own that planet now. A special race lives there. It'll take you there to play some other time," the young hero said. "Okay." Flower Angel's eyes shimmered. She clapped her hands happily, then asked out of curiosity, "What special race is it?" "Here, they look like this. They're furry." Wang Tong produced a virtual depiction of a light velvet native with his spiritual power. Girls loved furry stuffed toys. They couldn't resist them. To think he had betrayed the furry race just like that. Wow! As expected, the floral fairies fell in love with the light velvet people. Even Catalpa was tempted. She wanted to touch it. Flower Angel couldn't help but reach out, wanting to hug the furry fellow. However, it was just a hologram. Her hands passed through, and she stumbled. Luckily, Flower Iris caught her in time. Wang Ting could only facepalm himself. He hurriedly dispersed the hologram and changed the topic. All right. What do you think? Can you grow these plants and flowers here?" "Oh, let's see." The floral fairies couldn't bear to part with the light velvet creature, but they quickly regained their composure after hearing the question. They examined the things on the table. Yes, we can plant them. Catalpa nodded seriously after some time. Good, you didn't disappoint me. I'll leave these in your care then, he said, feeling satisfied. Those were new additions to his garden. However, we need to open a new spiritual field with dense light force inside, Catalpa added. Of course. That's simple. Leave it to me, Wang Tung replied. He took out some light energy stones. They were great elements for setting up light element arrays. Then he opened the jade boxes and looked inside. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw the content. Indeed, they are 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. There were 9 of them in total, the same as the number used by the Light Velvet race in their sacrificial ceremony. Wang Tung scanned them. Each of them was different, with particular traits and purposes. Dan pills of Grandmaster level and above could be made with them. Their existence was a huge temptation for light element martial warriors. 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Catalpa's jaws dropped. Her eyes were wide as saucers. What planet did our master find? Even these ancient spiritual herbs are found there. Wang Tung stored the aged herbs. They were too old, so they couldn't be planted on normal fields. An environment with extremely dense light force would be required. If they weren't properly planted, they could be damaged and wither. That was why he asked the fairies to plant them. Those spiritual herbs were unique and rare items. They had to have great care when handling them. Come, let me open a spiritual field specially for growing light element plants and flowers. Wang Tung got up. The floral fairies quickly followed. Even Chao Jiao was alerted. She walked out of her wooden shack and stared at the group. What are they doing? Wang Tung found an empty area in his space fragment and used his spiritual power to carve some runes, releasing many light energy stones in the process. The light element runes floated silently in the air, circling the human and emitting a white glow. More runes appeared as time passed, interconnecting to form a large circular array. Gather, Wang Tung shouted. The array produced a dazzling explosion of light, shining on the ground below. The ground shook, releasing a strange sound. Ring. The light array merged into the ground in the blink of an eye. A dense surge of light force seeped out from the array's area of influence. Chao Jiaojiu was astounded. That wasn't her first time seeing such a process, but it still left her in awe. Rune Grandmaster. What an incredible fellow. Done. Wang Tung smiled and floated down from a high altitude. He offered some reminders to the floral fairies and left the space fragment. He left in a hurry because Round Ball had just sent a message. Someone was trying to contact him. The young hero reappeared within the spacecraft's control room. It's a call from the Great Qian Empire's military, the little helper said. Put me through. Wang Tung nodded and sat down. Round Ball complied. A hologram appeared. It was a martial warrior in military attire. He immediately saluted and said loudly, Colonel Wang Tung, I'm Major Maxwell from the General Staff Department. Nice to meet you. There was a hint of admiration in his voice as he looked at our hero with suppressed excitement. Wang Tung's achievements on Defense Planet number 29 had spread far and wide. Most of the military knew about his exploits. Many even regarded him as their idol and goal. He was young, and also a recipient of a national military medal. He was a person worthy of respect. The military was also using him for promotion purposes. He was extremely suitable for it, as he was young and outstanding. No one could be a better ambassador for the military. Nice to meet you, Major Maxwell. Wang Tung saluted. He found the other party's gaze a little strange. He seems to be quite excited. Does this guy know me? Is he gay? He's quite handsome, but I don't want guys to like me. Colonel Wang Tung, it's a pleasure to be at your service. Many of us have heard about your military achievements, Maxwell said. Wang Tung was enlightened. Heaving a sigh of relief, he replied, This is what us soldiers ought to do. It's nothing worth mentioning. What do you have for me? Maxwell's respect towards Wang Tung grew even more after witnessing how humble he was. The reason I contacted you was to find out when you would be arriving on the battle planet. We're already here, ready to welcome you. This was an order from the higher authorities. Being the representative of all the military, we can't lose out to the other factions. Wang Tung was stunned. He didn't expect this. Is the military so high profile? But he liked it. The League of Talents was a gathering of talents. No one wanted to lose out. Wang Ting wasn't planning on doing much, but he wouldn't reject the military's helping hand. He immediately sent his estimated time of arrival to Maxwell. "All right, Colonel Wang Tung, we'll be waiting for you." Maxwell saluted a second time, and his hologram disappeared. Chapter 1435. You're putting me in a tough spot. Wang Tung was surprised by the call. He thought he was just a stand-in for the military. He didn't expect they would take the matter so seriously. After Major Maxwell's hologram disappeared, Wang Tung looked away and leaned back on his seat. He then closed his eyes and went into deep thought. Round Ball appeared and floated near his left side. The military wants to make a role model out of you. Everything lined up coincidentally. You made great achievements on Defense Planet number 29, right when the League of Talents was just around the corner. They know you'll stand out in the event because they understand how powerful you are. Their reputation will improve if they make you a figurehead for the military before you become really famous. Of course, this is a win-win situation. You're using the military's power, and they're using your fame. I know. Wang Ting nodded. It's nothing. I'm just thinking how I can make use of this. What do you need to do? The military has everything figured out. You just need to be the mascot. Round Ball smiled. I became a mascot. The young fellow didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little one continued, but you still need to set the League of Talents on fire, or the military's effort will go to waste. Wang Tung didn't reply. His expression remained confident. He was invincible in his cultivation level. He believed that no other celestial warrior could beat him if he used all his skills. He was certain about this. Round Ball looked at his expression and felt a little conflicted. Half a year prior, when news of the League of Talents had first rolled out, the little one felt that Wang Ting didn't have the ability to fight against real talents, even though he was strong too. After all, there were numerous geniuses in the Great Qian Empire. It was extremely difficult to stand out in a crowd. However, this thinking had changed entirely that day. Round Ball witnessed the young man's growth from his time on Earth to the Great Qian Empire, seeing how he rose from a backwards planet and entered the vast universe stage. He kept shining, still outstanding even in the scope of the Great Qian Empire, no matter how difficult it was. He met Feria, a talent from the Pan-Cosmic Alliance, yet he still defeated her. That was enough to prove that the young hero possessed the ability to compete with the other talents in the universe. Wang Tung stood up and said, "Let me take a look at the Black Leaf mercenary team." He took those people along when he left Planet Light Velvet. Well, he couldn't let them stay there, could he? Rin Gulin's brother had placed a tracking device on her ship. He would definitely act and look for her if the craft stopped moving for long. Planet Light Velvet was already registered under his and Feria's name, so he wasn't afraid of the mercenaries taking action. If they weren't stupid, they wouldn't touch the place. However, tensions could arise if he left Rin Gulin on the planet. The Light Velvet people were still too weak to confront the Black Leaf mercenary team. That was why the young hero took the hostages away. The tracking beacon would follow his movement. Once the mercenary head noticed a change in location, they wouldn't go to the remote planet, especially after knowing that its owner wasn't someone that could be provoked. Still, the Black Leaf mercenary team gave Wang Tung a headache. There were conflicts between them. Rin Gulin and the others got caught the moment they landed on Planet Light Velvet. Until then, they had behaved properly. This had left our hero in a tough spot. Soon, he reached the containment area where he locked them up. Chao Hong, too, was watching over the room. He had been recuperating inside the flaming river after Wang Tung planted the spiritual mark on him. There wasn't anything for him to do. The young man asked him to guard the prisoners. Chao Hongtu stood up when he saw Wang Tung arrive. "Master, good." Wang Tung was satisfied with the fellow's attitude, acting more obedient than Chao Jiao. Chao Jiao wouldn't dare say a thing because of his oppressive aura, but her stubbornness and unwillingness to relent had never changed. The metal door opened. Wang Ting entered the cell. Rin Gulin looked at Wang Tung with fear in her eyes. She already knew that he wasn't an ordinary warrior. This spacecraft they were in was at least of heaven-level rank. Forgive them for their shallow knowledge. They couldn't possibly tell it was actually a universe-level spacecraft. If not, their shock would have been greater. However, she also realized that the person appointed to guard them was a Heaven Stage warrior. Come on, using a Heaven Stage warrior as a doorman? Who is this guy? Ringulan was appalled. She felt the person was either the descendant of an eternal stage martial warrior or someone in the direct line of descent of a powerful faction. Either way, they couldn't offend him. She kept an obedient stance. There was no other choice. She might be arrogant and tyrannical, but she didn't want to die so early. How have you been? Wang Tung sized them up with a smile. The woman was speechless. Both times, this guy asks a random question whenever he shows up. It was like two friends running into each other on the street and asking, "Have you eaten already?" or "Did you sleep well last night?" Being a prisoner, how was she supposed to reply? How? Would she say that she ate and slept well? She definitely wouldn't. You're putting me in a tough spot. Young master, thank you for your concern. This is a heaven-level spacecraft. It's much more comfortable than our ship, said Varian, having a go at bootlicking their captor. He was relieved when he learned that Wang Tung wouldn't kill him, so he did his best to draw a line between him and Ringulan. Look, he was basically bad-mouthing his former leader to curry Wang Tung's favor. His intention had already been exposed. There was no way he could keep masking his intentions in front of Ringulan. Hence, he was decisive, cutting ties with her. Ringulan's eyes were burning in anger. Her former subordinate was disgusting. The fellow was timid and obedient in the past. He was completely different now. However, she didn't dare say anything in front of Wang Tung. Young master, the young hero gave Varian a mysterious smile. This fellow was already treating him as his master before even being recognized as a slave. How thick-skinned. You'll be my young master from now on. He'll be at your service without a single complaint. The sketchy fellow smiled. Ringulan couldn't help but warn, you should be careful with this vile character. Who knows? You might be betrayed like me. Well, you make sense. Wang Tung touched his chin and nodded. He seemed to be contemplating the situation. Varian's face turned green. This stupid *****TCH spoiled my plan. He glared at her and said in a hurry, Young master, don't listen to her. A genius like you can easily kill me if I show any signs of disloyalty. Besides, I would never dare. You're right. It's easy for me to kill you. Wang Tung nodded. Varian didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief, but then heard Wang Tung continue. However, I don't like accidents. Varian's heart skipped a beat, and his face paled. Am I going to get killed? So, he'll be putting a seal on you, said the young master to finish the sentence. Seal? Please do it. I won't resist. You can put as many seals as you want. Varian didn't know what the seal was, but he readily agreed, because he was eager to prove his loyalty. I'm happy that you agree. Wang Tung smiled. His spiritual power flowed outward, forming a golden mark in the air. Go! After the shout, the golden mark merged into Varian's forehead and entered his consciousness. It was then etched in his spirit. There was a burning pain in his spirit before the fellow could react. He let out a cry of agony. Ringulan was flabbergasted. A chill went up her spine. She thought that Wang Tung would be tricked by Varian, but in the end, the real monster was the young hero. Varian was just a clown. An ordinary person wouldn't have that strange and scary skill. The pain in Varian's consciousness lasted only a split second. His face was pale. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as he stared at Wang Tung in shock. Don't worry, it's just a small spiritual mark. You said that I could put as many seals as I wanted. Are you regretting it now? Wang Tung asked calmly. No. Varian wouldn't dare disobey. He knelt down and said, I won't have any different thoughts on the matter. That's good. Wang Tung nodded. He turned to Ringulan and asked, Tell me, what should I do with you? Ringulan took a step back in fright, face turning pale. She clenched her teeth and said, I don't possess any threat to you. There are no grudges. But you might come to hate me for what I've done, Wang Tung said. I'm not afraid of your Black Leaf mercenary team, but I don't like trouble. I won't. Ringulan feared that the young man would implant a spiritual mark, so she shouted in a hurry, I won't hate you for it. I would never dare. I still want to live. Silence. There wasn't a single sound in the room. Varian stared at her in astonishment. Is this the arrogant and despotic Ringulan? How could she be such a coward? Is this a clone? Wang Tung stared at the woman in surprise. He started to self-reflect. Am I that scary? I forced a proud young lady to say her innermost feelings. Ringulan blushed. She felt embarrassed when she realized what she had said, wishing she could bury herself in a hole. Damn it, I don't have the face to see anyone now. Wang Tung waved a hand and said, All right, I'll release you, but I won't let you leave. We'll see how you act first. Ringulan heaved a sigh of relief. Varian felt disappointed. He was the only one with a spiritual mark. He felt unconvinced, but wasn't brave enough to complain. Chao Hong too. Arrange a room for each one, Wang Tung ordered. Yes. The man walked in and replied with respect. The young hero turned and left. Please follow me, Chao Hong said to Ringulan and Varian. The pair was taken aback. The Heaven Stage warrior's attitude towards their captor was interesting. He treated the latter like a speaking to one's master. Varian blinked and asked carefully, Senior, what identity does our young master have? Don't ask what you shouldn't, Chao Hong replied coldly. Yes, it's my fault. The man with glasses jumped in fright, legs weakening once he felt the pressure coming from Chao Hong's body. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Since you've been marked, your life is in Master's hands. Don't nurture any other thoughts. Chao Hong walked to a room and opened the door. This is your room. Stay inside. Varian nodded and replied quickly, Yes. The Heaven Stage warrior took the young lady to a different room. Ringulan hesitated but still asked in the end, Senior, do you know where we're going? Chao Hong glanced at her and replied, Battle Planet, the League of Talents. Ringulan was stunned. Then it dawned on her. Is he going to participate? This is your room. Chao Hong turned and simply left. Ringulan sighed and walked into the room. She stayed inside obediently. Chapter 1436 Live Broadcast. Everyone is watching. Battle Planet. Numerous talents from the whole universe were gathered on the planet as the League of Talents drew near. Part of them were groomed by powerful factions. They were waiting to make a name for themselves in all of the cosmos. Some came from far, far away planets, bearing the hope of their races and wishing to reach fame in that competition. Others were exceptionally talented, taken in by powerful martial warriors as disciples. All of them hoped for people to remember their names. There were also the lucky ones who stumbled upon the opportunity. The great unknown was waiting for them. All the talents were highly confident. They arrived on the host planet with an indomitable will to press forward. Originating from all corners of the universe, the candidates radiated powerful auras, astounding the audience who traveled to witness the competition firsthand. The atmosphere was at an all-time high. As the largest enterprise of its kind, the Virtual Universe Corporation would not pass up on the chance. They would broadcast the whole event live. Anyone could have a chance to catch the live feed by entering the virtual universe. Yulon Galaxy, Yumming Planet. Back in Wang Tung's villa, the leader of martial arts, Old Han, Commander Hong, and a few others gathered to watch the light screen in front of them. They were ready for the live broadcasting of the competition. They knew about the great Qian Empire's League of Talents. News about the unprecedented and grand event had long spread far and wide, eventually reaching their ears. They understood its significance. If anyone performed well during the event, their names would be known throughout the universe. Those talents could also become future universe stage warriors or even reach the eternal stage. Their attainments would be far beyond that of the countless average warriors. What honorable achievements they would be. Just thinking about it was exciting. The leader of martial arts and the others wished they could participate. Being outstanding individuals on Earth, they were also smart and powerful. Furthermore, they were still under 100 years of age. They were extremely young when compared to other races in which a 1,000-year-old person was common. Unfortunately, they only got in touch with the universal scope in less than half a year prior. Many had reached the last part of the planetary stage, but had yet to advance to the celestial rank. they still couldn't participate in the League of Talents. But that didn't mean that the Earth had no representative. Wang Tung, they believed he had already reached the celestial stage and would participate in the event given his talent. Without a doubt, joining in the fun was one of the reasons they were watching the live feed. After all, it was an unprecedented event they could not miss. The other, and most important reason, was to watch the young hero. They wanted to see what results he would achieve in that competition. There are activities everywhere, the leader of martial arts exclaimed when he saw the image on screen. His name was Wu Xingyun. Few people knew his name. Most people only called him leader of martial arts on Earth, so he almost forgot his own name, too. However, he had to use his name to introduce himself in the universal scope. This is indeed a gathering of talents. I can feel their auras even through the screen, Old Han lamented. I wonder if little Wang can defeat them. That's right, those talents are scary. I heard that some of them are disciples of eternal stage warriors. Wang Tung's background can't compare, since he hails from Earth. Commander Hong sighed and shook his head. I wonder how he's doing, said Yu Xiuxian from the First University. Everyone went silent. All of them wondered the same thing, but no one got the answer. None of them managed to contact the boy for the past half a year. They were all confident in him at first, but their confidence subsided after seeing the celestial stage talents competing on the battle planet. Could Wang Tung beat those people? Aside from Wu Xingyun and the rest from the seniors, many from the younger generations were present. The construction of the space array meant that martial warriors on Earth would have the chance to visit planet Yumming to cultivate. Hanju, Diyu, Wan Baiqiu from the Huanghai Military Academy, Ji Xiuming, Yu Tao, and Mao Na from the First University were among the people present. Xiao Yinfan and Luo Cheng from the martial arts faculty were there too. They were at the prime age of cultivation, so they sprung to the bigger universe. They made great improvements in half a year. They also understood the immensity and vastness of the world at large. Their ability couldn't be compared to that of real talents, and their foundation was weak. However, with the same foundation and background, Wang Tung managed to stand firm in the wider stage. They were astounded and amazed. They had the same starting line, but he had already gone much farther ahead. Somewhere in the universe, a small group of mercenaries was sitting in a cosmos-level spacecraft and roaming space. There were 3 celestial warriors and more than 10 planetary warriors in the team. It was a mixed group of young men and women. They looked slightly miserable. Their battle armors were blood-stained, and many of them were injured. They seemed to have gone through an intense battle. The team had just completed a mission on a remote planet and were recuperating at the moment. Quick, open the virtual network. The battle planet's live broadcast is already on, shouted one of the planetary warriors excitedly. All right, the League of Talents is starting. Everyone got excited. That was an event they aspired to participate in. They immediately opened the live broadcast. So powerful. Are they the talented participants? Scary. Their auras don't feel like what celestial warriors would have. Everyone commented left and right when they saw the people on screen. They stared at them with admiring eyes. If I ever have a chance to participate, it'll have bragging rights for life. Even if I don't rank at all, said a celestial warrior while shaking his head. A planetary stage martial warrior asked curiously, Brother Xue Fei, you're a celestial warrior. Why didn't you participate? Anyone who asked such a thing had to be a newbie. However, most of the planetary warriors were clueless, so they looked at the celestial warriors with equal curiosity. I'm only at the 5th level of the celestial stage. I can't defeat people of higher rank, so why participate? Xue Fei gave a forced smile as he continued. The participation criteria is indeed the celestial stage, but all the people who do enter will be at the peak of the 9th level. It's an unspoken rule of sorts, all to prevent others from joining just to make the numbers. Really? What if a 5th level celestial warrior is extremely powerful? Someone asked. There might be such talents. Xue Fei glanced at the person and continued, but they will be targeted. Let me ask you, if a 5th level guy showed up among a group of 9th level peers, what do you think would happen? They will definitely deal with the 5th level guy first. The person was enlightened. His face turned a little pale as he added, they would target the weaker first. That's right. All the ninth level participants will think this way. You need to have the skills, or you would only be looking for death, Shuefei said. Oomph. Give me a few years, and it'll reach the ninth level, said one of the celestial warriors, followed by a snort. That's right. Brother Isa, you're powerful. You even broke through to the sixth level during our mission. You'll definitely get there in a few more years, said a planetary warrior. Isa was a tall, brown-haired youth with an exceptional aura. He felt proud after hearing everyone's compliments. Then, his gaze landed on a planetary stage lady. The latter was wearing a silver-white battle armor that accentuated an elegant and slender figure. Her black hair was tied up in a ponytail, making her look clean and sharp. She could be considered attractive. However, her expression was cold and distant. There were runes carved on her battle armor. It was of planetary grade, but the quality was top-notch. The lady stood out among the group of young warriors. Good-looking and rich. All the men in the team liked her. Isa was also one of the admirers. None of the other guys would dare make a move while he was keeping a close eye. No one could beat him there. Unfortunately, the aloof lady kept her distance from the whole group. They were just friends, and no one could get any closer to her. She was indifferent to all. Isa had yet to gain her favor, too. Not once had she smiled at him. The lady was focused on the competition's live feed at the moment, different emotions showing in her eyes. She never looked at Isa. The latter frowned. He had never seen that expression on her face before. Isa, you have a chance. Unfortunately, we're just normal martial warriors without a background to speak of. The gap is huge, Shuefei lamented. Isa's arrogance faded when he was reminded of this. He furrowed his brow, and a strong sense of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Why? Why do I have to struggle so hard at the grassroots when the talents have all the resources and powerful backgrounds? No matter how hard he worked, the distance between him and the great talents was still there, far apart. He couldn't catch up. He couldn't accept this. Isa's gaze landed on the lady again. That was his only chance. Chapter 1437, A Chance Encounter. A Gathering of Geniuses. 1. An ordinary Cosmos-rank spacecraft was speeding through the dark universe. That was Wang Tung's spacecraft. They were close to the battle planet, so they switched the flaming river to ride a normal ship. 1 more hour till we reach our destination, Roundball said to the young man. Okay. Wang Tung nodded, resting with closed eyes at the moment. Huh. There's a spacecraft from the Great Qian Empire up front, the little helper said. Spacecrafts would usually require registration to operate. Their information would be relayed when 2 ships met. This was done to prevent unnecessary conflict. The universe was dangerous. Misunderstandings leading to a battle could happen at times. Wang Tung didn't bother with such matters, knowing that Roundball would take care of it. The latter didn't care about the other spacecraft, either. They were near the battle planet. It was normal to run into other ships from the Great Qian planet. After all, many people would definitely make the trip to attend the competition. They had already met a few other ships along the way. However, just when the little helper was about to swipe away the notification, the other ship sent them a call request. Wang Tung, they're trying to call in. Do you want to pick it up? Roundball was curious about who the other party was. Wang Tung frowned, gradually opening his eyes. Answer it. All right. The other nodded and answered the call. A hologram appeared. It was a young lady covered with a veil. Baron Wang Tung, I was right. The lady smiled when she saw the young man. Wang Tung was stunned for a moment upon seeing the slightly familiar figure. It took him a while to remember who she was. Situ Wainer. That young lady was Duke Sidus' daughter, Situ Wainer. How did you know it was me? The young hero asked curiously. You bought the ship through the military's special channel and registered it on Defense Planet number 29. I guessed it was you. Situ Wainer sounded proud of herself, even though her voice remained cold. Wang Tung was enlightened. He had indeed bought a few ships from the military to save money in the past. The lady was smart. She managed to guess his identity through those clues. Of course, she was lucky too. Are you heading to the battle planet? Wang Tung asked. Yes. She nodded while sizing him up. It was their first time meeting ever since they parted. However, she had heard many stories of his exploits, especially his merits on the defense planet, and the fact that he actually received the planet itself. There was a huge commotion among the higher authorities in the empire when they heard about this. Wang Tung held a banquet and invited the nobles when he became a baron. However, it was disrupted by the Parkers. Many people treated him as a joke back then, feeling that the new baron had no future since he had provoked that powerful family. However, half a year later, the same baron became even more famous and received the National Military Medal. The award represented the highest glory in the military. Receiving the medal meant that the military would become his backing. No matter how powerful the Parkers were, they couldn't interfere in military affairs. Many people were astounded. They thought that Wang Tung would become an outcast after he left, but he opened a new path and a brighter future for himself. That was the main reason why the veiled lady took the initiative to contact him in the likelihood that the ship was really his. Based on her personality, she wouldn't take the initiative to contact anyone, even if she knew them. You're going to watch? Or participate? Wang Tung asked curiously. Participate, Sidu Weiner replied. Wang Tung was surprised. He didn't expect the Duke's daughter to enter the competition. However, she was probably strong, being the daughter of a universe stage warrior. The League of Talents is a grand affair. I wouldn't miss the chance if I can take part in it, Sidu Weiner added. The young man nodded. Many people probably thought along those lines. He wondered how strong she was. It was now his turn to size her up. However, she was just a hologram. He couldn't see what stage she was in. He could use his real eye to see through the void and the spacecraft itself, but there was no need for it. She wasn't an enemy. Besides, there was no point. They were all at the celestial stage, and he couldn't see her real battle power. That is, unless she had multiple elements like him. He could see that, but everyone's battle techniques and secret skills were different, making it hard to predict a warrior's strength just based on force. He would delve further into the matter if he met her during the competition. You came to participate too, right? Sidu Weiner asked. Yes, Wang Tung replied. Why don't we go together? Sidu Weiner asked. Sure. Wang Tung didn't reject her. Having a companion was better than traveling alone. Only 1 hour of travel remained, so he didn't want to cultivate. So, he started chatting with the lady. Being a duke's daughter, Sidu Weiner had a vast knowledge, and the topics they touched upon were varied. Wang Tung was lucky he had Roundball, or he would have been hard-pressed to catch up. Chapter 1438, A Chance Encounter. A Genius Gathering. 2. The Devouring Nihility Beast memory was also helpful, as it was full of secret and mysterious information, so he took out a few tidbits of information to stun Sidu Weiner. All right, why didn't Duke Sidu come with you? Wang Tung suddenly remembered. My father made the trip 2 days ago. I was out cultivating, so we didn't travel together, the lady said. I see. Time passed quickly as they chatted. Their ships got closer and closer to the battle planet. A vast and black planet floated silently in the void. It was 1,000 times bigger than the Earth. It was hard to imagine that such a gigantic giant planet was a planet with countless living creatures. However, due to its special environment, it was unsuitable for normal warriors to survive. That was the main reason it was chosen as the venue for the League of Talents. Countless battlecrafts and universe spacecrafts were densely populating the surrounding space, creating a majestic scene. They belonged to all the people from the Great Qian Empire who went to watch the competition. A myriad of powerful universe fleets were docked in a circle just outside the planet. The special symbols of the military were etched on those battleships. Sharp, stern, it was obviously part of the Great Qian Empire's military fleet. They were there to maintain order during the League of Talents and protect the talented martial warriors. Being the most powerful and just faction in the Empire, the matter would land in their hands. There are many talents from all the planetary sectors of the Empire. I saw many people walking into the participants' waiting area. There seems to be more than in previous years. Yeah, I just got here, and I've already seen a few hundred talents enter. They're not mere talents. Some are top performers of their planetary sectors. The League of Talents had yet to start, but the discussions were already heating up. The live broadcasting cameras were fixed on all the different talents, presenting each of their origins to the audience. That looks like Farina's from Planet Nars. Someone saw him kill a powerful mid-tier star beast of the Imperial level. Oh my God! A celestial warrior killing a star beast of that level? That's equivalent to the cosmos stage. Come on, it's normal for a real talent to kill beings of a higher stage. Farina's? Feng Yushan, the talent from our phone-in planet, fought with 2 cosmos warriors on his own. He's much stronger. What? A celestial warrior fought with 2 cosmos fighters? Are you kidding? Kidding? Ask anyone. Who doesn't know about our Feng Yushan's achievements? How could I joke about this? Scary. That's what a real talent is. I must be a fake celestial warrior. There was a special platform in the virtual universe where the audience could talk with one another. They started arguing even before the competition started, especially triggered upon the arrival of the talents. The talents immediately became the center of attention. All of them possessed the ability to defeat enemies of a higher stage. In the eyes of a normal warrior, defeating foes of 1 or 2 levels above them was good enough. Fighting with beings a whole stage higher was unimaginable. Still, it seemed commonplace when it came to those talented warriors. All of them possessed the strength to deal with greater enemies. The formidable martial warriors were the sole onlookers who appeared indifferent upon seeing the young talents arrive. Only those who could beat contenders of stage higher had a chance to stand out from the crowd. Anything else would be useless. Suddenly, a commotion started among the audience on the battle planet. Approximately 100,000 miles away in outer space, ripples started to form in the void, similar to a pebble being thrown into the water. Then, a giant universe spacecraft emerged, which sped towards the famous planet. More than 10 Cosmos-ranked ships followed closely behind, acting like bodyguards. A universe-level spacecraft. That's one of the 8 great dukes from the big families. He's part of the Parkers. Look at the fire dragon emblem on their ships. That's their family coat of arms. Gasp, one of the 8 dukes. They're finally here. I wonder who the Parkers family will send this time. There hasn't been any news from them for the past few years. They might be grooming talents in secret. The atmosphere heated up with the arrival of the prestigious family. It was one of the mysterious, high and mighty 8 dukes from the big families. Normal martial warriors would never have the chance to meet them. They were only known from legends told about them. The audience was extremely excited to see them in person. A bald and muscular elder with a fire symbol on his forehead stood in front of the big ship's commanding station. 2 heaven stage warriors from the Parkers, Volteru and Sinclamen, were standing behind him. Further behind was Andres and a few unfamiliar faces. All of them were giving off a powerful aura. All of them were at the celestial stage, and yet Andres was wary of remaining too close to them. He kept a polite distance. "Strakey, Landon," said the bald elder. "Ancestor." The unfamiliar youths greeted the elder with respect. "The battle planet is just ahead. Our family spent a lot of resources to groom you. I hope you won't disappoint me, or the family," the bald elder said. "Yes," everyone shouted with stern expressions. "Good," the bald elder nodded. He continued, "We are the Parkers family. The glory of our family is in your hands. Our family has always managed to have our descendants accepted by the 7 stellar academies in the past. We sent one in the previous League of Talents. This time, we have brought many good seedlings. The whole family is astounded by the result. I hope that more of you can make it to those great institutions. We will definitely do our best," the young warriors shouted, fighting spirits in an all-time high. The bald elder looked at the youths with satisfaction. He laughed happily. Chapter 1439, Crown Prince. Golden Wing Crimson Celestial Tiger. The Parker ships were stopped by the military's fleet. Non-participants weren't allowed to enter the battle planet. The cabin door of the main ship opened and figures radiating exceptional auras flew out and floated in space. They were like the cubs of a universe behemoth, ferocious and terrifying. "Go," said a voice coming from the spacecraft. The youths bowed respectfully and bolted towards the participants' resting area. Are they the talents from the Parkers family? They look powerful. There's so many of them. As expected of a duke's family. Their foundation is strong. Everyone was discussing on the live chat platform in a virtual universe. They were dumbstruck. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void again, and more ships emerged. A dark blue universe-ranked ship was in the lead, wrapped by a majestic aura. The Tornado Griffin. The Tornado Griffin. This ship represents the Rodriguez family. Another Duke of the Big Families. Exclamations could be heard again from the surrounding ships. The appearance of that fleet ignited the emotions of the crowd again. The dark blue spacecraft gradually slowed down, stopping in front of the military fleet. Powerful figures appeared, just like before. The Rodriguez family seems to have brought fewer talents than the Parkers. It's not surprising. The noble Rodriguez and the Jeans warred not long ago. The battle was so intense and tragic that both sides suffered great losses. In the end, both dukedoms fell to the bottom of the big family's pecking order. They were even on the edge of losing their positions and status altogether. It took several years for them to recover. They didn't participate in the previous League of Talents. Such a thing happened. Young man, you should do some research if you don't know. Senior, please mind your own business. Go away. Speaking of which, was the war between nobles terrifying? Two families almost lost their duke titles. It wasn't just terrifying. It was to the point where ordinary people can't even fathom. They must be prepared since they made an appearance. Maybe there will be one or two outstanding talents. The old incident was brought up on the live chat platform of the virtual universe. Many young warriors were shocked by the information, but they couldn't help but be attracted by it. Another family arrived before the Rodriguez talents entered the waiting area. The spacecraft flew out from the dark space, stopping near the Rodriguez family spacecraft. The Jean family. Speak of the devil. They really showed up the moment they were mentioned. This is going to be interesting. Those two families hate each other's guts. Who knows, they might just fight it out right there. Oomph. A cold snort was heard on the ship carrying the Rodriguez family. Then, a formidable figure appeared in the sky. His long blue hair was loosely draped over his similarly blue robe. He turned out to be a handsome fellow. His figure was like a sesame seed in the vast backdrop of space. Those with bad eyesight would hardly see him. Still, no one could ignore his appearance. A majestic aura was produced by his body, which condensed into a terrifying behemoth. Tornado Griffin, the Rodriguez family's figurehead. Roar! The frightening Tornado Griffin roared, making a deafening sound that made space itself quake. A universe stage warrior. This caused an uproar, as all the people attending were dumbstruck by the blue-haired man. A faint laugh could be heard from the Jean family spacecraft. Hey, old friend, it's been several thousand years, and you still have such a violent temper. Suddenly, another figure appeared nearby. It was an old man dressed in a golden robe. He floated facing the universe warrior from the Rodriguez family. Jean Xiangming, you still have the guts to appear in front of me, the blue-haired expert bellowed. Why wouldn't I? I'm not afraid of you. Jean Xiangming smiled lightly. It's been several thousand years, and you still have that treacherous look. I just can't stand it. I wonder if your strength has grown as much as your mouth over the years, said the Rodriguez expert, while squinting a bit. You'll know if you give it a try, the old man said with a cold glint in his eyes. Come then. You're a coward if you don't, said the blue-haired expert in a cold voice. Just then, a calm voice floated over from the military fleet. It wasn't loud. It could be clearly heard by them. If you want to fight, go somewhere 100 million miles away. This is the battle planet, not a place for you to mess around. Jean Xiangming and the Rodriguez expert changed their expressions a bit. Another person loudly said from afar, Haha, you old men still want to fight. The League of Talents is here. Let the youngsters battle it out. There was a ripple in space. The fluctuations spread widely around the surroundings. At a glance, dozens of ships rushed out of the dark universe and reached the starry region. The ships didn't belong to a single family. If one were to distinguish carefully, 5 families had arrived together. The Cavendish family, the G family, the Jiang family, the Perez family, the Xiaohou family. 5 great families. It was then that all the dukedom families were finally together. Jean Xiangming and a universe warrior from the Rodriguez family turned and looked at the 5 families. Their eyes flickered slightly as they retreated to their ships. The young talents of the two quarreling families exchanged glances, eyes lighting up. They flew towards the waiting area. No conflict arose when the 5 dukedom families arrived. Powerful figures appeared from their ships one after the other and flew over to the waiting area. Sigh. The atmosphere relaxed a little. The onlookers finally recovered from the tense atmosphere caused by the Duke's arrival, and fervent discussions ensued. 7 Duke families. Oh my God, it's too scary. The universe warriors from their families made the trip over. This kind of atmosphere is simply suffocating. The Jeans and the Rodriguez almost started to fight. Fortunately, they were stopped in time. By the way, that fellow from the military was probably a powerful warrior. To actually overpower the auras of the 2 experts with his voice alone. An eternal stage warrior. He's definitely at the eternal stage. It would have been impossible otherwise. That's right. It's definitely an eternal stage warrior. There must be eternal stage warriors commanding the military. The discussions gradually subsided after a long time passed. There were still some people talking about the 8 dukes. The focus of the discussion eventually shifted from the older generation to the younger generation of martial warriors. The League of Talents was the topic of the day. The older experts would not participate. The young ones would battle it out. The fights were going to be intense. It was better to focus on the young talents. More participants arrived from all directions as time passed. However, their arrival was greatly dampened by the entrance of the great families. Their backgrounds weren't much to speak of in comparison. Even so, there could be amazing talents among those people. Albeit unknown at the moment, they could make a big splash after the League of Talents. There has never been a shortage of surprises in previous competitions. Look, it's the symbol of the Kunwa beast. The Imperial family has arrived. What? The Imperial family? Where? Oh God, universe-level ships, and not just one of them. 1, 2, 3. Is the prince going to make an appearance? The high-grade vessels stopped, and prestigious figures appeared in space. They were different, with variegated auras, yet all of them were clad in purple-gold robes. All of them had an extraordinary demeanor. Even if they were to be compared with the young talents of the 8 dukedoms, they would emerge as superior. It was a kind of inherent gravitas, as if the word nobility had been engraved in their blood. The young princes exchanged glances. None of them seemed to be as amicable. On the contrary, there was a sense of rivalry. Roar. This time, a roar resounded throughout space. Their eyes flashed as they looked into the distance, only to notice a golden light overflowing in the area. Space was ruptured, and a huge figure squeezed out of the dimensional rift. There was dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the behemoth. Their jaws dropped. Even the princes were having trouble snapping out of their shock. The members of the 8 dukedoms had a quick change in their expressions, showing horror as they stared at the behemoth. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, That's a universe behemoth. Oh my God. Everyone was shocked. A universe behemoth. It's a universe behemoth. Why would a creature like that come here? I saw the records. This one seems to be the legendary golden wing crimson celestial tiger. That's a behemoth of the metal element. It's extremely powerful, and it's also rumored that it can naturally reach that cultivation stage when it grows up. Look, there's someone on top of the creature. Yes, it really is a person. Who is it? To actually come here, riding a universe behemoth. The princes present instantly recognized the person riding the massive monster. Crown Prince. The person riding the golden winged crimson celestial tiger was the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince, the one who could be the bearer of such a title, was the most outstanding prince of the imperial family, also considered as the heir apparent of the empire. The Crown Prince had shown unparalleled talent at a young age, proving to be a true prodigy. He was like the sun shining on the empire and was adored by many ancestors of the imperial family. None of them would hesitate to crawl out of their coffins to guide him. The illustrious prince traveled around, sweeping through space. There were rumors that he had left the great Qian Empire to battle other talents. He had already gone on an excursion outside the empire while many talents were still fighting their way into the empire. Who could compare to such a talent? Furthermore, the crown prince was riding a terrifying universe behemoth. Such presence, such demeanor, it was unimaginable. Chapter 1440, Someone's Here to Fetch Me. The gigantic universe behemoth galloped in space and stepped out of the dimensional rift. Its wings hung down over the sky, shimmering in gold. However, the creature's fur was pitch black, with crimson patterns all around. It had muscular limbs and a long, thick tail. The savage-looking fangs protruded from a large mouth. Sharp and bright gaze. It was a majestic beast with an unbeatable aura. Many people were shocked by the beast's momentum, making them tremble. That was their first time seeing a real universe behemoth. Everyone was flabbergasted, stunned by the crown prince who chose to appear on top of the golden-winged crimson celestial tiger. Even the 8 dukedom families and the other princes were taken aback. They were all at a loss. Roar. The great tiger opened its enormous mouth and roared in space. Then, under everyone's gazes, it quickly shrunk to the size of a normal star beast. The process took place in the blink of an eye. The crown prince remained stable on the back of the powerful creature. The high-ranking tiger strode forth, then turned into a ray of golden light, traveling thousands of miles in a split second. Everyone was finally able to see the crown prince's face. Black hair was fluttering behind his back. His face was extremely handsome, as if specially carved by heaven and earth. A certain glow around his face made his appearance a little blurry, heightening his exceptional and unparalleled aura, making him seem like an immortal. No wonder the ancestors from the imperial family said that the crown prince had the aura of a god. Such looks and talent would certainly make people think he was a real god. They were just rumors in the past, but all became true with his arrival. Not everyone could tame a universe behemoth. "Crown Prince!" someone shouted. "Crown Prince! Crown Prince!" Shouts echoed in the region for a long time. Everyone was cheering for the prince. The latter remained unmoved, as if no one were shouting his name. He arrived in front of the military fleet on top of his great mount. "Crown Prince!" The princes wore different expressions when they saw him up close, but they still bowed and greeted him properly. By right, they were all from the imperial family, but instead of being addressed as relatives, they addressed the young man as Crown Prince. The respect in their words was apparent. The Crown Prince nodded and ordered his tiger to continue on their way. The military fleet cleared a path for the latter, as if welcoming him. Not even the 8 great families would receive that special treatment. It was enough to prove the Crown Prince's high status. The other princes followed closely after he entered the participants' waiting area. The crowd then was finally able to regain their composure, and discussions erupted. The Crown Prince. That's the legendary Crown Prince. I've long heard of him. To think I'd be so lucky to see him in person today. It was worth coming to the League of Talents. The Crown Prince's aura is more powerful when compared to the talents from the 8 big families. I couldn't look at him straight. It's not just the 8 dukes. Didn't you see the other princes' expressions? None of them can compare. Those princes have exceptional auras, but the Crown Prince beats them all. No wonder the ancestors said he's like an immortal. Looks like the first place of this competition is basically his. Highly possible. The Crown Prince was able to tame the golden-winged crimson celestial tiger. He must be extremely powerful. Who can compete with him? I haven't seen a martial warrior who can be his match. Different factions were furiously discussing on the live chat platform in the virtual universe, all the conversation veering toward the peerless Crown Prince. Even the other princes were cast aside. No one mentioned them anymore. On planet Yumming, Wu Xingyun and the others were astounded by what they saw on a live broadcast. The Crown Prince is amazing. Wu Xingyun commented, "There are lots of talents in the universe. I never imagined such a person existed." Old Han shook his head. Taking the Crown Prince aside, the other talents from the 8 dukedoms and the princes are exceptional martial warriors. Ordinary fighters can't compare. One of the people present sighed. This League of Talents will be a fierce one. I thought that Wang Tong could shine even among all those participants. But I never expected them to be as powerful, old Han said. I wonder how far up he can rise, Wu Xingyun said worriedly. Wu Xingyun and the others were greatly shocked. You could imagine the younger one's reactions. They had never seen such talents before. At first they felt that they themselves were strong enough, only lagging behind due to a weaker foundation. However, they realized how naive they were to think that once they saw the Crown Prince and the swath of experts from the Empire and the 8-bit families. Even if those talents of the universe had similar backgrounds, they too were outstanding too. However, that didn't mean that the youths on the Earth were weak. They could eventually become as powerful as the princes if they matured fully. However, that was yet to be seen. Back on the Celestial-ranked mercenary ship, both the Celestial and the planetary warriors were holding their breaths when they saw the Crown Prince appear. All of them were filled with admiration. It was the mercenary team from the Universe Mercenaries Alliance, the Battle Hearth Mercenaries. Their ranking was somewhere behind the Black Leaf Mercenaries. The latter team was within the top 300, while the former were only within the top 800. The difference was drastic. In fact, only a small detachment of the Battle Hearth Mercenary team was making the trip, which made them unnoticeable. The Crown Prince. I wish I could see him in person, someone said with longing. Don't even think about it. Penniless people with no background like us can't even enter the audience area. Xue Fei shook his head. Why not do a few more missions and raise your own abilities instead of thinking about these useless things, said a third Celestial Stage warrior. The latter had a hideous blade scar on his face. He loved reprimanding people. All the newbies feared him. Ha, Dewey, you're always like this. Come on, everyone is watching the League of Talents. Let them talk freely. Xue Fei laughed. Dewey shrugged. He knew it was unrealistic to ask them to focus on their mission at the moment, so he dropped the subject. Anyway, that universe behemoth is amazing. As expected of the Crown Prince, he can even tame a creature of that level, said a planetary warrior with sparkling eyes. I think that beast is called Golden Wing Crimson Celestial Tiger. Gee, even the name sounds ferocious. A universe behemoth? That's my first time seeing one, someone commented. You're not the only one. It's a first for me too, Xue Fei said. Chuan. Isa didn't take part in the discussion. His gaze landed on the beautiful lady wearing the white battle armor. A hint of confusion flashed past his eyes as he asked, What are you looking at? Lin Chuan didn't meet his eyes. She kept staring at the screen, afraid of missing a single second. Isa's expression froze. Xue Fei and Du Hua exchanged glances laced with disdain. Ha ha, Chuan, I didn't know you liked the League of Talents this much. Isa squeezed out a smile and laughed it out awkwardly. The young lady remained the same, raptly observing the screen. Isa. Not long after the Crown Prince arrived, two inconspicuous universe-ranked ships reached the area outside the battle planet. The vessels weren't as eye-catching as the ships used by the big families and the princes. Sita Wainer and Wang Tung stopped chatting. The two ships decelerated, left the dark universe, and reappeared in space. We have reached the battle planet, Round Ball said excitedly with shimmering eyes. So this is the place? Wang Tung stared at the giant planet floating before him. It was a startling sight. What do you think? The little one asked. What a huge ball, the other exclaimed. Round Ball choked. It then explained, such large planets with life are rare in the universe. Wang Tung nodded. He sized up their destination and suddenly noticed something. Right above the planet's orbit, there were 3 land masses that looked like ring belts. What are those? Wang Tung asked. That's the battle planet's ring land. There are 3 rings. Rings 1, 2, and 3, the helper explained. 3 rings? Wang Tung's expression turned strange. He thought of something and asked, the rings weren't formed naturally, right? Wow, you can tell. Round Ball was surprised. After nodding, it said, you're right. They were created by formidable warriors using their supreme force. Wang Tung was gobsmacked. How powerful was their power to be able to make those large pieces of land? Furthermore, they circled the planet. What mighty existences! The young hero wanted to speak, but was quickly interrupted. Wang Tung, I'm going to see my father now, said Situ Wainer to bid farewell. Then, she remembered something and asked, care to join me? We can go into the participants' waiting area together. Wang Ting took a second to understand her intention. Situ Wainer probably remembered his awkward situation. He had received a colonel rank in the military and was a recipient of the National Military Medal, but he was still just a baron. He had no fanfare to welcome him. More so, he had a grudge with the Parkers. People would look down on him if he made a shoddy appearance. Situ Wainer wanted to help him. Thank you. Wang Tung smiled and continued calmly. It's all right. Someone will be fetching me. Chapter 1441, It's really him. Someone's fetching you. Situ Wainer was startled. However, she quickly remembered that the Cavendish and the JS had stood up for Wang Tung on his birthday, unafraid of offending the Parkers. This implied that the young hero had a good relationship with both dukedoms. Furthermore, Wang Tung had another identity. He was a triple-field grandmaster. The secondary career alliance wouldn't ignore him. Looks like I was overthinking. Situ Wainer smiled. We'll make a move first. Go ahead. Wang Tung nodded. They hung up. Let's get on our way too, he said around ball. Okay, the other replied and steered the ship towards the military fleet. Situ Wainer's spacecraft went in a different direction. There was a universe-level spacecraft parked there. That ship was gigantic. The young lattice vessel docked in one of its rear ports. Many people were surprised by the scene. The ordinary-looking Cosmos ship actually had a powerful background. Someone recognized it and exclaimed, "Looks like it's Duke Sidus universe-level spacecraft." Situ Wainer went to find the Duke as soon as she entered the bigger ship. You managed to arrive just in time. Situ then heaved a sigh of relief. Father, guess who I met along the way? The girl asked in a secretive manner. Oh, you met a friend? This friend must be special then. Situ Nan was surprised. He pondered for some time and asked, Is it a talent you need to befriend? Wang Tung, she said to break the suspense. I met Wang Tung along the way. Him. Situ Nan was astounded. As expected, he showed up. He was in the ship next to yours? Yes. Situ Wainer nodded. I guess it's fate. Situ Nan smiled and asked, Why didn't you invite him over? I did, but he said that someone would go and fetch him, she replied. Someone is? Well, he does have a wide network of friends. The Duke nodded, then looked at Wang Tung's spacecraft. Suddenly, he gasped. Situ Wainer noticed his reaction and looked over out of reflex through the panoramic simulation. Wang Tung headed straight to the military fleet and stopped right before them. Just then, multiple figures from the armed forces flew out and stood on top of their battleships. All of them were experts of the military. Several martial warriors emerged from every battlecraft, filling up the surrounding space. Silence. The region outside the battle planet was dead silent. All the noise disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Situ Wainer's jaws dropped under the veil. Situnin squinted ever so slightly. Were those the people who would fetch the boy? The same absurd thought appeared in both the Duke and his daughter as they exchanged looks. What happened? Why did these experts from the military fly out? The audience were taken aback and puzzled. Such a sight had never been witnessed ever since the military fleet arrived on the battle planet. The military experts never left their ships to appear in public. Even when the Crown Prince appeared, they only moved their battlecrafts to clear a path for the noble. This time they got out. They're acting in such a way to greet an ordinary Cosmos-level spacecraft. The incredible thought appeared in many people's minds. What is happening? The military experts are out. Is someone important making an appearance? I don't think so. Would important figures use a Cosmos-level ship? Who's the person in that Cosmos spacecraft? Many question marks appeared on the live chat platforms. Everyone was making guesses about the newcomer's identity to make countless officers welcome him. The bald elder from the Parkers saw this and frowned. What's the military doing? Elder Fury is flaming. Do you think he's inside that spacecraft? Voltaire's heart pounded furiously. He had a bad feeling. Are you saying the bald elder was the furious flaming universe lord who attacked Wang Tung on his birthday banquet? He thought of the same possibility, and his expression changed. It can't be that bastard. Sinkelman didn't dare to believe it. He shook his head violently. How can it be him? Why? The bald expert and Voltaire stared intently at the cosmos-level ship without saying another word. Borla, Dichi, Olivia, and other universe warriors, as well as other members of the Cavendish family, were on board the main family ship. Many representatives of the dukedoms had made the trip to compete. Borla hesitated for a moment before asking, Dichi, do you think it's Wang Tung? Wang Tung. Well, Dichi gave the other a bitter smile. I don't believe it, but I wish it's him. Are you saying that Wang Tung is in that cosmos ship? Olivia asked curiously. It's just a guess, Borla replied. A fair and smooth hand patted Olivia's head. This lady has been talking about Wang Tung all the time since she came back. I feel like seeing him in person. The person talking was a beautiful lady, wearing a white gown that accentuated her noble aura. It was hard to tell her age. She had an elegant and cultured air. Mom, Olivia whined and pulled the beautiful lattice hand to then shake it. The elegant beauty shook her head and replied lovingly, All right, I won't tease you anymore. Borla and Dichi laughed at the sight. Borla, do you think it's Wang Tung? The universe warrior asked. Yes, I can't think of anyone else besides him, said Borla with a nod. I'm looking forward to it, the universe expert replied. Similar conversations occurred on the rest of the ships manned by people of the dukedoms. However, not everyone managed to guess who was traveling in that smaller ship. Simultaneously, in the participants' waiting area, all the talented warriors were attracted by the scene and looked over. The talents from the dukedoms and the princes stared at the region in space with bewilderment. Even the crown prince looked over curiously. Just then, the military fleet parted just like they had done for the crown prince. A long passageway was made in the midst of a densely packed fleet, leading straight to the center. There was a giant battle fortress docked in that place. The ice-cold metallic body floated in space like a metal universe behemoth. Most of the martial warriors knew that the eternal stage warriors from the military were inside the gargantuan craft. Under everyone's gazes, a youth alighted from the cosmos-level ship. It was a youth in military garb. A golden emblem shone brightly in front of his chest. However, the thing that grabbed everyone's attention was the youth's perfect features and his outstanding aura. Gasps echoed in the air. Everyone was stunned by his appearance. No one expected that youth to emerge from such an ordinary-looking cosmos ship. The contrast was stark. Another figure appeared in everyone's minds when they saw that young man. The Crown Prince. That's right, the image evoked was of the great prince who had arrived merely a few minutes before. All the audience was reminded of the Crown Prince when they saw the young hero. Yes, the same Crown Prince who was considered to be an immortal. Both had thick black hair, perfect features, and unparalleled auras. If their appearance and auras weren't different, they would have thought they were one and the same. After all, how could two exceptional people like them exist? Having one was lucky enough. The furious flaming universe lord and Voltaire's expressions turned ugly. It's him. Their last flame of hope was extinguished when they saw the young man. The military is really welcoming this brat. They couldn't understand why the armed forces would give the fellow such a grand treatment. Was it because of that national military medal? It was unbelievable to see how the young man had attained the aura of a formidable warrior in just half a year. Such auras would rarely appear on celestial warriors. However, real talents were different, just like talents groomed in secret in the princes. They were only at the celestial stage, but no one could underestimate them. Borla, Dichi, and Olivia were stunned as well. Then they smiled happily. Wang Tung. It really is him. Olivia shouted excitedly. This Wang Tung is indeed different. Olivia's mother stared at the youth hovering in space with interest. The second and third princes looked bewildered. They thought they wouldn't see that person in the event. However, the fellow tended to appear before them in strange, random ways. The crown prince looked through space and fixed his gaze on the newcomer. However, no one could gauge his emotions. On planet Yumming, Old Han and the others exchanged glances when they saw Wang Tung. They were shocked. That's Wang Tung? Wu Xingyun asked in disbelief. That's right. It's that fellow. I can recognize him, even if he turned to ashes. Commander Hong replied excitedly. What has he gone through? He changed so much in just half a year. I almost couldn't recognize him. Old Han exclaimed in disbelief. His identity seems to be extraordinary too. The military experts from the Great Qian Empire went to greet him personally. The people on Earth weren't familiar with Wang Tung's achievements because they didn't have any channels to get news about him. That is why they merely knew he was a baron in the Great Qian Empire. How could a baron receive such a special treatment? Wang Tung must have other identities, right? Many questions went through the minds of the people on Earth. There were no answers. The celestial and planetary warriors from the Battle Hearth mercenary team were just as bewildered. A youth on par with the Crown Prince had just appeared. Also, that was a grand entrance. Countless experts from the military greeted him. It was an exciting and hot-blooded scene. Lin Shuhan's gaze lit up as she kept on staring at the live broadcast. The person she was waiting for had finally made an appearance. As expected, he showed up as flamboyant and eye-catching as always. Isa was also attracted by the figure, so he didn't notice her abnormal change. Wang Ting looked at the majestic reception, finally understanding what the military had prepared for him. He felt overwhelmed by that outstanding formation. Since everything was unfolding in such a way, he would follow up with a steady step forward. He then moved towards the giant battle fortress further ahead. Someone was waiting for him there. He moved at a normal speed, but each step traversed an unimaginable distance. And yet, he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in the starry sky. Swoosh! The countless experts from the military stared at him with respect before saluting in unplanned unison. They floated there, watching him step into the giant ship. Chapter 1442, trending on number 2. Wang Tung disappeared from that space region, quick to arrive and quick to leave. Once he was gone, the military experts returned to their posts. The area returned to normal, making it seem that the recent commotion was just an illusion. Everyone felt dazed. They had yet to recover from a shock. The previous scene was unreal for them. The appearance of an extraordinary youth and the reception of countless officials had been magnificent. The young hero's arrival was just as spectacular as that of the Crown Prince. However, there was still a difference. The latter prince made an entrance riding on a universe behemoth, showcasing his power and influence. Wang Tung merely got there in a cosmos-level spacecraft, a lackluster arrangement when compared to how all the other participants arrived. Still, what followed blew everyone's minds. Serving as contrast to a mediocre start, the military welcomed him with a great display of soldiers saluting, making his arrival even more impressive. The public held the military in high regard. The soldiers would station on defense planets and fend off the dark apparitions to protect the peace and happiness of all civilians. The military had earned their respect using their blood. Hence, the military greeting made the latter's respect and influence rub off onto the young man. So, when compared to the Crown Prince, Wang Tung's appearance was more immense and majestic. The audience present, including the people on the live chat platform in the virtual universe, started to enter wild mode. Who's that? I've never seen him before. Did the military groom him in secret? Maybe. The military always sends talents to compete for a ranking in the competition. Still, compared to participants from previous years, this year's talent is exceptional. His presence is formidable. I wonder how his ability is. What did he do to deserve such a treatment? Why are all the military experts welcoming him? I hope it's not an empty show of force. Didn't you notice the gazes of those officials? What gaze? They were looking at him with respect. The kind of look only given to formidable warriors or people worth respecting. Bulls **T. I didn't see it. F **K. Rewind if you don't believe me. Oh my God. It's true. Brother, you have a good eye for this. I was so focused on looking at the guy that I didn't notice the expressions of the soldiers. It's normal if only a couple of experts make that expression, but all of them had the same look. That fellow must be special. I know who he is. What? Hey, you know who he is? Spill the beans quickly, or he'll send you some knives. Shivers. I wouldn't dare say it. Stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me, or he'll send an assassin for Planet Kawa. He's right. Say it. Wanna die? Say it. Wang Tung. It's Baron Wang Tung. F asterisk asterisk K. Who stole my line? What? A baron? Are you kidding me? F asterisk asterisk K. How dare you trick us? Find out who this person is. I want to kill him. Wait, I remember. He is indeed a baron. He received the title half a year ago. Look at this, huh? Isn't this the title conferring ceremony? Hey, it really looks like the young fellow who walked up the white jade staircase. My God, I finished it in 3 seconds, but someone is faster than me. 3 seconds? I did it in 1 second. The one from above, you're a little dirty. It is the same person. We have confirmation. Oh my God, it is a baron. When was a baron able to receive such a special treatment? Wow, I'm a baron too. Why can he stand in the limelight while I can merely flaunt my power on social media? Keyboard warrior, you're a fake baron. Infinity Empire Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Prove that you're a baron. Now, discussion shot through the roof as Wang Tung's identity was instantly dug out. However, only a few people knew he had received the National Military Medal, as well as his military exploits. The military didn't release the news. Even so, he garnered a lot of attention, surpassing geniuses from the 8 dukedoms and the princes. He was almost trending as high as the crown prince. There was a ranking for popular candidates in the League of Talents. Wang Tung jumped to 2nd place in a flash, right below the clueless. The other princes and the talents from the dukedoms were below him in results. Then, there were the talents from the various planets. That was just the start. Their rankings would surely change based on the beginning of the competition. That was the prelude. That said, the Virtual Universe Corporation was great at creating hype, just like the networks on Earth did. They would publish a popularity ranking, which not only could increase the audience's enthusiasm, but also enhance their engagement. This would give the competition more exposure and publicity. Naturally, the company would benefit from the tactic. The traffic volume alone was scary enough. Furthermore, they were broadcasting outside the Great Qian Empire too. That was within their scope of operations. A company of such scale was terrifying. No wonder the Virtual Universe Corporation remained at the top all over the universe for so many years. Aside from the audience reacting, the participants were also stunned by Wang Tung's appearance. They happily discussed among themselves. They knew about the Crown Prince, so they weren't as surprised. However arrogant, none of those talents would belittle the young noble, though. The real surprise was the arrival of another talent comparable to the Crown Prince himself. He had no fame preceding him, which made them doubtful. Some of them even wondered how they could step on that talent from the military and soar to greater heights. The talents from the Parker's family looked grim. They had long heard of Wang Tung's name and knew what he looked like. Even before they made the trip over, the furious Flaming Universe Lord reminded them to be ruthless if they ever met the young man in the competition. He ordered them to kill him, no matter what. None of the family's talents would dare underestimate him, especially after sensing his exceptional aura. A tall and skinny bald youth frowned and whispered, "Brother Strakey, how strong do you think Wang Tung is?" "I can't tell. He's good at hiding his strength, and his aura was heightened by the military when they greeted him. That only counts as external force." Strakey's expression remained cold, his gaze arrogant. The fellow seemed a bit snobbish and haughty. "We can't tell, but the military won't support a weakling like that," said the tall, skinny bald youth. He understood the military well. "Landon, are you afraid?" Strakey glanced at the other. The skinny fellow smiled but didn't reply. In a different place, the princes were also discussing the matter. They were familiar with Wang Tung and clearly knew about his background. They happily talked about him after regaining their composure. Of course, there were a few who seemed to be in a bad mood. It's okay for the Crown Prince to steal the limelight, but what's with this Wang Tung? How can a baron be compared to us? He even climbed on top of them. Some glanced at the third prince meaningfully. All the princes were mutually keeping tabs on everyone's moves. Many of them laughed at the third prince when he was humiliated by the young hero on Defense Planet number 29. He had sent his men to ask Wang Teng for a favor back then. Some had even felt that the latter was overestimating himself at the time, his future being practically destroyed after provoking a prince. Still, all the princes felt somewhat conflicted by seeing how the military held the fellow in such high regard. In all honesty, the third prince would probably be incapable of hampering the young hero anymore. Wang Teng was going to become a great power. He would reach the sky in a single leap if his ranking was good in the League of Talents and was accepted by one of the 7 stellar academies. The ancestor-level figures in the Great Qian Empire would need to add more importance to the fellow. A prince smiled and said, "Third brother, Wang Teng is quite amazing. This is the first time I've seen the military put so much effort into one talent." Little 5. The third prince glanced at his fifth peer calmly and replied, "Are you laughing at me too? What are you saying? I would never do that. I'm just speaking facts." The fifth prince smiled. "Speaking facts? I didn't know you had such a virtue," the third said. "Third brother, you don't pay much attention to me." The fifth prince kept on laughing. "I guess I should pay more attention to you then," the other said with a snort. The fifth prince squinted, as he was wary of the latter. He felt embarrassed since he recalled being the one who started the conversation. However, someone interjected before he could amend things. "Third brother, you should teach your men properly." They provoked Wang Teng because they were too haughty. The person talking was the second prince. His intent was not to lecture, but to persuade. "Old two, you don't have to worry about my man," the third prince replied indifferently. The second prince's gentle expression froze. He was gentle, but he didn't like people calling him old two. In Chinese, old two can also mean the male's reproductive organ. The third prince had purposefully done so. He wanted to humiliate the other. As expected, the rest of the princes were fighting to suppress their laughter. They wanted to laugh, but none dared to. The second prince took a deep breath and shook his head, dropping the matter altogether, since he didn't want to argue. The crown prince sat cross-legged at the side, ignoring all the conversations around him. The golden-winged crimson celestial tiger snoozed right next to him, preventing others from approaching. Chapter 1443, How many attribute bubbles will there be, having this many talents around? 1. Wang Teng ignored all the comments floating outside and entered the giant battle fortress. Someone showed up to greet him. It was Major Maxwell. "Colonel Wang Teng, it's been a long time." The official saluted the young hero respectfully. One could see there was genuine excitement to see Wang Teng in person. "Major Maxwell, nice to see you." Wang Teng saluted and said, "The welcoming party is huge. Haha, everyone is willing to do it, because it's you. Besides, it's an order given by the higher-ups." The major smiled and led the way. "Follow me." Wang Teng nodded and complied. The pair walked through the gigantic ship. Wang Teng observed the place with curious eyes, finding that the place was practically a military base on its own. Security was tight. There were soldiers in various posts. Fortunately, Maxwell was there to lead him, and no one stopped them. If not, they would have wasted a lot of time just going over identity checks. Wang Teng didn't know that most of those martial experts recognized him. They would stop and salute if they met him along the way. Even without the major's help, he would have gone smoothly through the inspections by just using his name. "We're here." The two of them finally reached the fortress control center. The major stopped in front of a large metal door. He knocked twice with light raps, and a screen appeared to authenticate their identities. Then, the door was gradually opened. "Colonel Wang Teng, please go in. General Fu Xinglan is already there waiting for you," Maxwell said. "General Fu Xinglan." Wang Teng was startled, not expecting the general to be there. He nodded at Maxwell and entered the room. The place was a massive control room with many people bustling about. A familiar figure stood in front of a light screen. That was the eternal stage martial warrior, General Fu Xinglan, the person who awarded him with a National Military Medal back on Defense Planet number 29. General Fu Xinglan. Wang Teng saluted while the latter's back was toward him. "You're here." General Fu Xinglan turned around and sized him up. He was surprised. "You've gotten stronger since I last saw you." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. As expected of an eternal stage warrior. The general was able to notice his progress with a single look. He was shocked, but his face didn't show it. He said humbly, "I was lucky. There's no luck on the martial arts path." Fu Xinglan shook his head. "Your talent is good," he praised. "You're too kind," said the young hero. "Ha ha ha. Fu Xinglan is full of praise for you." Peals of laughter were heard next to them. Wang Tung quickly turned, clearly astonished. He didn't realize who the two figures standing close to the general were. The pair of experts were perfectly merged into their surroundings, as if they didn't exist. Wang Tung wouldn't have noticed them if they hadn't spoken. Two eternal stage warriors. Wang Tung squinted. He could not believe it. Eternal stage. There were two more eternal stage experts. There were a total of 3 eternal stage experts, including Fu Xinglan. It seemed that the Empire was placing considerable emphasis on the League of Talents to send 3 experts of such caliber. That was the visible potential. Who knew if there were other formidable warriors hiding somewhere in the back? Wang Tung took a deep breath. He had a new level of understanding for warriors of eternal rank. They were terrifying existences. He would be incapable of discovering their presence if they wanted to stay concealed. He had to wait for them to appear on their own. "This is General Habakkuk," General Fu Xinglan introduced. The one presented was an elder with blonde, fluffy hair, just like a lion's mane, bearded, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a rough look. He was the general who had spoken out of nowhere. General Habakkuk. Wang Tung sized up the other in secret, suddenly recalling the golden-haired Lion King. He saluted respectfully. "All right, at ease." Senior Habakkuk waved a hand while looking at the promising junior. "Not bad. I hope you'll perform well in this League of Talents, bringing glory to the military." "I'll do my best," Wang Tung said with a stern attitude. "This is General Tang Wuwei." Fu Xinglan introduced the other eternal stage expert who had yet to speak. The latter was expressionless, also appearing to be a little cold. His gaze was indifferent and aloof. "This is a cold fellow," Wang Tung wondered as he saluted. "Yes." General Tang Wuwei nodded in return. "Wow, this is rare. You never nod when others greet you." General Habakkuk laughed. General Fu Xinglan looked at the cold peer, also surprised. Wang Tung was confused. "Am I already receiving special treatment?" A few young people standing at the side exchanged glances, clearly bewildered to see how amiably 3 eternal stage experts were talking to Wang Tung. They're the military talents who will also take part in the League of Talents. General Fu Xinglan pointed to those youngsters. "You can take this chance to get to know one another." Chapter 1444, How many attribute bubbles will there be, having this many talents around? 2. Wang Tung looked over. He had long noticed the young figures standing at the side. All the young warriors had peak celestial cultivation, and their auras were strong. They gave off a sleek and unyielding aura, setting them apart from normal celestials. He too had sensed they had been looking at him ever since he entered. They seemed curious about him. "Colonel Wang Tung, I've heard a lot about you," said a muscular young man who stepped forward and saluted. "I'm Major Song Yicheng from Defense Planet number 35. "I'm Major Hong Jingho from Defense Planet number 38, added another young warrior. "I'm Major Lu Jing from Defense Planet number 63, said a slightly dark and ordinary-looking lady in braids. The 6 participants from the military took turns to introduce themselves. The other 3 were called Ma Nan, Atli, and Fong Tianrui. They hailed from different defense planets, all of them also majors with peak celestial cultivation. Wang Tung was the only colonel among them. It wasn't strange. His rank promotions were all thanks to his great military exploits. Climbing ranks in the Empire's military was not an easy task. Those talents were all young. Having a major title was outstanding enough. Of course, there weren't the only military warriors joining the competition. They had been summoned because they were the strongest among the whole batch. General Fu Xinglan waved a hand and said, "All right, since everyone's here, you can head to the waiting area. The competition is about to start." Wang Tung felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He was the last to arrive. He kept quiet, leaving the room with the other 6 talents after saluting. The 3 generals stared at their backs as they left. General Fu Xinglan said, I hope our military can bask in the limelight this time. Song Yicheng and the rest might have a chance to get into the top 100, General Habakkuk said. After a short pause, she continued, As for Wang Tung, I can't really tell. You're not the only one. I can't tell, either. I feel that his aura has become more powerful. He must be using some secret method to hide his real level, General Fu Xinglan said. General Habakkuk made an astonishing remark. He might be able to go head-to-head with the Crown Prince. He felt that the young hero could compete. You've only met him once, yet you already have such high hopes in him, General Fu Xinglan exclaimed. I'm good at judging people, huh? General Habakkuk laughed. Your judgment is only 1% accurate, said General Tang Wuwei in a monotone voice. General Habakkuk choked. Then, he flared up in embarrassment. Bulls ****, it's at least 2%. General Fu Xinglan. Wang Tung and the other youths walked out of the room, and the metal door closed. Wang Tung. Those two eternal stage warriors hold high positions in the military. Round Ball was extremely excited. It had stayed put, not daring to open its mouth while being in the presence of those mighty experts. It blurted everything out the moment they left the room. Have you heard of them? Wang Tung asked, curiously, the dialogue taking place in his mind. Of course. Both are legends in the whole universe. Their fame resounds all over. You can easily find information about them. Round Ball sighed a little. However, that was before they became eternal stage warriors. No other information is available from the moment they advanced. The little one sent the related information to Wang Tung. The young man browsed through the data and was taken aback by it. Every eternal stage warrior was an extraordinary presence. Colonel Wang Tung, Majors, please follow me. Maxwell's voice pulled Wang Tung back to reality. The man had been waiting outside for some time. Once the military candidates got out, he took them out of the battle fortress and went back to outer space. They'll stop here. I wish everyone success and hope all of you achieve good rankings, said Maxwell and saluted. Thank you. Wang Tung saluted in return. Song Yicheng and the others did the same. All of them turned into rays of light as they flew towards the participants' waiting area. Wang Tung then learned that the 3 circular landmasses were being used for that. To think the Empire would create those grand expanses of land just to be used as the competition's waiting area. It was absurd. However, it was understandable. There were more than 1 million candidates. No other place could hold that many people. Of course, the audience surpassed that number by far. There were 18 giant satellites outside the battle planet. Any of them was bigger than planet Earth. They were being used as the viewing areas. If not for the fact that the battle planet was large enough and had enough satellites, it would have been impossible to accommodate that many people. Wang Tung and the other candidates from the military arrived smoothly to the area right above the 3 landmasses. A person from the staff went to greet them. You're assigned to Ring 1, said the assistant while glancing curiously at Wang Tung. The 3 rings were different. Ring 1 was considered the VIP zone. The talents from the 8 dukedoms, the princes, and the crown prince himself were all in Ring 1. Being talents of the military, Wang Tung and the other youths had the right to enter that ring. Actually, Wang Tung didn't care about all of that. The young heroes group were led by the staff member and entered the ring. Once they landed, Wang Tung sized up his surroundings and saw that the floor was made of celestites. The path seemed endless. That was probably the case for the entire piece of land. People sat cross-legged on the celestites. Some rested while others conversed. A few were roaming around the place. Wang Tung's arrival attracted many eyes. The talents from the 8 dukedoms and the princes stared at him. The arrangement seemed intentional. Our hero appeared right where the most popular candidates were staying. Wang Tung looked around. Aside from the talents from the big families and the princes of the empire, there were also many powerful talents from who knows which faction. For instance, there was a young man in gray robes sitting cross-legged on the ground, a few hundred meters to Wang Tung's left. He had a long sword on his knees, but his aura was like a sheathed sword. He looked ordinary and inconspicuous, so no one noticed his real power. Different talents were present, and all of them were powerful. It wasn't easy to gauge their strength, but they were definitely superior to average talents. Wang Tung felt excited. How many attribute bubbles will there be, having that many talents around? He would have many attribute bubbles to collect during the competition. While reveling in his happy thoughts, he suddenly realized there were a few gazes aimed at him, filled with malice. He smiled. His appearance must have ignited their competitive edge. That was why they didn't like him. He didn't take it to heart. He ignored their looks and took out a table set to sit down comfortably. He even took out a large parasol carved with runes, stabilizing it next to his seat. The climate on that battle planet was harsh, since it received heat from 3 stars. The local temperature was astonishing. He wasn't afraid of the heat, but he didn't want to endure it if he had the choice. He sat down and took out a can of ice cola to drink it casually. Song Yicheng and the others. Everyone. The atmosphere turned awkward. "Oh, I forgot about you guys. Come, sit with me to rest," said Wang Tung to Song Yicheng and the others when he saw them, standing there absent-mindedly. Song Yicheng had noticed the dirty looks from the other competitors, so he wanted to reject the offer. It's all right. Don't stand on ceremony. We're from the same family. Come, have a drink to cool down." Wang Tung pulled them over. His teammates couldn't counter his enthusiasm, so they sat down with some hesitation, amid everyone's gazes. They felt extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 1445, 7 Ancient Warships. Numerous talents were gathered in Ring 1. All of them hailed from extraordinary backgrounds. They were either from the various powerful factions in the universe, or disciples of formidable martial warriors. They quietly waited for the start of the League of Talents, keeping a serious stance. Even those roaming around weren't strolling for mere fun. They had their motives. They were either observing, looking out for potential opponents, or befriending candidates. All the hopefuls were rarely seen geniuses. It wasn't easy to gather them in one place. Making a friend or two in that place would be beneficial. The talents from 8 dukedoms and the princes were also conserving strength, silently waiting for the competition to start. However, an anomaly occurred in that tense atmosphere. A colorful parasol was set on the Celestites Plaza. It was exceptionally conspicuous. One would think that the person was on vacation. A figure was resting leisurely on the lounger beneath the parasol, sipping a drink and eating some fruits and nuts he had just taken out. He even had a pair of sunglasses on him. The other 6 companions were more restrained. Their expressions reflected how awkward they felt, but none of them retreated after exchanging glances. They stayed and sat there. All of them found it was a good way to relieve stress. As for the strange gazes around them, they chose to simply ignore them. The surrounding talents were stunned and wide-eyed, not believing the seemingly ridiculous display before them. This fellow, the person who began to speak, didn't know how to follow up. The alleged culprit wasn't making any trouble, since his actions weren't aimed at disturbing. He was just waiting for the competition to start, without getting into anyone's way. Still, you couldn't say he was preparing for the competition, either. Would anyone conserve strength like that? Many laughed, while others frowned and condemned his actions. The second prince laughed involuntarily. This Baron Wang Tung is quite interesting. The third prince glanced at the young hero with indifference, then looked away, dismissing him altogether. The other princes had varying expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Strakey from the Parkers family snorted. Ignorant. Landon shook his head, but kept his own counsel. The competition had yet to start, so the fellow had the freedom to do whatever he wanted. No one could stop him. In truth, he admired the guy. Alas, if only they weren't on opposing sides. What a pity. They would have to fight one day. 2333. Baron Wang Tung doesn't take the usual path. He must be the first person in history to snack in the participants' waiting area. Have you seen the faces of the other competitors? I think they're having a mental breakdown. F***K. Pardon my lack of vocab. All I can say is F***K. Baron Wang Tung is the role model of our generation. Come on, I can't tell if he's got a good mentality or tempting fate. He'll be hated by the other talents. So what? Don't be afraid, fight. The audience on the live chat platform was on fire. Being spectators, They didn't have to consider the consequences of their words. The candidates were boring. Wang Tung's arrival made the live broadcast entertaining to watch. On the Cavendish family spacecraft, Borla and the others were laughing at the scene. That's definitely his style. Dichi laughed and shook his head. Look at the others. They seem to have swallowed an entire bottle gourd. Olivia chuckled. The candidates must be speechless. This fellow demolished the nervous atmosphere. Olivia's mother smiled, also shaking her head. On planet Yumming, Old Han and the others were stunned as well. Wang Tung was still the same, even after entering the greater universe. Just watching the scene shown on screen made them nervous, but Wang Tung was still able to have a drink and eat some fruits. His mentality was indeed strong. Back on the ship carrying the Battle Hearth mercenary team, Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh softly when she saw the guy lounging. Isa was drawn by her laughter. He smiled and said, "This Baron Wang Tung is quite funny. Look at what he's doing in the waiting area. Isn't he worried about being hated by everyone?" At first I felt he had to be an outstanding guy, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Lin Chuan's smile disappeared. She retorted coldly, "Don't speak if you don't know anything." Isa's expression froze. He stared at her in disbelief. The young lady had always been cold towards him, but she had never acted as fiercely. Furthermore, there was a hint of disgust in her eyes. His words must have caused her some displeasure. The others also turned to look at her, feeling surprised. They didn't know what had happened. "Chuan, did I say something wrong?" Isa asked with some hesitation. He was furious, but he quickly suppressed his anger, putting an innocent expression. Lin Chuan ignored him yet again. Xue Fei pouted. "What a simpering fool. Isa, you might be wrong here. Wang Tung is probably not how you think he is," Duhua said. "What do you mean?" Isa frowned and asked. He didn't treat Duhua politely. If Lin Chuan wasn't there, he would probably have started an argument with the latter instead of just questioning. His gaze is confident, even after seeing all the talents from the 8 dukedoms and the princes. If you look carefully, you can see him observing the competition. He's not just idling away. "Don't be fooled by his appearance," Duhua said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Isa's expression changed. He observed the live broadcast carefully and noticed that the latter's comments were true. His expression turned ugly. Furthermore, he realized that his planetary stage teammates were giving him strange looks. It was clear that his rash remarks made them look down on him. On the other hand, they stared at Duhua with respect. Although stricter in comparison, the man was in fact a good senior with ample experience. "Oomph." Isa snorted softly. He was unable to keep a straight face anymore, so he said, "The competition hasn't started yet. Who knows how far he'll go? I don't have high hopes for him. Why don't you pay more attention to the talents from the big families, or the imperial family for that matter, instead of that guy?" This time, Duhua didn't reply. His focus was still on Wang Tung, as his interest for the latter increased. For some reason, he felt that the young baron wasn't that simple. Isa turned, wanting to speak to Lin Chuan again, only to realize she wasn't paying any attention to him. She was engrossed with the live video feed. Not once did she look at him again. He didn't understand why she became so angry. So what if I badmouthed Wang Tung? Does she know him? Why get angry over him? Wang Tung was indeed checking on the competition while chatting with the other military candidates of the team. He found a few people worth watching. He planned to interact with them if he ever met them during the competition. Song Yicheng and the others were curious about the young hero. Wang Tung was rumored to be superb beyond human comprehension. It was natural that they had heard some of the rumors. In truth, the real person was much different from what they imagined him to be. It wasn't that the fellow wasn't powerful enough. They just felt that the young colonel was unique, quite different to any other member of the military. However, none of them dared to belittle him. They were right next to him, but none of them was able to gauge his real strength. A similar thought appeared in their minds. Wang Tung's abilities may very well exceed our expectations. Lu Jing suddenly asked, "Colonel Wang Tung, I heard that you met by Shan Ho on Defense Planet number 29. Huh? You know him?" Wang Tung was surprised. "I've heard my teacher mention him." Lu Jing smiled. "Your teacher?" The young hero was stunned. Song Yicheng smiled and explained, Her teacher is one of the generals guarding Defense Planet number 63, Universe Lord Lu Yuanfeng. She's a general, and not inferior to any men. No wonder. Wang Ting nodded. After some pondering, he asked, and the surname? She's my aunt. Lu Jing didn't hide her relationship. I see. Wang Tung smiled. Yes, Baishanho was there. It was fortunate he showed up, or else we would have had trouble saving the planet. I heard that there was a devil titan. Was that so? Hong Jingho asked softly. Yes, 2 of them. The young colonel nodded emotionally as he recalled the event. Gasped. The others were flabbergasted. 2 devil titans. They had never seen such a lineup of enemies. They looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. What kind of monster is he, to be able to achieve military exploits in such a hellish situation? They felt that they would have been helpless had they been in his shoes. Everyone gradually calmed down after some time. What kind of person is Baishanho? Lu Jing asked. You seem curious about him. Wang Ting looked at her strangely. Is Baishanho her idol? Not me. My aunt goes on and on talking about him, so I felt a bit interested. Lu Jing explained in a hurry. The expression was clear enough to tell he had misunderstood. Baishanho was powerful but old. She wasn't personally interested in him. Cough. Wang Tung coughed to hide the awkwardness. Then, he continued, Baishanho is handsome, but he has a bad sense of humor. He recounted the time when Baishanho appeared, going into detail. Everyone was dumbstruck. Wang Tung sniggered after he finished his story. Do you think your aunt? Come on, let's not guess about our elder's thoughts. Lu Jing rolled her eyes. Well, if your aunt likes Baishanho, I can tell him the next time I see him. It might be a successful matchmaking, the young hero offered. Forget it. How can you find Baishanho again? Lu Jing wasn't tricked by the latter. Who knows? We just saw 3 eternal stage experts from our military, Wang Tung responded. This is a special occasion. Do you think we can see them so casually? No way. Lu Jing retorted. She didn't believe him. Wang Tung sighed. He really wanted to hear some gossip, but Lu Jing was too cautious. Song Yicheng and the others glanced at Wang Tung, feeling at a loss. They saw through his intentions and wondered why he had such a personality. Suddenly, there was dead silence. Everyone looked up to the starry space. There were runic arrays carved on all 3 rings, acting like barriers. Everyone's gazes went through the barrier at the moment to see the spatial ripples beyond the protective layer. It's here! Song Yicheng and the others stood up in a hurry and walked out from the parasol's cover, clearly excited. Wang Tung blinked and also got up, also following everyone's gazes. Spatial ripples were spread in the void. 7 gigantic warships were slowly emerging from the rippling void. They floated above the battle planet, carrying the weight of history and the passage of time. Chapter 1446, Palea, Clan Language. First round, the start of the elimination battle. 7 immense, ancient warships floated in space. All of them exuded an ancient aura, filled with the vicissitudes of time. Whether it was the surrounding spacecrafts, the spectators, or the people in the virtual universe's live chat platform, all of them became silent. Silence. Complete silence. Silence took over when the massive ships emerged. They seemed to have devoured all sound. Wang Tung's pupils shrank and his heart trembled. What kind of warships are they? They look extremely ancient. The peeling hulls, the dull appearance, and even the ancient aura was an indicator of the ship's ancient origins. Wang Tung had seen too many technologically advanced battlecrafts throughout the universe. Still, seeing vessels as antique, it was as if they had traversed space and time to appear in their era. It was shocking. Incapable of fighting the urge, he used his real eye to examine the 7 warships. However, a grayish fog was covering them. He couldn't see them clearly. The 7 stellar academies. The 7 stellar academies are here. They are so ancient, it's worth dying to see them with my own eyes. They're here. They're finally here. The League of Talents is about to start. I must get the chance to enter one of the academies. Dream on. You have to be within the top 1,000 to be considered. Of course, you might be recruited if you have a special talent, but the chances of that happening are too low. In the top 1,000, competing among hundreds of billions of people? It's too difficult. Countless voices erupted from all directions, while the talented candidates looked at the ancient warships with fiery eyes, filled with excitement and yearning. The 7 stellar academies. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. Were those warships filled with people from those institutions? Although he could make some guesses, he was still astonished by what the crowd was saying. The way the academies made an appearance was quite surprising. Warships. See the symbols on the hulls? Round Ball said all of a sudden. Wang Tung looked and nodded. I think so. Every warship has a different emblem. The little one elaborated. It is said that the symbols are actually ancient numerals from 1 to 7, which correspond to the 7 stellar academies. Ancient numerals. I've never seen them before. Wang Tung had doubts. Wait, let me see. He immediately thought of the devouring nihility beast's inherited memories and went straight to rummage through them. He finally managed to find it. The Palea clan language. The peculiar ancient script was called Palea clan language. Based on nihility's memories, the Palea clan was not just one race, but an assortment of many. The most surprising was that said clan included the ancient gods. It was unbelievable. Based on Wang Tung's understanding, the ancient gods race was extremely ancient. Its history could be traced back to eons in the past, perhaps to the beginning of the universe. And now he was being told that there wasn't just one ancient race like the ancient gods. There used to be many of them. They had left behind a civilization. Language was a basic symbol in civilizations. The Palea clan language was an indicator that the clan had once been glorious and prosperous. But then, where were they now? The Palea clan had vanished from the annals of history and could no longer be found. What about the other ancient races? There were many questions, as if a thick fog were shrouding all ancient history to prevent others from seeing the truth. At least Wang Tung could obtain some relevant information from Nihility's memory. Sometime later, the young hero snapped out of his pondering and glanced at the inscriptions etched on the great warships. From left to right, the ships were arranged in the correct order. It was apparent that this also represented the Academy's order of importance. Status didn't matter at the moment, be it the people from the dukedoms, the princes, or the crown prince himself. All eyes were glued to the 7 crafts. Wang Tung glanced around and noticed the glint in the crown prince's eyes. The latter wasn't as calm as he appeared to be. Looks like the 7 stellar academies are really popular. Even the crown prince is eager to be admitted. It's about time for the League of Talents to start. Wang Tung muttered to himself, then stored the tables and chairs next to him. On planet Yumming, martial arts leader Wu Xingyun, Old Han, and the others were also talking about the 7 ancient warships. The 7 stellar academies. Old Han was bewildered. I didn't know that the League of Talents was actually intended for the academies to recruit talent. Earthlings had learned about the League of Talents, but they didn't know about the renowned academies. They had just learned of their existence through the virtual universe's live chat platform. To think something that ancient actually exists in the universe. Unbelievable, Wu Xingyun exclaimed. They say you have to be in the top 1,000 to be admitted. I don't know if Wang Tung would be able to make it. Commander Hong was worried. Hanju, Ji Xiaoming, and the younger warriors from Earth looked at the 7 warships in awe. They were extremely eager to enter such sacred institutions. The academies on their planet could never compare. Even the first university from Xia would be nothing but a small ant. Alas, they weren't qualified to participate in the League of Talents, let alone enter the 7 stellar academies. Everyone looked at the familiar figure on screen, their eyes incapable of concealing the envy they felt. Back on the ship with the Battle Hearth mercenaries. The 7 stellar academies. The oldest and most sacred cultivation grounds in the universe. Oh my God, shouted a planetary warrior in excitement. The others didn't laugh at him for losing his cool. They were just as excited. All of them looked at the warships with red eyes. The League of Talents was only held once every 3,000 years. The renowned academies would only appear during that time. 3,000 years were enough for many to forget about things. Ordinary warriors simply didn't have long enough lifespans which was why not many people knew about their existence. But now that the great academies showed up, those who knew about them took the initiative to explain so that more people would know what the 7 stellar academies actually were. Fei, Isa, and the others were also hearing about this for the first time and were filled with envy. It wasn't something ordinary warriors like them would have the fate of experiencing. The distance was too great. On an extremely remote planet, a beautiful woman in green armor sat on top of a mountain peak. She activated her wristwatch and a screen was projected. A stunningly beautiful woman murmured and smiled. The 7 stellar academies. That brat should be able to enter that place. Her gaze then landed on the 7 warships, and a trace of confusion could be seen in her eyes. Where have I seen those symbols before? Battle planet. The arrival of the 7 ancient warships was the sign that the League of Talents was about to start. Everyone held their breath as they stared at the great ships floating in space. However, a violent roar resounded on the battle planet all of a sudden. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was startled by this. They looked down to observe the planet. There were 10 forbidden areas on the battle planet, each being extremely dangerous. There were frozen areas, scorching areas, areas deep in the sea. Just Thena monolith emerged in each area and flew towards space. What are they? Someone exclaimed. They seem to be monoliths. Wang Tung squinted, somewhat confused. In the blink of an eye, all 10 monoliths broke through the atmosphere and appeared in space, right above the battle planet. Everyone's attention was focused on those mysterious stones. They were massive, each of them with 100-meter height. Flat and smooth, they had nothing inscribed. The 10 forbidden areas were bordering each other, the pieces coming together to make the entire battle planet. That is to say, the whole planet was dangerous. No place was safe. A loud and majestic voice suddenly resounded, reaching everyone's ears. Great Qian Empire, League of Talents. First round, elimination battle. The strange thing was, no one could pinpoint the voice's origin. The resounding voice continued, going deeper into the elimination battle rules. All participants will enter the battle planet to survive for a month, hunt star beasts, and accumulate points. Participants can choose any forbidden area. The top 10,000 participants from each forbidden area will proceed to the next round. The points work as follows. 1 point for a first-level Emperor Star Beast, 2 points for a second-level Emperor Star Beast, and so on. 10 points for a low-tier Imperial Star Beast, 90 points for a low-tier 9th-level Imperial Star Beast, 100 points for a mid-tier first-level Imperial Star Beast, 200 points for a mid-tier second-level Imperial Star Beast. Please be noted, participants may not kill nor plunder each other for points. If your life is in danger, you can admit defeat and you'll be directly teleported away. However, your points will be halved. Everyone listened attentively and became serious. There were hundreds of billions of people, and only the top 10,000 from each forbidden area would be able to continue. 10 forbidden areas meant that only 100,000 people in total would enter the next round. Anyone who heard about the elimination rate could feel how difficult the first round was. Wang Tung already knew that the League of Talents wasn't a walk in the park, but his heart tightened when he heard the rules. Now, the elimination battle starts. All participants enter the battle planet. Chapter 1447, 5 Wang Tongs. 1. The elimination battle has begun. All candidates, please enter the battle planet. The deep and booming voice resounded in space, spreading to every corner and igniting everyone's spirits. It's starting. It's starting. It's finally starting. Numerous martial warriors within the 3 rings beamed with eagerness and anticipation. They bolted up and flew towards the 10 forbidden zones like rays of light. Go! Zone 10 is mine. Why are you so proud of going there? And go to Zone 9. I'm heading to Zone 7. Martial warriors from my race, follow me. Brother, I'm leaving. I'm heading to Zone 3. Really? Don't you know that the higher the ranking, the more dangerous it is? There are more powerful star beasts in Zone 3, so I can earn more points. I have to do well, so I can be selected by one of the 7 stellar academies. Burn incense for me if I don't come back. Take care. Input to Zone 1. Don't you dare stop me. Zone 1. Do you have a coffin ready? Who dares to badmouth me? They only needed to be in the top 10,000 to qualify for the next stage. Still, everyone knew how the competition worked. There was a hidden ranking, which was tallied with the number of points. The higher the points, the more outstanding the performance, and the higher the chances of being selected by the academies. Countless rays shot out from the three rings. Those looking up from outside the battle planet would see it as stars soaring through the universe, just like a meteor shower. Some of the participants were excited and restless, while others remained calm and composed. There were still people standing on the three rings. Wang Teng was one of them. He wasn't in a hurry to move, but he was pondering which zone to choose. The first zone was the most dangerous, as there were many powerful star beasts. The population of mid-tier imperial star beasts and above was higher. Only the confident participants would choose that zone. The competition in Zone 1 was going to be intense. All the powerful talents would head there. Problem was, the other zones were also appealing. For instance, Zone 3 was covered by a poisonous mist. It was a region zone filled with poison force and star beast of the poison element. Wang Teng's poison force was at the first level of the celestial stage, so he needed to improve it. Zone 5 was a frosty ground. Many ice element star beasts were lurking therein. It was a white, snowy, and very cute place. That zone was extremely tempting for our hero, whose ice force was at the 9th level of the planetary stage. Flashes of lightning and roars of thunder resounded in Zone 2. Numerous lightning element star beasts were bathing in powerful bolts of energy, just like beautiful ladies taking a bath, beckoning him to enter. How could he ignore them? Lastly, there was Zone 7. Gales circled the area, and star beasts of the wind element were seen happily riding the currents. Shouldn't he tame the arrogant storm? Some of the talents from powerful factions had already taken action while he still considered his options. They tapped their feet on the ground and disappeared instantly, shooting towards the battle planet at the speed of light. The Celestite's floor remained intact, even after such a pounding. Let's go. Someone from 8 dukedoms finally stood up. It was a candidate from the Rodriguez family. Most of their team entered Zone 7, while 3 of them entered the top 3 zones respectively. Many people were surprised by such a development. 3 of the Rodriguez candidates had gone to the top 3 zones. Looks like they have high hopes. The talents from the Jean family blinked, then followed right after to enter the planet. Haha, let's go too. The talents from the Xiaoho family laughed and rose into the air. The floodgates had opened. The remaining members of the big families and the princes left for the battle planet. Only the Parkers remained. They were looking at Wang Teng, waiting for him to move first. The crown prince stood up and rubbed the golden-winged crimson celestial tiger's head. The latter growled softly and disappeared. Wang Teng frowned when he saw this. The crown prince probably had a space where he could store living creatures too. It was understandable. Someone like him was uniquely blessed by heaven. He wouldn't lack opportunities. Once the big tiger disappeared, the crown prince walked towards the battle planet. He surpassed many martial warriors with every step he took, surpassing even those who left before him. He took the lead in just a blink, then entered Zone 1. Wang Teng looked away, then he peeked at the Parkers from the corner of his eye. He gave them a cold smile. Their intentions were loud and clear. Wang Teng, have made your choice. Song Yicheng asked. There was no one else around them. Wang Teng didn't reply, asking back instead, which zone are you planning to go to? I'm going to Zone 1. Song Yicheng and the others said, do you plan to go to other zones? No. Wang Teng frowned. Never mind. All of you can go ahead. Let me think about it. Chapter 1448, 5 Wang Tengs. 2. Song Yicheng and the others were puzzled. What is there to consider? They felt that Wang Teng would choose Zone 1 without a doubt, but he seemed to be caught in a dilemma. Why is he hesitating? Considering his ability, getting first place was probably unlikely, but his ranking would still be good if he went there. They wanted to probe further, but chose to leave after seeing the young colonel's expression. What are you thinking? Roundball asked when it saw him standing still. Roundball, do you think we can go to more than one zone? the young man asked in his mind as he looked at Song Yicheng's back view. Huh. The little fellow, though, had misheard. More than one forbidden zone? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Are you thinking? The small helper had a strange expression. This fellow is quite bold. There's no rule saying we can't do it, right? The young man asked. I think. Roundball recalled the rules of the elimination match before replying. That's good. Wang Tung had a great idea. While the young hero was torn between decisions, the audience on the live chat platform were curious, wondering why he hadn't moved yet. Much attention was on him since he was among the popular candidates. All his actions would be magnified because of this. Some guessed he was hesitating because he didn't dare head to Zone 1. On the other side, Strakey and the others from the Parkers family were getting impatient. Someone asked, what's he doing? Does he know what we're planning? Is he trying to stay until the very last moment to force us to act first? I heard he's a shameless one, so that might really be his plan, another member of the Parkers said. Our ancestor asked us to take care of him, but what can we do if he doesn't move? This is tough. Landon, any good ideas? Strakey asked with an ugly expression. What ideas will I have? Wait, he seems to be moving, Landon suddenly exclaimed in delight. Strakey and the others blinked and quickly looked at their enemy. A few more figures had appeared around him. Those figures looked exactly like Wang Tung. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 Wang Tungs. Strakey and the others. The Parkers were bewildered. What is this? Why are there more of him? They weren't the only ones at a loss. The audience on the live chat platforms were stunned as well. All they could see was several Wang Tungs, their heads full of question marks. What the hell is happening? Clones. Strakey's expression turned grim. They must be clones. He has a clone skill. Landon was shocked. Then, he regained his composure and frowned. Why is he making clones of himself? Then, the group of 5 separated and rushed towards different forbidden zones. Strakey couldn't hold back anymore. F***K. He thought that Wang Tung was using the clone skill to tackle them. They wouldn't know which was the real one. This bastard is sly. What a weirdo. How did he come up with such a plan? After him, Strakey couldn't care about the others and chased after one of the Wang Tungs. The others regained their senses and asked, which one? Strakey gritted his teeth and said, Landon and I will head to Zone 1. I don't think he would go to the other zones. The rest of you can move to the other zones. One of the 5 Wang Tungs entered Zone 1. Strakey believed that the guy wouldn't give up going to Zone 1. His true form would surely go there. Within a few seconds, all the talent from the Parkers family entered the forbidden zones. At the same time, the other candidates were entering the different zones and started hunting. Zone 1. Wang Tung's true form was indeed there. His 4 other clones entered Zones 2, 3, 5, and 7. He glanced around him and saw the sea. Everywhere was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. Zone 1 was the Forbidden Sea. Candidates descended from the skies, hovering just above the water. They didn't dive right in, choosing to observe first. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow shattered the calm surface of the sea and swallowed a martial warrior. The martial warrior turned into a ball of blood mist before he could even scream, dying on the spot. The expressions of the other martial warriors changed drastically. Someone died the moment they arrived. The guy didn't even have the time to give up. They were struck dumb with terror, finally understanding how scary Zone 1 was. The bloody and terrifying reputation of the League of Talents wasn't just empty talk. Wang Tung turned grim. He didn't dare to let down his guard. After the first round of fright subsided, some warriors regained their composure and dove into the sea with firm gazes. Those talented fighters weren't just powerful. They had a strong mentality and willpower, so they wouldn't be easily shaken. Wang Tung peeled his attention away from the dead warrior and immediately felt the huge pressure around him. He raised his eyebrows. The gravity is strong. The battle planet had a gravity at least 1,000 times what a normal planet had. Fortunately, he cultivated the ancient god's body. The pressure wasn't affecting him much. The other martial warriors had grave countenances. They too felt the pressure. Not every martial warrior had a strong physique. Wang Tung blinked and looked up at the sky. Strakey and Landon quickly plummeted down. They had yet to give up. He smiled and leaped into the sea. Thanks to his deep-sea breathing, he was easily able to travel underwater without using any force. For some unknown reason, the sea was pitch black. No light from above was able to pass through, while the seawater felt cold. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature. It was enough to freeze a martial warrior's body. The pressure around him also got stronger. The gravity on the battle planet was originally high, becoming even more frightening as he went deeper into the sea. The pressure buildup of the two forces greatly hampered the candidate's movements. Such a hindrance was lethal to those with celestial stage cultivation. No wonder it was marked as Zone 1. Swoosh! A black shadow darted out from Wang Tung's left side in a flash and pounced on him. Wang Tung felt a pungent odor hitting his nose hard, even though he was underwater. It was disgusting. His expression remained indifferent as a golden glow appeared in his eyes. He saw the black shadow's appearance clearly. It was a hideous and strange, black-colored fish. Jagged and sharp teeth filled up its mouth, while its back was full of spikes. The aura it gave off proved it was a low-tier Imperial Star Beast. Wang Tung was lucky to have that naughty creature as his first kill. He smiled and raised a hand. The water started circling violently around the black fish. It was unable to escape the attack. Soon, the black creature was chopped into pieces by the water tornado. An overly powerful scent was spread. The young hero managed to kill a low-tier Imperial beast at the 6th level without using any battle techniques. All he did was control the water force around him. At the same time, his name appeared on the giant stone plate above Zone 1 candidate. Wang Tung points. 60 ranking. 176-5891. He had just killed a low-tier Imperial beast, so his rank was merely the 765-891 Th. He remained humble amid all the candidates. The stone plate was already densely populated by candidates' names. The audience had a hard time finding Wang Tung's name sandwiched among the others. Chapter 1449, Can You Give Some Chance to the Others? Following the start of the elimination round, countless spectators were glued to the 10 giant stone monuments. The 10 steels were dotted with names and rankings, proving that the contestants had already started hunting star beasts and earning points. Similarly, the situation within the 10 forbidden zones was being broadcast live on all platforms, allowing the audience to clearly understand what was going on. However, if anyone was trying to watch a candidate in particular, they would have to search for the person on their own. The live broadcast was fixed on a specific area, not to specific candidates. The popular ones could get more screen time, but the rest would only appear in the panoramic view. Surprisingly, the live feed from below the sea depths in Zone 1 was also operational. The Virtual Universe Corporation was impressive. Without a doubt, the Crown Prince had the most screen time. He was at Zone 1. A dark blue layer of light was flowing around him, pushing away the seawater and allowing him to ride on the currents like Poseidon. The sea beasts were frightened by his aura and wanted to escape. But even though the prince didn't take action, the seawater was compressed, resulting in a massacre. His points started climbing. The Crown Prince ranked first for Zone 1. Points, 3250. The Crown Prince is powerful. He's already killed many low-tier star beasts, just half an hour into the match. Long live the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince will be the number 1 for Zone 1. Crown Prince, can we make babies together? The person above, please go away. The Crown Prince is mine. My God, the Crown Prince is so handsome. B*TH. Most of the audience in the live chat platform were attracted by the Crown Prince. They felt their blood boil with excitement as they watched him killing sea beasts. Without a doubt, the young noble would definitely be the number 1 of Zone 1. At the same time, some were searching for Wang Tung's name on the stone plate for Zone 1. Wang Tung's initial ranking was way behind, but one could always find him if they put in the effort. Number 1,765,891. Why is it so low? His start wasn't very good. It's just the start. What's the hurry? Anyway, why did he send 4 clones into the other 4 zones? I think he's trying to evade the Parkers. I saw them staring at him. You can't kill participants, right? You can't, but that doesn't mean you can't snatch their prey. Are you saying that the Parkers have their eyes set on Wong Tung? Sai, if that's the case, Wong Tung is in a tough spot. Just then, a few special images were abruptly shown on the live broadcast platforms. 5 screens were combined and placed next to each other. It was Wong Tung. Wong Tung was in all 5 images. On one screen, Wong Tung was slaughtering sea beasts deep in the ocean. No force fluctuations were seen around him, but he kept on traveling in those waters like an agile fish. Wherever he moved, all the sea beasts rushing to attack him turned into blood mist. In the second image, he strode on the snow-covered ground with a battle sword in hand. The once white snow had turned crimson around him, dead star beasts dotting the ground. Wong Tung stepped on the blood and walked through the snowfield, to then disappear in the horizon. The camera kept following him. On the third screen, the young hero delved into a poisonous, grayish-green mist while completely unaffected. A star beast sprung out from the dangerous mist. It was a grotesque toad with pustules covering its body. The creature hurled its long tongue, wanting to stab Wong Tung's heart. The latter reached out and pointed forward. Vines flew out and entangled the toad, then fiercely constricted. The toad instantly turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Its blue-green blood was splattered all over, landing on the ground and trees, emitting sizzling sounds. However, the blood didn't land on the young man. He stepped deeper into the mist and disappeared. The fourth scene showed Wong Tung traveling with the wind as a storm unleashed its fury around him. Green wind blades swept out and slit the incoming star beasts, turning them into minced meat. It was a gory scene. The last screen depicted the Earthling candidate's stroll through a sea of lightning. Bolts as thick as a person's arm landed on him, forming sparks around him, while his body remained unscathed. A lightning element star beast leaped out and bared fangs at him. However, he lifted a hand, and the lightning turned into a weapon that killed the star beasts. 5 images, 5 different Wong Tungs. The images were like illusions, unreal and magical. Which was the real one? Which was fake? Or were they all real? Silence. Dead silence. All the spectators outside the battle planet and the audience logged to the live chat platform were at a loss for words. They widened their eyes, awed and astonished. No one knew how to articulate their emotions. Even the Heaven Stage and Universe Stage warriors were having trouble processing what they saw. Someone finally asked after some time, "Those are all Wong Tungs? I think they're all him. Didn't he make 4 clones and send them to 4 different zones? I think he didn't do it to escape from the Parkers. He's doing it to compete in all 4 zones." "You can do this?" Everyone gasped as they considered the idea. They were overcome with incredulity. "He's crazy. Wong Tung must be crazy. What is he thinking? Why participate in 5 zones during the elimination round? No one has ever done something this crazy. He must be mad." Did y'all notice that Wong Tung has used 5 different forces? Water, wood, fire, wind, and lightning. Oh my God, 5 different elements. This is terrifying. No wonder the military values him highly. However, a clone only possesses a portion of the main form's ability. His ranking won't be high even if he asks his clones to participate in more elimination rounds. It'll be just a waste of effort. That's right, he's wasting his clones. What's more, he used up a part of his force, and this will greatly affect the main body. He thought it was a smart move, but he lost sight of his priorities. Many people were blown away by the young hero's 5 different forces, but some weren't optimistic about his overall performance. His actions were too insane for them to understand. As they saw it, creating clones would divert one's power, while the clones wouldn't have the strength of the main form either. Hence, Wong Tang's strategy wouldn't guarantee a good result, and could even affect the main Bodis battle ability, causing him to lag behind others. It was a stupid decision. He's too arrogant. Not even the Crown Prince would dare to do this. Does he think he has the ability? What a joke. Voltaire smirked. Let's watch how he digs his own grave. Sinkelman laughed in delight. In the military's giant battlecraft general Fu Xinglan and the other two eternal stage warriors frowned. They didn't understand Wang Tung's move either. General Habakkuk touched his golden beard and asked, "Isn't he overestimating himself a little?" Fu Xinglan shook his head and replied calmly, "Let's continue watching. The round has just begun." Habakkuk nodded and kept quiet. Everyone had different thoughts regarding Wang Tung's crazy idea, but this also caused them to place more attention on him. His popularity reached an unprecedented high. Everyone wanted to know how high he and his clones could climb. After all, no one had ever done that before. It piqued everyone's curiosity. Look, Strakey from the Parker's family is also climbing quickly. He's already reached the 126th spot in Zone 1. As expected of a talent from the 8 dukedoms, the talent from the Rodriguez family is strong too. He's at number 212. Jean Tianquan from the Jean family seems better. He's number 198 now. Huh, who's that? I've never heard of him, but he's number 1 in Zone 4, and his points are still climbing. Oh my God, an unknown talent? Is he from some small planet? Amid everyone's sighs, the image of a muscular youth from the ape race was fixed on screen. He held a battle axe in one hand, slaughtering his way through Zone 4. A ruthless and malevolent aura surged out of his body. Star beasts pounced on him, only to get killed by his axe and turning into points. That person was the number 1 of Zone 4, Yuan Hong. At the same time, in the other forbidden zones, various unknown talents displayed their astonishing battle abilities and climbed to the top ranks. They entered the public eye, and their popularity increased. The popularity ranking on the live chat platform changed completely. Some candidates descended while others rose continuously. Battle Planet, Zone 1. Wang Tung continued to dive down, unaware of what the others were thinking. If he did, he would tell them, "You're too naive." He wouldn't have created 4 clones and sent them to different zones if he wasn't confident about it. At first, using the darkness clone technique, the clones he could make would only have planetary stage powers. After the battle on Defense Planet number 29, he clearly noticed this restriction and searched for a way to overcome it. He pondered over the question for a long time, but couldn't find any solution. That was until he met the Tree of Radiance. The seed she created using her origin power gave him inspiration. What would happen if he instilled the different origin powers into his clones? The instant he thought about this, he asked the tree spirit about how she created her seeds. Then, he used the same method to form origin seeds and create clones with them as their cores. As expected, the clones broke through the boundaries and reached the celestial stage. This was why he dared to send them to the different forbidden zones. He had already killed a huge number of star beasts. The weaker creatures no longer dared to approach him. His ranking in Zone 1 had reached the 95th spot. Many people were surprised. The jump from 1,765,891 to number 95 was enormous. And yet, Wang Tung had only taken an hour for this. He wasn't as fast as the Crown Prince, but the feat was still terrifying. The audience also realized that his Zone 1 ranking wasn't the only one rising. The rankings in the other zones were also jumping. Number 956 in Zone 2. Number 811 in Zone 3. Number 770 in Zone 5. And number 755 in Zone 7. He was within the top 1,000 within all 4 zones. It was unbelievable. Oh my God. His clones didn't have as high of a ranking as the main form, but they still surpassed many people, entering the top 1,000. This implied that Wang Tung's clones had beaten countless participants. Can you give some chance to the others? Chapter 1450, A Generation of Exceptional Talents. The performance of Wang Tung's clones surprised everyone. Being in the top 1,000 wasn't an easy feat. There were more than 300 billion participants in the League of Talents. If divided by the 10 forbidden zones, each area would have at least 30 billion warriors. The number of warriors in the 10 zones was balanced. The light screen produced by the 10 stone plates was a form of restriction, controlling the number of warriors populating each zone. After all, it would be unfair for the other zones if a single one had too many. A balancing mechanism was required. That was why many candidates rushed towards their chosen zones right from the start. They feared to be left outside because of being a step too late. Many warriors thought that the zone they chose was important. For instance, some fire element warriors would choose to enter the snowy Zone 5. Fire was a natural enemy of ice, making this their top choice. That way, they could gain much more points. In summary, everyone was making the best choices to appear higher on the ranks. They would rather be the big fish in the small pond than being a small fish in the big pond. Entering the top 10 in the latter zones like Zone 9 or 10 would benefit them greatly. Actually, even if they entered the top 100 or the top 1,000, they would garner plenty of attention. For instance, Yuan Hong from Zone 4 made a name for himself in a single battle. His popularity had reached number 20, and it wasn't weaker than any of the princes or the talents from the 8 dukedoms. Although Zone 4 wasn't as tough as the first 3, it was definitely much tougher than the rest. Yuan Hong was able to land Zone 4's number 1 ranking, so he was definitely powerful. Of course, that was just the first day of the whole elimination round. It was still too early to say anything. Others could eventually catch up. Time passed day by day. On the 5th, more and more talents emerged and became known. The points on the stone plate had already gone over the 10,000 mark. Those in higher ranks had way more points than those further behind. Of course, the most terrifying one was the Crown Prince. His points were already 65,450. The Crown Prince is so terrifying. He's ahead of others by 30,000 points. His first place is truly well-deserved. The Crown Prince has already killed more than 30 mid-tier Imperial Star Beasts. No one else has strength like him. They're all celestial warriors. Why is the Crown Prince so outstanding? The discussion about the Crown Prince was never dropped. His points were too high, much higher than anyone else's. It was daunting. No one dared to compare with him. Ha! The Great Qin Academy is at the top. Where? Which one? Zone 2, Ling Yangxiu. Whoa, he managed to clinch first place in Zone 2. The top 2 were previously the Jiang siblings, Jiang Weisheng and Jiang Chenxi. Were they pushed down? Ling Yangxi's points are now 38,120. He suddenly overtook Jiang Weisheng by 6,500 points and widened the gap. The Great Qin Academy is the most famous in the Great Qin Empire. It's said that they produce countless talents, indeed, living up to their fame. In the middle of a forest in Zone 2, a handsome youth was holding a purple spear. He was surrounded by corpses of a lightning element star beast herd, which were just killed by him. It was no surprise that he jumped to first place. However, he was indeed powerful. He challenged the entire herd single-handedly. There were at least more than 500 of them, along with 2 mid-tier Imperial Star Beasts. In the end, he dispatched them, all on his own. It was incredible. He panted heavily, pale-faced, but he no longer dared to linger. He turned to leave. The strong smell of blood would attract more creatures to that place, and he had already consumed too much energy. Not leaving could bring about unthinkable consequences. Outside the battle, Planeta Few figures looked excited on top of a spacecraft with a Great Qin Academy's emblem. Their faces were filled with joy. Great! Yangxiu was finally ranked first in Zone 2, said a slightly overweight middle-aged fellow, while clenching a fist and waving it fiercely. The man was Bao Duan, vice president of the Great Qin Academy. He was a heaven-stage martial warrior, and one who wouldn't let his emotions show as casually. Even so, he couldn't help but get excited when he saw Ling Yangxiu reaching the top plaque of Zone 2. The young star didn't disappoint them. It was only the 5th day, and he had already attained the first rank. If he kept on like that, he would be able to stand out in the elimination round. There's no need to worry about Yangxi's strength. Still, it's a surprise to see him ascend to the top that quickly, said a female heaven-stage warrior. She was another vice president of the Great Qin Academy, Qi Yunxia. It was fortunate for him to run into that star beast herd. I was sweating as I witnessed the encounter just now. Bao Duan wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Yes, it was a close call. Qi Yunxia nodded in agreement. Feeling thankful, she added, "Fortunately, Yangshu didn't suffer any serious injuries. The only ones he has are superficial. Besides, the energy he consumed can be recovered quickly. No need to worry about the next hunt. Yangshu is good. He didn't disgrace the name of our institution. The old man next to them nodded in approval. He was the president of the Great Qian Academy Pei, Tianzhou. The man was a top universe stage warrior said to have half a foot into the eternal stage. His reputation was extremely good in the outside world. However, this renown was mainly because of the Great Qian Academy's education. Countless talents emerged from the institution during his 1,000-year service as president. Those talents hailed from various backgrounds, which was why they held the institution in such high regard. After all, none of those achievements would have been possible without the Great Qian Academy. Qi Yunxiao looked at Zone 1 stone slab and said, "Anyway, Wang Teng's ranking doesn't seem to be rising quickly now. 83rd place. He only improved by a dozen spots. It's not that fast." Bao Duan froze for a moment, while looking at the young hero's ranking. He then shook his head. His results in the other zones aren't that great, either only improving by 100 spots. Looks like the clones have no real impact. A pity. It would have been better if Wang Teng went to our academy. He wouldn't have been as reckless if he benefited from the president's capabilities and personal guidance, Qi Yunxia said regretfully. That's right. Zone 1's top 10 would have been a breeze otherwise. He was held back by those big old men in the military. They don't know how to raise talents, Bao Duan complained. President Pei Tianzhou frowned. His gaze fell upon the 5 Wang Tengs in silence. Meanwhile, in Zone 3, a young martial warrior walked into the poisonous fog. His appearance was peculiar, since his bare shoulders were covered in fine scales. It was quite a scary sight. The scales were colorful, extremely bright. There was also a hexagonal scale on his forehead, like an eye between his eyebrows. Wherever he walked, the surrounding fog would disperse automatically. Some of the poisonous star beasts hiding in the fog would then be exposed. Aware of having been discovered, the creatures would let out low growls and pounce. However, once they got close, their bodies stiffened up, black blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. All of them would instantly lose their lives. They were obviously poisoned. It was ironic for beasts of the poison element to fall prey to poison. But this also reflected the strength of that young expert. He was a rare poison element martial warrior. At the same time, there was a change in the name of the frontrunner on Zone 3's stone steel. The name in first place was Gaunt. Many people were talking about him on the Virtual Universe live chat platform. This Gaunt is a warrior of the poison element. Which galaxy did he come from? He's so powerful. He shouldn't be a nobody. Is he another hero from humble origins? It's true that countless talents emerge whenever there's a league of talents. This Gaunt may very well be a strong contender for a place in the top 30. In Zone 5, a beautiful lady with long white hair, clad in white, was traversing a region of snow and ice. She wasn't wearing any battle armor, only a light dress, like an ice princess would appearing cold and noble. Upon closer observation, you would realize there was a pair of bare feet underneath the swaying gown. She was actually walking barefoot in the snow. Numerous martial warriors took the coldness of Zone 5 as a huge threat. They had to wear battle armor to ward off the bone-chilling cold. On the other hand, that woman was actually walking around barefoot. It was unbelievable, and while she walked, she left no footprints on the ground, no a single trace. Just like a snow fairy. Snowflakes were drifting down around her. Delicate ice crystals fell on the ice element star beasts around her, turning them into ice sculptures. The lives of those star beasts ended when those frozen sculptures were created. The white-haired lady slowly went away. On Zone 5 stone slab, a name appeared at the top lung Xinxue. Countless people fell for her, wanting to worship her and become her slaves. Wow, that lady from Zone 5 is awfully pretty, powerful and beautiful. I'm falling for her. Such lovely toes and slender legs. I can guarantee that I can play with those legs for 1,000 years. Go to hell. How dare you desecrate Our ice goddess. Aren't goddesses used for desecration? Chapter 1451. You can do this. 1. The attention on Lung Chinxue was no less than Yuan Hong and Gunter. It was another rare talent. Besides, she was an ice element fighter. No one knew what her ice force attack was. Her control was impressive. However, the live chat gradually went astray. Lung Chinxue was beautiful, with an outstanding aura to boot. She was like an ice fairy. Some men had particular tastes and would have other thoughts about her, incapable of controlling the restlessness in their hearts. It was worth mentioning that the person ranking behind Lung Chinxue was the third prince. He didn't head to Zone 1. He went to Zone 5 instead. Not all talents would choose the top zone. The competition there was intense. Avoiding unnecessary competition was a sensible choice. Either way, the first round was just that, an elimination process. The matches that follow were more important. Being number 1 in the other forbidden zones would give them as much exposure as the top 10 in Zone 1. If their performance was exceptional during the rest of the competition, he or she would still have a chance to enter the 7 stellar academies. However, the third prince never imagined he would be pushed to second place. No matter how hard he tried, he was only second. Damn it! The latter observed the ranking on the stone stele with an unpleasant expression. Lung Chinxue, I will not lose to a lady, he snorted. His battle blade roared with flames as he rushed towards a pack of ice element star beasts. He wanted to make a big move. Rocks of singular shape and form abounded in Zone 6, scattered on plains and mountains. Some rocks went up to a human's waist, while others were 3 meters tall. There were even some that were as high as 10 meters tall. This made people wonder about how they were formed. All the warriors traversed the area carefully. Suddenly, some of the rocks revealed eyes. Clenching teeth, they bit down the nearest candidate. A warrior shrieked in pain after being chopped in two. He hurriedly admitted defeat. The remaining half of his body disappeared with a glow. Those with celestial cultivation could still be saved if they still had half a body. The fellow was lucky to have admitted defeat in time. If not, he would have died. The remaining warriors turned pale. They quickly started attacking the rock-like star beasts, but their weapons only produced sparks on the monsters' bodies. A shout was heard from somewhere behind them. Move! A giant figure darted over. The ground shook when his feet landed. It's Berkshire. Berkshire from the giant rock race. Quick move. The participants scattered away, as if reacting to a terrifying sight. Their alertness seemed stronger when compared to the rock beast's sudden appearance. Ha ha! Berkshire laughed loudly. His voice was thunderous. His body was covered with yellow-brown rocks. The fellow was almost 8 meters tall, with a burly complexion. He swung his sledgehammers at the strange rock beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A few dull thuds later, the strange rocky creatures shattered to pieces. Those creatures did seem like rocks. No blood came out from their broken bodies. The vitality in their eyes disappeared when they died. Berkshire got rid of all the monsters present and strode away, uncaring about the well-being of the other candidates in hiding. Oh my God, that was scary. Was that the number 1 in our Zone 6? Berkshire? Who else can it be? He's mad and brutal. How are we supposed to compete with him? Good thing we can't attack each other. Anyone who meets him will die. The warriors hiding from the strange-looking rocks walked out with faces white as sheets. Then they cursed and moved in a path directly opposite to the one taken by Berkshire. No one wanted to face him. To them, the fellow was an alien. He was a Herculean man, not someone an ordinary celestial warrior could tackle. They would believe it if he claimed to be a cosmos warrior. Various talents jumped into the crowd spotlight from Zones 7, 8, 9, and 10. The audience was dazzled, not knowing where to look. They would be lucky to meet one of those talents in their lives, but now they were popping up one after the other. Zone 1. Wang Tang's points weren't climbing quickly, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was enjoying his gains. Constellation Force, Wind, * 1200 Constellation Force, Wind, * 1800 Wind Ultima, * 2000 Tempest Domain, * 30 200 Constellation Force, Lightning, Asterisk 2100 Constellation Force, Lightning. Asterisk 1600 Lightning Ultima. Asterisk 1800 Lightning Domain. Asterisk 2600 Constellation Force, Ice. Asterisk 3500 Constellation Force, Wind. Asterisk 2400 Ice, Ultima. Asterisk 700. Chapter 1452 You Can Do This. 2. Ice Domain. Asterisk 1500 Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 2700 Constellation Force, Poison. Asterisk 3600 Poison Ultima. Asterisk 2100 Poison Domain. Asterisk 2400 His clones were in 4 different forbidden zones. An immense amount of attribute bubbles were floating over through his connection with them. To others, the League of Talents was just a competition. To Wang Tung, that wasn't the entire picture. Picking up attributes was the most important task. Most of the bubbles picked up by his clones were related to constellation forces. The 4 constellation forces assigned to the clones had yet to reach the perfected celestial stage, but they were rising exponentially at the moment. It was all thanks to the clones' actions. Constellation Wind Force, 51200/70,000, Celestial Stage, 7th level. Constellation Lightning Force, 44500/60,000, Celestial Stage, 6th level. Constellation Ice Force, 12600/30,000, Celestial Stage, 3rd level. Constellation Poison Force, 24500/50,000, Celestial Stage, 5th level. The Constellation Wind Force rose from the 6th to the 7th level of the Celestial Stage. Constellation Lightning Force rose from the Celestial Stage 4th level to the 6th level. Constellation Ice Force rose from the planetary 9th level to the 3rd level of the Celestial Stage. Constellation Poison Force rose from the 1st to the 5th level of the Celestial Stage. With a before and after comparison, his 4 forces rose tremendously, completing his much-awaited breakthrough. No one noticed that Wang Tung's ability had skyrocketed during the competition. It was insane. Beside forces, he also received the corresponding ultimas and domains. The environments within the forbidden zones were special. Most of the roaming creatures had grasped ultimate moves. All of their attacks were instilled with them. The young hero cashed in a grandiose manner thanks to all those ultima attributes. Now, all 4 special element ultimas were at the perfected stage, on par with the 5 basic elements. As for domains, they were a pleasant surprise. Only high-tier Emperor beasts had a chance of possessing them. He had yet to experience a high-tier Imperial domain. Actually, the 4 domains didn't come from the star beasts. They came from the special fields within the forbidden zones. This had left the young hero in shock. Much enlightenment was received as domain attribute bubbles merged into his body. His understanding of the 4 domains increased tremendously. Wind Domain, 1180/4000, 4th rank. Lightning Domain, 750/3000, 3rd rank. Ice Domain, 1340/4000, 4th rank. Poison Domain, 2150/3000, 3rd rank. Wang Tung was satisfied with the increase. The trip had been more than worthwhile. Unfortunately, his origin power wasn't enough, so he couldn't make more clones to enter the other areas. Who knows? He could probably get the corresponding force domain in that region. Greedy fellow. Wang Tung shook his head and threw those covetous thoughts out of his mind. He should be content with his possessions. He stopped pondering, wanting to continue his beast-killing spree. It was now time to improve his ranking. Suddenly, all thoughts left his body. Zone 7. Wang Tung's clone raced through the zone as the untamed wind swept across the landscape like a giant broom. Without any warning, he stopped in his tracks and stared curiously to a certain place in front of him. He saw a figure fighting with a pack of wind-element star beasts. The battle was intense. Star beasts that looked like wind eagles dove down from the skies with blood covering their bodies. His fighting style was easily recognizable, too. His body was surrounded in flames, while fire patterns covered his skin, which gave his attacks an immensely powerful, searing heat. It was one of the talents from the Parker's family. The fellow noticed Wang Tung's wind element clone, which shocked him. At first he thought that their nemesis had made those clones to mislead them, so they wouldn't know who the real one was. The copies would probably disappear automatically once they entered the different zones. That is why our hero's arrival was completely unexpected. Is that the real Wang Tung? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, his expression darkening a little. Their encounter came with bad timing. The audience keeping tabs on Wang Tung saw this scene and became excited. They met. Wang Tung's clone ran into one of the Parkers. It will be a good show to watch. Enemies walk a narrow path. The warrior from the Parkers is lucky to meet him. But this is just Wang Tung's clone. Can he defeat the Parkers fighter? That warrior is in rank 97. He's much higher than Wang Tung. Things look bad for Wang Tung. On the Parkers family's spacecraft, the furious flaming universe, Lord's expression didn't look good. He would have been delighted if the situation was reversed for both parties. Things were looking bad. Their warrior was surrounded by a bunch of wind element creatures, and Wang Tung suddenly appeared. Without a doubt, the latter wouldn't give up that golden chance. As expected, Wang Tung's clone sniggered when he saw the struggling fellow from the Parkers. He flashed a bright smile and asked, "Hello, do you need my help?" Chapter 1453, You Can Do This? 3. The martial warrior from the Parkers family. The audience. They thought of all possibilities, but none of them guessed such a reaction. Wang Tung is incredibly polite. It's like two friends meeting up bulls **T. Shouldn't he be hostile towards his enemy? This doesn't feel right. "Get lost," shouted the angry fighter from the Parkers. The corners of his lips trembled. He then disregarded the young hero. "I just want to help. You don't have to tell me to get lost, even if you want to accept my offer." Indeed, all the Parkers have the same temperament. Wang Tung's clone shook his head and gave the other an innocent expression. "You were unkind to me first, so don't blame me for returning the favor." Parker's warrior number 1. The Parkers watching the scene frowned. Parker's warrior number 1? Who's number 1? Me? Don't I have the right to have my own name? The warrior felt humiliated. He was seething, wishing he could give the other a beating. However, he was besieged by the star beasts. He couldn't escape. Wang Tung loved the fellow's furious expression. He disappeared from the spot he was, using a concealing method to hide his aura completely. Then he raised a finger and compressed wind force to make wind blades and hurled them to the wind star beasts. He specially looked for the ones already injured heavily by the Parkers fellow. You could say he was ripping off his opponent's efforts. As for the still hale beasts, his opponent could take care of them. The star beasts felt indignant as they saw their comrades getting killed. They couldn't find the culprit, Wang Tung, so they vented all their frustration and anger on the Parkers warrior. Screech! Screech! Angry cries resounded in the sky as more wind eagles flew over. There were approximately 200 of them, joining the encirclement. "Oh my God! Number 1, all the best!" Wang Tung shouted from afar while still hiding. F***K. The besieged warrior was grim-faced. He wanted to vomit blood. This bastard is infuriating. He had a hard time fighting the first bunch of wind eagles. So how could he tackle the other 200 flying over? He was eventually injured, even incapable of fleeing. Escape would have been possible if he were only dealing with the eagles. However, Wang Tung kept disturbing him, preventing him from leaving. Whenever he injured some star beasts, the covert enemy would kill them before he could. This annoyed him even more. The Parkers fellow couldn't bear the abuse and bellowed in anger. "Wang Tung, this is too much." His mouth was covered with blood. The poor fellow vomited a mouthful of blood and shouted, "I give up." The next instant, he turned into a ball of light and disappeared from Zone 7. The remaining wind eagles were stunned when they saw Parker's warrior number 1 disappearing. They started searching for him. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found, so they decided to leave. Wang Tung wouldn't give up such a good chance. He immediately charged into the flock and took care of them. It only took an instant. Wang Tung's ranking skyrocketed and went straight to number 10. All the spectators were dumbstruck. There was only a single thought in their minds. "You can do this?" Chapter 1454, Heated Competition. Stable increase. The live chat platform, was flooded with comments. Wang Tung's name on the Zone 7 stone plate jumped from number 621 to number 10. It was an incredible feat. Those who weren't paying attention to the young hero didn't know how that happened. All they saw was Wild Perez, the original 10th place holder, being pushed down. Those watching the ladder were shocked. What happened? Why did Wild's name drop? Wang Tung rose to 10th place. What happened? How could such a huge change happen so suddenly? This is fun. I knew I should watch Wang Tung. Look at what he's done. Watch the playback if you don't know what happened. Stop asking around. But Wang Tung is a little shameless. How'd he come up with such a dirty trick? Parker's warrior number 1 was ripped off. I like that name. I bet he'll boil in anger if everyone calls him that. Report. A clone has reached rank 10. There must be a problem. I don't believe it. The idiot above, this is not against the rules. Don't speak if you're ignorant. That's right. Being able to do this is also a kind of strength. Didn't you see his concealment method? The Wind Eagles couldn't find him. That was the crux of the matter. Do you think a normal warrior can take the chestnut out of the fire in a similar situation? Makes sense. I was too busy watching the show and didn't realize this. The crowd was divided on the virtual universe's live chat platform. There were people who doubted the young hero, while others acknowledged him. However, his clones weren't eliminated, proving that he wasn't cheating. Many who had not noticed him before started to pay more attention to him. As for the Perez family, they were frustrated. Wild was an extremely talented warrior from their family. He fought hard to reach the top 10 and was just about to go further, but then Wang Tung shot up and pushed him down. At first, the Perez were gloating. One of the Parkers met Wang Tung and gave up the match. The family lost one candidate over nothing. This happened on the 5th day. There were still 25 more days. The martial warriors lagging behind would definitely catch up. Parker's warrior number 1 gave up, so his points would be halved. That meant he had no chance to squeeze into the top 10,000. Still, they didn't expect Wang Tung to rise and replace Wild Perez. What kind of luck is this? The Perez were exasperated. They couldn't blame Wang Tung. Since he didn't clash with their warriors, there was no confrontation. Also, he rose quickly because he killed enough Wind Eagles. They were all low-tier Imperial level and above. Honestly, considering his ability, he would have needed to spend more effort if he tackled the Wind Eagles on his own. What's more, there was a risk of not succeeding. The flock of eagles wasn't easy to defeat. Good thing he had Parker's warrior number 1 taking care of the front line. All he did was to piggyback on the fellow's effort, and his points skyrocketed. The process was simpler than hunting for Star Beast himself. One could imagine the amount of points he gained by sacrificing one warrior from the Parkers. The duped fellow from the Parkers was teleported out of the Forbidden Zone and returned to Ring 1. The medical staff rushed over to treat him. Damn it! Parker's warrior number 1 punched the ground with bloodshot eyes. He was furious. He knew he had lost the right to enter the next round of the League of Talents, and along with it his ticket to enter the 7 Stellar Academies. Wang Tung ruined his future prospects. I hate him. Unfortunately, his anger was useless. There was nothing he could do. Honestly, based on the grudges between the Parkers and the young hero, he would have done the same had he met Wang Tung in a similar situation. In summary, no one could be blamed. On board the Parkers' spacecraft Furious, Flaming Universe Lord was raging. Useless. There was no other group of Wind Eagles. Wang Tung tricked him into admitting defeat due to fear. Useless. Sinkleman and Volturu exchanged stares. They too were angry, but they knew they couldn't blame that martial warrior. Even if the fellow hadn't admitted defeat, Wang Tung wouldn't have let him go. Continuing the fight would only mean giving the enemy more benefits at the expense of his health. After being seriously injured, he wouldn't have been able to continue the match and would have to eventually give up. The vice presidents of the Great Qian Academy were shocked. They were caught off guard when Wang Tung's clone reached 10th place. They had previously felt that creating clones was an unwise decision, but Wang Tung's clone in Zone 7 rose in rank in the blink of an eye. They felt a little awkward after being proven wrong. In Zone 1, Wang Tung received the attribute bubbles sent by his clone exploring Zone 7 and felt refreshed. His constellation wind force rose again from the 7th to the 8th level of the celestial stage. Constellation wind force 34600/80,000. Celestial stage, 8th level. Wang Tung blinked. He touched his chin as an amazing idea popped in his mind. He sent this to the other 3 clones. The 3 working in zones 2, 3, and 5 froze for an instant. Then, their eyes shimmered as they darted in a certain direction. Look, Wang Tung's clones are acting weird. Why are they suddenly moving so fast? What are they planning? Wow, I think he's going to do something big. Are they powering up because the clone in Zone 7 reached 10th place? Many were astounded by the clones' sudden actions. There had to be an ulterior motive underfoot. However, the clones didn't stop killing star beasts. Although moving faster, they would still stop and kill star beasts they met along the way. Thus, no one knew what the young hero wanted to do. They just assumed he didn't want the rest of his clones to fall too far behind. Time flew, many days passing. Soon, it was the 20th day. More than 90% of the candidates had been eliminated. The population density within the 10 forbidden zones dropped drastically. The acrid smell of blood pervaded the air. Numerous star beasts were killed within those 20 days. The ground was stained with their blood. There were also casualties. Most warriors gave up in time to be teleported away. There were some unwilling to admit defeat and died in the hands of the star beasts. But the outstanding talents remained outstanding. Some instances included Ling Yangshu, Yuan Hong, Lung Qinxue, Gaunt, Berkshire. Those talents continued to hold the #1 position. No one caught up. As for Zone 1, competition was extremely intense. The Crown Prince, Strachey and Landon from the Parkers, the Princes, the martial warriors from the Xiaoho family, the Jaius, the Jeans, and the Rodriguez had slaughtered their way to the top 30. The place was packed. Wang Tang's ranking also rose steadily. He had the 36th spot, close to the top 30. That was a great improvement compared to his previous results. His rankings in the other forbidden areas didn't drop. They also went up. Number 56 in Zone 2. Number 48 in Zone 3. Number 42 in Zone 5. Number 6 in Zone 7. The last rank was the highest. He had risen 4 more places and reached the 6th spot. Many people were taken aback. After all, the young hero's method was inappropriate. Many had predicted that his ranking would drop. This was a tight slap to their faces. This is unprecedented. His main form and the clones are rising in rank. This is scary. How is he doing it? This doesn't make sense. Do you think he can surpass the Crown Prince's points if we pool all his points together? Oh my God, it's still below what the Crown Prince had, but he could be in the Zone 1's top 5. The Crown Prince has 356,850 points, while Wang Tung has 213,120 points in total. This is a few hundred points higher than the 5th place holder in Zone 1. Impressive. Exceptional. That means that Wang Tung's ability is within Zone 1's top 5. That's not the case. It's easier to hunt for star beasts in the other forbidden zones because of how heated the competition in Zone 1 is. That's why his ranking in Zone 1 is further behind. That makes sense. Wang Tung is only the 36th in Zone 1, which is far apart from the top 5 talents. Well, he's asking for it. He would have had the chance to if he sent all his clones to Zone 1, at least getting to the top 15. That's right. Being in the top 15 shouldn't be a problem with all his clones. I wouldn't have wasted my efforts like this if I had a clone skill. Come on, you're not Wang Tung. You wouldn't have fared better if you were in his shoes. Talk is cheap. Wang Tung's performance was exceptional, so he steadily ranked 2nd in terms of overall popularity. More people were paying attention to him than to talents like Yuan Hong, Ling Yangshu, and the others. At the same time, there were heated debates about him. But no matter how his popularity rose, he couldn't surpass the Crown Prince. He was forever number 2. Chapter 1455, Netherworld Domain. Another day passed. There were 9 days left until the end of the elimination round. Zone 1. In the deep sea, Wang Tung sat cross-legged on a giant rock at the bottom of the sea with his eyes closed. There was a bottomless trench further ahead of him. It looked like the entrance of an abyss, endless and pitch black. Freezing seawater was coming out from below. Wang Tang seemed unaffected by the cold, sitting on the rock like a lifeless stone statue. He had become one with the sea. All his aura was hidden. No star beast went there to disturb him. Wang Tang has also reached the bottom of the sea. He's the 43rd martial warrior to reach the bottom. There are many candidates ahead of him. What's he doing? Why isn't he moving after reaching the bottom? Is he recuperating? Wait, he's not injured. I think he's cultivating? Hey, I also think so. That's bold of him. Others started hunting the instant they went down, but he chose to sit down and cultivate first. Wang Tang, sit down, be patient. Let me cultivate first. 66,666. Maybe he gained some enlightenment. If not, why would he suddenly stop? Impressive, you can gain enlightenment during a competition. Is that the difference between the normal me and a genius? A few people were intent on guessing Wang Tang's reasons. He did receive something new. That was why he wasn't rushing to kill star beasts immediately after he went down. The pressure at the bottom of the sea was immense. Along with the planet's terrifying gravity and the special environment on the seabed, a unique field was created. Hence, when Wang Tang arrived, he managed to collect a few attribute bubbles. Sea Gravity Domain *250 Sea Gravity Domain *320 Sea Gravity Domain *180. These belong to a water domain. The name revealed with the attribute stats. Wang Tang was surprised when he first saw the attribute bubbles. His other clones were getting domain attribute bubbles in the other zones, but there hadn't been anything of that sort there, even after spending 20 days. He initially thought there wasn't anything special to gather in that forbidden water zone, as there weren't any special attribute bubbles to be found. He didn't think they were all at the bottom of the sea. The depths of the sea was the most special place in that zone. The attributes integrated into his mind. Wang Tang's perception of the sea gravity domain was rapidly increasing. It was a special water-based area control with strong gravity pressure. It was a water domain combined with external forces. Initially, he relied on the attribute bubbles to enlighten the sea gravity domain and not need to spend extra time absorbing and digesting. However, Wang Tang wanted to take the opportunity to integrate said domain with the water domain. He had acquired quite a few domains, some of which overlapped. The best way was to merge them. He had a better grasp on the sea gravity domain, and the time was ripe to try the fusion. He didn't hesitate to sit down and began the process. There was a special domain surrounding his body at the moment, freezing seawater in a 1,000-meter radius. Some of the sea creatures were still swimming around freely, but then their bodies froze all of a sudden. They couldn't move one bit, as if time had stopped. Many powerful warriors made sounds, as if gleaning something. However, many others didn't know what was happening, nor could they tell that something was different. On the Great Qian Academy's spacecraft, there was a strange light in President Pei Tianz's eyes as he uttered, "Domain." "President, what domain?" Bao Duan and Qi Yunxia were focusing on Ling Yangshu and were taken aback when they heard the president's statement. The latter made a hand motion and zoomed in to get a better view. The image showed Wang Tang cultivating in the deep sea. This fellow's enlightenment is related to a domain. What? Bao Duan's eyes opened wide, and he asked in shock, "You mean Wang Tang has comprehended a domain?" Qi Yunxia and the other vice presidents looked at their president with eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. Look at his surroundings. That's certainly the power of a domain. Pei Tianzhou nodded. Many instructors and vice presidents were at the heaven stage. They possessed domains and weren't strangers to the concept. They finally found the clues after observing carefully. It really is the power of a domain. Bao Duan's expression became solemn. It's a water element domain, but it's anything but ordinary. Wang Tang has an amazing talent to understand a domain there, Qi Yunxiao exclaimed. I initially thought that Yangshu would be able to shine in the League of Talents with his domain. Who would have thought another gifted talent would appear in the first round of the competition? Looks like I was too naive. Bao Duan smiled bitterly. The League of Talents has always been full of outstanding individuals. We cannot underestimate the other participants, Pei Tianzhou said calmly. The president is right. Qi Yunxia and the others nodded. I wonder how far his grasp on the domain can go. Bao Duan wondered. It's hard to say. After all, we are too far away to judge clearly, the president replied. The scholars were filled with regret. Looks like they could only tell when the candidates met in battle. On the Parker's spacecraft furious flaming universe lord, and the others saw this, and their expressions turned grave. They looked as if someone owed them trillions of universe coins. The better Wang Tong's talents were, the worse they felt, and the more they wanted to get rid of him. However, since the boy was participating in the league, they could only hope that the talent from their family could defeat him. It would be harder to deal with the fellow if they allowed him to rise in the competition and enter one of the renowned academies. They realized this when the boy obtained the National Military Medal. It was unfortunate to see him rise to fame that quickly. They were running out of ideas. In the Cavendish family's spacecraft Borla, and the others noticed Wang Tong's enlightened domain and were surprised. Looks like Wang Tong is really talented. Olivia's mother nodded in satisfaction, like a mother-in-law looking at her daughter's husband. The more she saw him, the more satisfied she felt. It's just that our hero was completely unaware of the matter. He didn't feel anything for Olivia. The latter had a cheeky smile as she looked at Wang Tong. Her feelings toward him were different since her return from Defense Planet number 29. Although she didn't know what the difference was, she was happy to see him make a name for himself. I told you, this brother of mine is definitely not ordinary. Di Chi smiled, feeling proud of himself. He could already tell that Wang Tong was special during his stay on Defense Planet number 4. Borla smacked him on the head with disdain and said, "You still have the nerve to mention that. How strong was Wang Tong when he visited the Great Qian planet? And what was yours then? Now compare with his current progress. Don't you feel ashamed?" Di Chi felt gloomy. He's not a talent. He's a monster. In the deep sea, time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours later, Wang Tong finally opened his eyelids. A deep blue glow flashed past the depths of his eyes. My water domain has reached the 4th rank, he muttered to himself in delight. No, wait. I've merged the netherworld water and my knowledge of the sea gravity domain. This is no longer a simple water domain. I need a new name for it. A few names crossed his mind, but he shook his head and said, "What's the point of thinking so much about this? I could just call it netherworld domain. This water sends people to the netherworld. It's a good name." Wang Tong was bad at names. Since one had already popped up, he chose to go with it. Thinking too much would bring about an uglier name. The water domain's power increased tremendously after the fusion of the netherworld water and the sea gravity domain. It wasn't a simple case of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. In the world of domains, a single domain would be the weakest configuration, but one combining the effects of other domains was truly powerful. Of course, it would only apply to those of the same stage. There was nothing to compare between stages. Wang Tong got up after finishing the enlightening process. His domain disappeared, and the imprisoned sea creatures finally regained their freedom, hastily fleeing. He stood at the edge of the large trench in front of him and looked down. There was nothing but darkness below. He couldn't see anything. Even if he used real eye, the range was very limited. However, he did find a lot of powerful star beasts within. Some of them even had terrifying auras. They were definitely at the mid-tier Imperial level, if one were to make a conservative estimate. He wasn't in a rush to enter the sea trench. He looked at the other areas and leaped out. Swoosh! Wang Tong's sword flashed with a blue light, which wasn't as eye-catching in the deep sea. A mid-tier Imperial creature hiding by the seafloor was sliced in half by the sword move, dying instantly. It never had a chance to attack. The seawater was dyed red. The stench of blood was spread, filling the sea. Such a clean hit, with such power, left many with astonished expressions. Chapter 1456, I heard that all the Parkers are idiots. The bottom of the sea is different. Star beasts here are much more powerful. Many of them have reached the mid-tier of the Imperial level. Wang Tong said to himself as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The battle planet was an extremely massive planet. While many species abounded on land, the sea floor was extremely deep. Both pressure and gravity were great as well. That was why he had to spend 20 days swimming before he could even reach the seabed. Of course, it was also related to the number of star beasts in the sea. Along the way, he ran into many creatures and started to hunt them down. He wouldn't have taken as long to descend had he given up on killing those creatures. But going straight down was probably not worth it. Star beasts deep under the sea were generally more powerful. Many martial warriors would waste lots of time and effort if they hunted star beasts alone. It was likely that the amount of points they would gain there might not be as much as hunting low-tier, imperial, and emperor-level star beasts. Wang Tong is making a move. That strike was really powerful. It killed a mid-tier imperial monster in an instant. I always felt that he wasn't going all out. Is he finally doing it now? Let's wait and see. The star beasts by the seabed are much more powerful. The ones who felt confident rushed down to tackle high risks with high rewards. This guy is barely starting to hunt. I wonder if he can catch up. He has to be strong enough if he wants to get more points there, or he'll be facing a quick elimination. Wang Tung's water force is very powerful. Is it the strongest among his 5 forces? 5 element forces. Wang Tong is really talented. He even possesses wind force and lightning force. I'm dying with envy. Is this what they call a genius? My mother made me watch the League of Talents to learn from Wang Tong. Learn? Talent can be learned? Sob. Wang Tong had yet to leave at this time. The blood stench was drawing many star beasts over. He was merely waiting for his prey. Sure enough, there was a commotion in the surroundings shortly after. All the creatures were ugly and unpleasant. They were also cunning, resorting to sneak attacks. They thought they could hide themselves well, but Wang Tung's real, I wasn't for show. In the next moment, the hero's body gradually disappeared. There was some distortion in the water as he completely blended into the sea. Advanced stage disguise. The talent was very powerful, able to adapt in various environments and allowing the user to hide well. The star beast's hiding skills were nothing compared to his move. Roar! Roar! Roars could be heard. There was a cloud made of blood, spreading rapidly and dyeing the sea red. This surprised the spectators, observing the battle. Before they could even react, the battle started and ended in an extremely short burst. There were dozens of star beasts, with several being mid-tier imperial. However, all were easily dispatched by Wang Tong. He began a killing frenzy in Zone 1. His points were steadily rising, overtaking the martial warriors at a fast pace, one by one until he reached the top 30. Everyone was dumbfounded. He rose too quickly. Is he on steroids? Many people were still evaluating whether the young hero could squeeze into the top 30 rankings. Who knew he could overtake those participants and climb to the 24th spot in the blink of an eye? There was uproar among the spectators. At the same time, Wang Tung's clone had finally met another candidate from the Parker's family in Zone 3. Parker's warrior number 2. Wang Tung didn't show himself, choosing to hide well instead. The timing wasn't right. Parker's grunt number 2 was all alone, with no beast encounters thus far. Killing each other wasn't allowed in the elimination battle. Either, it was impossible for Wang Tung to make a move against him. Wang Tung thought of a great idea after dealing with Parker's warrior number 1. He wanted to use the same method to make those fellows help in hunting star beasts and increase his points. Anyway, the feud with the Parkers had already been established. He would do whatever he could to make it a disadvantage for them. Alas, the forbidden zones were too big. It wasn't easy to find specific people. Furthermore, Wang Tung couldn't just focus on finding people from the Parkers. That was penny wise, pound foolish. This was the reason why he had just met a second victim from that family. His spiritual power was strong enough, so he could hide while observing the other fellow. Parker's number 2 hadn't discovered him yet. The guy was moving quickly in the foggy, dense forest and was paying attention to the movements around him. Not one did he notice that the enemy was trailing behind, looking for an opportunity to strike. Damn, look at Zone 3. What is Wang Tung's clone trying to do? He's following a warrior from the Parkers. Looks like he's up to some mischief. Oh no, that fellow from the Parkers is in for some suffering. This scene reminds me of that poor guy, the other one from the Parkers. Wang Tung has set his eyes on yet another Parkers participant again. Why did I say again? I feel like mourning for that fellow. The sneaky look. Why does he look creepy? On the Parkers' spacecraft Furious flaming universe lord, and the others noticed this, and their faces darkened instantly. An ominous feeling emerged in their hearts. This bastard is going to cause trouble. In Zone 3, Wang Tung followed the other guy for half a day, but Parker's number 2 only ran into a few star beasts, swiftly dispatching them. He couldn't find an opportunity to strike. Wang Tung frowned, but still followed patiently. A good hunter must have patience. Only strike when there's an opportunity, and the strike dealt should be fatal. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a second chance. After walking for a long time, the Parkers candidate suddenly stopped in his tracks and dodged towards the side. There was a loud swoosh. It was an ear-piercing sound. There was also a green flash in the fog, slashing towards Parker's number 2's location. A 10-meter-long crack appeared on the ground, surrounded by green smoke. It was clearly toxic. Had the Parkers grunt not dodged in time, the attack would have been enough to leave a serious injury. The guy tensed up as he looked toward the fog. He looked around, trying to find the attacker. Wang Tung also stopped and looked into the fog with his real eye. Only then was he able to see a green light in the mist, moving fast but silently. People couldn't lock onto its location. If not for the young hero's eye skill, he wouldn't have been able to spot the creature. A poison python, mid-tier of the Imperial level. Wang Tung already knew what it was. However, the Parkers' warrior was still clueless. He was frowning, as he couldn't find the python's position. A star beast with mid-tier Imperial level was equivalent to a Cosmos warrior, which was a little tricky for a celestial fighter to handle. Swoosh! Another green light shot out from the fog again. This time, it rushed from the right side, unlike the previous attack. The Parkers fellow was like a tensed bow. He didn't notice the attack in the beginning, fumbling a bit as he dodged. Wang Tung, however, was able to see the move clearly. It was the creature's tail. The python's tail was shaped like a scythe, covered with hard and cold scales of a green color. Poison force would turn it into a slicing attack as it swept towards a prey. The young hero assessed the other guy's status and saw that he would be fine for the time being. He chose to ignore him for a bit, circling around the python's area, heading to the back of the fog. After traveling for several kilometers, Wang Tung saw a steep cliff covered in vines. There were many green-lit figures hidden amongst the vines. There were poison pythons of different kinds. Emperor level, low-tier Imperial level, mid-tier Imperial level, all of them were densely packed, scattered all over. Some were even entwined, forming spheres. The image was disgusting. Looking at them made people feel goosebumps. It really is a poison python nest, Wang Tung thought, smiling sinisterly. On the virtual universe's live chat platform, why is Wang Tung running away by himself? Is he not going to mess with the Parkers guy? Could it be that star beasts are more difficult to deal with, and he chose to give up? Wait, Wang Tung saw something. Why is he smiling so sinisterly? Crap, am I seeing things? I think I saw many pythons. Damn it, they really are pythons, all bundled up together. It's so disgusting. It's over. Am I the only one that thinks that the Parkers guy is going to suffer? All the best for him. You guys are overthinking. There are too many of those things and too far away from him. How is Wang Tung going to lure them over? That makes sense. He can lure the guy from the Parkers to that place. He can't be that stupid, right? I heard that the members of the Parkers family aren't that smart. Looks like you made a grave revelation. You're going to be taken away. Do you have any goods to inherit? Please tell me the password. Thanks. Crap. I want to recall my message. sh*t. Why can't I do it? Tell the Virtual Universe Corp to add the function. Virtual Universe Corporation. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Chapter 1457 F***K. Is this something a human would do? 1. Wang Tung touched his chin and wondered how to lure the poison pythons to Parker's warrior number 2. The number 2 wasn't stupid. He sensed the pythons and evaded their attacks before. Hence, it was impossible for him not to notice the pythons if he was led to their nest. The best method was to guide the reptiles to the place where the guy was fighting with the mid-tier Imperial-level python. After pondering for some time, Wang Tung's eyes lit up, and he started searching around. The audience was puzzled, wondering what he was up to. Soon, Wang Tung squatted down as if just having found something on the ground and was observing carefully. He picked up several spiritual plants growing in a pile. Those weren't enough. He needed a few hundred stalks to tackle that large group of snakes, so he searched for some more. Fortunately, there were many around. It was easy to find them. Serpentine grass. Being a grandmaster alchemist, Wang Tung was familiar with all kinds of spiritual herbs. He remembered the basics of that plant. It was an aphrodisiac. That's right, serpentine grass was an aphrodisiac. When all life awakened and the mating season arrived, some snakes would consume the plant to mate. Wang Ting didn't know if it was mating season already, but he could create one for them. This should be enough. He was quick to gather the stalks, soon collecting a few hundred of them. He nodded and found a place to sit. Fire force was manifested in his hand. A wisp of flame appeared, burning the serpentine grass into powder form. He also added supplementary spiritual herbs to improve the effects. Done. Wang Tung chuckled. The serpentine grass powder turned into a round ball, silently floating above his palm. The steps were simple, and Wang Tung was a grandmaster alchemist. The process was brief. What was that spiritual grass? I don't know. Someone, please check. I feel he's going to make trouble. All right, is Wang Tung an alchemist? I'm an alchemist. I can guarantee he wasn't very technical. Do you have any certification? Found it. That was serpentine grass. It's an aphrodisiac. Oh my God, an aphrodisiac. I think I know what he wants to do. I think I know too. The guy claiming to be an alchemist. Why couldn't you tell it was serpentine grass? Where are you? Come out. I did notice, but I'm letting you figure out for yourselves so your understanding improves. Haha, you're good with words. While the live chat platform was heating up, Wang Tung stood up and reappeared next to the python nest in a flash. He waved a hand to scatter the round pills towards the poison pythons. A few quiet seconds later, there was a commotion. Oh my God! Hiss! Excited hissing echoed in the valley. It's starting. Wang Tung's eyes lit up as he stared into the distance. As expected, the giant pythons quickly slithered out, intertwining with one another. They formed balls of snakes and squirmed furiously. This is unsettling. Wang Tung mumbled. He couldn't bear to watch. But he had no choice. He needed to watch so he could know how to attack them. He glanced at the tumbling snakes and felt that the time was right. He raised a hand and pointed forward. Black vines formed, sweeping out with a whoosh. Wang Tung wasn't trying to kill the creatures. What he was planning was even more infuriating, though. They would wish they could kill him. The black vines circled around the females of the species and pulled them away forcefully. All the poison pythons were stunned. What just happened? They were indulging in the moment when something disappeared. Their mates disappeared. The pythons raised their heads and saw the female pythons being sent into the sky. Their pupils shrank. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Angry hissings abounded. The poison pythons were enraged. Their mates were being snatched. This enmity would not be forgiven. The giant pythons chased after the vines furiously. Numerous attacks swarmed towards Wang Tung like a tsunami. Our hero turned and ran. The black vines were keeping a tight hold of the female pythons, preventing them from escaping. They were being used to bait the other pythons. Oh my God, is this something a human would do? The spectators were stunned. Their minds were blown away. They guessed that Wang Tung was aiming to use serpentine grass to quicken the poison pythons, but none of them guessed his following actions, what is going through his mind. Boom! There were violent tremors in the foggy forest. Wang Tung's alchemized grass made the giant pythons lose their minds. They openly rampaged through the forest. What's going on? Parker's warrior number 2 was fighting with a mid-tier Imperial-level python when he heard the commotion. His expression changed. Chapter 1458, F asterisk asterisk K. Is this something a human will do? 2. The Parker's fellow sensed the fierce and wild aura surging towards him from all directions. He had a bad feeling, run. The pythons are here, run. The pythons are here, run. The pythons are here. The phrase flooded the virtual universe's live chat panel. Many couldn't bear to watch, involuntarily starting to sympathize with the fellow. Parker's warrior number 2 noticed that something was amiss and wanted to break away from the current fight. However, a few black shadows dropped from the sky, coming out from the mist. Boom, boom, boom. The pythons plummeted down uncontrollably, squirming their giant bodies in the air. The Parker's guy was aghast. His pupils shrank as his mind filled with question marks. Why did the pythons fall from the sky? However, that wasn't the time to ponder about it. The pythons would fall on him soon, so he swept his battle blade and killed the incoming snakes with flames. Blood splattered, and the acrid stench of blood wafted in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Angry hissing was heard. More pythons dashed out of the mist. They hurled themselves at Parker's warrior number 2. Those reptiles had lost their minds, so they didn't care who the culprit was. They would kill any human on sight. What's more, the fellow had already killed a few female pythons, making their hatred towards him become intense. Wang Tung was elated when he saw this development from his hiding spot. Good Lord, such great teamwork. The latter looked grim. He suffered a group attack from the snakes for no apparent reason. He felt wronged. The guy wanted to explain, but the pythons wouldn't listen. Number 2 shuttled back and forth amid the snake's siege, not daring to face them head-on. He just wanted to get out. Wang Tung wouldn't let this happen. He would use spiritual power to move a few snakes his way to force the fellow back into the hot mess. Number 2 wanted to vomit blood out of frustration. Why did more snakes pop up when he was about to escape? Also, he noticed how snakes died all of a sudden once they were seriously wounded, all before he could land the killing blow. All his efforts were wasted. His points were pathetic. No matter how stupid he was, he eventually caught on. Someone was controlling the scene to get more points. Rules stated that they couldn't kill each other, but that only applied to direct confrontation. It didn't state they couldn't use Star Beasts to injure other martial warriors. Thus, at first, the Parker's family wanted to use such a method to hurt Wang Tung. Unfortunately, the warriors in the competition couldn't see the live broadcast. Otherwise, friend number 2 would have surmised from number 1's ending that Wang Tung was behind all of it. Who is it? Parker's warrior number 2 glanced around him with a sullen face. He shouted again, "Who is it? Come out." No one replied. All he could see were the snakes attacking like maniacs. Do you know who I am? Can you bear the consequences of hindering the Parker's family? The warrior kept shouting when he received no reply. I can't see you, but my family can. You can't escape. Stop shouting. Aren't you tired? Wang Tung asked calmly. The other frowned, as the voice was familiar. Where have I heard it before? You. He remembered who it was, his expression changing completely. Wang Tung, you came to Zone 3. The guy clenched his teeth. Ha ha. Wang Tung laughed. This fellow thinks that his true form is here. You're a coward. You came here because you don't dare go to Zone 1, mocked the fellow. That's right, I'm a coward, Wang Tung replied. The former didn't expect such a direct admission to the claim. His expression froze, but then he snorted. Oomph. I will kick you out of the competition if I have the chance. Why don't you take care of yourself first? The young hero replied indifferently. Parker's warrior number 2 was frustrated, feeling he was punching a cotton ball. His intention was to anger the other to make him show up. The bastard is extremely composed. The fellow was rendered speechless. I feel bad for him. Parker's warrior number 2 is being fooled. Would he be fuming with anger if he knew it's just one of Wang Tung's clones? Wang Tung is evil. He's tricking all the warriors from the Parkers. This is the second one. Looks like their grudges can't be reconciled anymore. Time moved slowly. Parker's warrior number 2 was tired, still unable to break free. He wondered how long he had been fighting. The worst thing was, he didn't get many points, either. All of it went to Wang Tung's tally. You're doing great. Let me count for you. There's still 68 poison pythons left. A bit more effort and you'll succeed. You're the best. Wang Tung cheered him on. Everyone, this fellow is irritating. Parker's warrior number 2 was already injured when he heard this. He felt his lungs about to explode in anger as he vomited blood. Blood was spewed like a fountain, blossoming in the sky and creating a pretty sight. Amazing, Wang Tung praised. The mid-tier Imperial-level python took the chance to sweep at fellow number 2 with its tail. The move left a wound so deep that bones could be seen. He would have been chopped in two had he not taken half a step back in time. I admit defeat. Parker's warrior number 2's face was drained of color. He finally gave up the fight. A light shot down as he disappeared from Zone 3. A shrill and furious roar reverberated in the mist. Wang Tung, I will never forgive you. Just then, Wang Tung gradually emerged and stared at the spot where the ball of light was. He shook his head and said, "What a pity. Why give up so early?" Everyone, Wang Tung is a devil. Damn it. Furious Flaming Universe Lord's eyes were about to shoot fire due to anger. He glared at Wang Tung's image, wishing he could tear him into pieces. For some reason, maybe sensing the elder's intense gaze, or just making a deliberate move, the young man raised a hand and stuck out 2 fingers. Veins popped out from the Universe Lord's forehead. What does that mean? Two. Is he referring to the second dispatched warrior from the Parkers? Is Wang Tung declaring war on the Parkers now? That's bold. Amazing. On the live chat platform, everyone was wondering if that was Wang Tung's war declaration. If it were someone else, they might have seen it as the guy overestimating himself, but Wang Tung had already taken care of 2 enemies. It was still possible to keep at it. How rash of him. Bao Duan shook his head on the Great Qian Academy's spacecraft. Young people should be a little hot-blooded. President Pei Tianzhou laughed with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Bao Duan and Qi Yunxiao were surprised, not expecting the president to think that way. The latter had a soft spot for talents. Unfortunately, he was already a member of the military, so their fates wouldn't cross. The pair of underlings shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Wang Tung now had to take action since guy number 2 was gone. Fortunately, the fellow had tired many of the creatures, making work easier for him. Once he dealt with all the poison pythons, Wang Tung's point skyrocketed, reaching first place. Gaunt, who was hunting star beasts at the moment, was stunned by this. Chapter 1459, Lung Qiangshu's Interference. In Zone 3, the talented Gaunt had remained in first place for a very long time. But then he was suddenly shoved to second place. It all happened in an instant. Gaunt was dumbfounded. He didn't know what had happened, and his expression turned gloomy. To be overtaken out of the blue, after keeping the spot for more than 20 days, anyone could imagine how he felt. Look at Gaunt's expression. I pity him. He probably doesn't know what happened. What's with this Wang Tung? Is he cheating? How'd he squeeze Gaunt out first place? Don't speak nonsense if you don't know what's going on. Everyone's watching the competition. How can you even cheat? He's just a bit more creative than others. It's not just a bit. I'm about to break my back. Many people saw Gaunt's expression and immediately burst into laughter. It was too funny. Of course, there were some who speculated whether the young competitor from the military was cheating. Otherwise, how could his points skyrocket all of a sudden? It didn't make sense. After all, Gaunt had reigned in first place for more than 20 days and was dethroned in a flash. Some of Gaunt's supporters couldn't accept it. The top 10 rankings would rarely change, as the main performers were strong, keeping a large gap between those below. It was difficult for others to catch up and overtake them. It would usually be those outside of the top 10 who would have ranking changes. But such incidents always happened while Wang Tung was around. He always acted in unexpected ways. Those who knew him were accustomed to the fact. Those who didn't would, soon enough. Gaunt was in a very bad mood. He was surpassed by a person who came out of nowhere, for no reason he could think of. It would be strange to see him in high spirits. Furthermore, he knew that this upstart wasn't even among the top 10 before. This meant that his rival's ranking shot up from further below the top 10, shooting straight to first place. Even he had doubts as to whether the guy was cheating. Sometime later, he realized that Wang Tung was firmly keeping the spot, which meant that there wasn't anything wrong with the rankings. A bright light flashed in Gaunt's eyes. His competitiveness stirred. He glanced at the surrounding star beasts and leapt to begin a massacre. On the other side, Wang Tung looked at his ranking in Zone 3 and smiled. Finally, first place. I just have to keep the spot until everything is over. He then looked at Gaunt's ranking and raised his eyebrows. Looks like this guy isn't willing to settle. He snickered. He wasn't about to have his advantage lost. So he also began killing star beasts. Wang Tung took some time to check his attributes board. He had gathered large amounts of attribute bubbles from his hunt just then. His poison force advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of the celestial stage. Constellation Poison Force 46500/70,000. Celestial Stage, 7th level. With the 7th level of the celestial stage and his current strength, his clone would fare well even against talented martial warriors, killing star beasts as fast as them. It wouldn't be easy for Gaunt to catch up. The League of Talents was in full swing. The rankings of Wang Tung and his clones improved yet again. Zone 1. He had advanced into the top 20 and was now in rank 18. Zone 2. He had reached rank 23. Zone 3. First place. Zone 5. He advanced to the top 20 as well and was now in rank 16. Zone 7. He rose from rank 6 to 3rd place. His rankings shocked countless people. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my God, any other warrior would be exhilarated to have one of those results. However, Wang Tung was occupying 5 of those spots. Look, Wang Tung has finally met Parker's number 3 in Zone 5. What Parkers know? 3? The Parkers will go mad. Oh my God, he really met him. Yet another fateful encounter. I really want to know how the Parkers are feeling right now. I wonder what Wang Tung is going to do to this guy. He can be more creative. My back is still fine. Everyone was excited on the live chat platform. There were also people who took the initiative to bestow names to the Parkers participants. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Numbers 1 and 2 had been killed in action. Number 3 would soon go under. The Parkers observing the competition had faces as black as charcoal. Furious flaming universe lord's nose was almost spitting fire. How could they run into him again? Why is fate so cruel? Number 1 and number 2 were now in the waiting area. Compared to number 1, number 2 was a bit more fortunate. He was eliminated after 20 days passed, and his ranking was still quite high. Even if his points were halved, it was still possible for him to get into the top 10,000. However, both fighters' expressions were foul, and couldn't help but worry for number 3 when they saw he was found by Wang Tung. TSK, what number 3? That's their family's XXX. The other dukedoms couldn't help but gloat a little when they saw this. Wang Tung really had a feud with the Parkers. They felt a little glad that their families were on good terms with the young hero. Otherwise, they would have trouble stomaching such deliberate targeting. The League of Talents was supposed to give the family's talents a better path. It would be a waste if they didn't get good results because of such reasons. No matter what, the ones who should be depressed at the moment were the Parkers. It had nothing to do with the other families. On a snow-capped mountain in Zone 5, Wang Tung met Parker's number 3. He hid himself behind a large tree piled with snow. His body was like one with the environment, while his presence disappeared. No one could tell there was someone present. The insider knows the ropes, while the outsider just comes along for the ride. Many powerful warriors noticed Wang Tung's concealing method and were extremely astonished by it. Quite the brilliant move. They wouldn't have noticed the boy's existence if they weren't watching the competition from a third person's perspective. Many people were curious about how the guy would sabotage Parker's number 3. The previous 2 methods opened their eyes, while being greatly entertained at the same time. What would happen the third time? Their encounter was also a coincidence. The Parker's fellow was fighting a group of ice boars. Those beasts were the overlords of the area and lived in great numbers. Parker's number 3 was overjoyed to have found the place. To him, it was an excellent hunt ground. He was ranked 16th at the moment. If he could wipe out that beast group, he would certainly make it to the top 5. It was an excellent opportunity However, he was cautious, knowing he couldn't startle all the creatures at the same time. He had to bide his time and finish them off one step at a time. He carefully lured a small group and killed them before drawing the attention of another group. It was a slower method, but victory was secured. Number 3 had a solid plan. It was a sound plan indeed, but plans would always encounter changes. Since Wang Tung had found him, he wouldn't let him do as he wanted. The young hero's eyes lit up as he rubbed his chin. It shouldn't be difficult this time. Ice boars had the ice element and feared flames. He had been using fire force in that forbidden zone, which countered them. Releasing his flames was the only thing he needed to do. There wasn't a need for power. He only had to affect a wide area to startle all the beasts present. Well, see how number 3 dodges them. Just as he was about to make a movie, froze all of a sudden. He turned and squinted a little. A snow-white figure had suddenly appeared. It was a woman clad in a snow-white dress with snow-white hair to match. The most noticeable were her dazzling feet, which casually paced around the snow. This beauty has a powerful ice talent. Interesting. Is she the top ranker? Long Qinxue? Wang Teng's heart thumped. He decided to abort the plan after some contemplation. He wanted to see what she was up to before taking action. Just then, he felt flustered since she looked in his general direction. However, he didn't move an inch. There was no need to be anxious. Wang Tung was confident in his advanced disguise talent. It was impossible for her to notice him. Great perception. Is it because she sensed my gaze? Or is it because of her exceptional ice talent? Wang Tung felt puzzled, yet relieved. Fortunately, I was calm enough and didn't reveal my presence. I would have been discovered otherwise. Lung Qiangshu's arrival also attracted number 3's attention. She didn't bother concealing her presence, walking in the snow with a calm posture as if she were alone. She made it seem like she didn't care about him. Lung Qinxue. Number 3's expression changed, immediately recognizing the lady. Lung Qiangshu's had become a renowned figure in Zone 5. Many had seen the stunning beauty walking barefoot in the snow. Guy number 3 had naturally heard about her. His guess was confirmed when he noticed her fair hair and her bare feet. Damn it, why did I meet her here? Number 3 didn't look too good. Lung Qinxue was ranked first and was definitely powerful to an extreme. He wasn't confident of being able to fight and deal with her. Lung Qinxue walked from afar and raised a slender palm. A snow cave then collapsed. A dozen ice boars pushed the snow away and rushed out. Their eyes became red when they saw the culprit destroy their nest, then squealed as they charged towards her. However, ice spikes burst out of the ground and pierced the ice boars without her even moving. TSK, this woman is strong, Wang Tung commented after seeing it happen. Chapter 1460 Beauty. Aren't you cold without your shoes? Neat and decisive. Silent. Wang Tung and number 3 were stunned by Lung Qiangshu's attacks. Our hero wasn't as reactive to it, but he was dumbfounded by the young woman's ice talent. He had never seen the like. Even Saiba, the fellow of the ice fairy race, was weaker than her. Mind you, he was the son of a universe stage warrior and the member of a race with great ice talent. There was a special principle in the universe. The stronger warrior, the stronger the talent of his or her descendants would be. Where did Lung Qinxue come from? Why was her ice talent greater than that of the son of a universe stage ice fairy? Number 3 started to panic. He felt his plan could fall short as the newcomer was too powerful. Would he have to give her those ice boars? He certainly was unwilling. He hesitated for some time, but chose to keep hunting. Lung Qinxue didn't stop him. It would be a battle of speed. Being a fire element warrior, he felt he could beat the ice beasts faster. It was hard to tell who would kill more boars if they were to compete. Number 3 turned serious. He would only dare to lure a dozen ice boars before, but now he was gutsy enough to draw 30 of them. As for Lung Qinxue, she kept on calmly killing boars by the side. She wasn't as careful as number 3, appeared to be exceptionally lighthearted. She seemed confident in herself, not at all concerned about alerting the horde of ice boars. Furthermore, her killing speed was faster than number 3's. In this environment, her ice manipulation was like adding wings to a tiger, making her more formidable. Wang Tung frowned when he saw this happen. They were having too much of an easy time. He wouldn't allow that to continue. No way. He didn't care who the other party was. Since she entered the trap, he would trick them together. Trapping two or one was the same. It didn't matter. After making his decision, his gaze turned sharp and he used Space Flash. A large amount of Constellation Fire Force was gathered in his palms and formed a large fireball in the air, which he hurled down. Boom! The ball exploded, turning into a roaring sea of fire, sweeping all over. The temperature rose and the ice melted. A cacophony of fierce roaring filled the surroundings. Shit! Number three's expression changed. Everything happened in a split second, so he was completely caught off guard. All the ice boars were alerted by the fire. Which bastard did this? The Parker's fellow was enraged. He scanned his surroundings, trying to find the person responsible for burning the mountain. Lung Chinchua frowned. She started to become unsettled as different emotions roiled in her heart. However, the current situation was out of her control. The fiery tongues licking through the mountain wouldn't just alert a dozen ice boars. All the star beasts in the mountain would very likely be alerted. She surveyed her surroundings. A while before she felt observed, but she thought it was just her imagination, as she didn't see anyone. Now, it looked like there was indeed someone lurking around. She was surprised, as she couldn't find the person with her senses. Mind you, her perception was 100 times more sensitive in a snowy environment. However, she couldn't find the culprit. No wonder she easily let down her guard and discarded his first impression. Sometimes, being too confident would cause judgment errors. The ground started shaking as ice boars got out of their caves. They noticed Lung, Chinchua, and number 3 immediately charging at them. Once the task was done, Wang Tung shifted away using Space Flash again, reappearing in the distance, still concealing his presence. The ice boars went berserk under the heat of the flames, launching attacks. The beasts crowded around the pair of struggling warriors, packed so closely that not a drop of water could have trickled through. It's time for another harvest. Wang Tung sniggered and released his spiritual power to snatch the fruit of their labor. This time, it wasn't just the fighter from the Parkers. An even stronger Lung Chinchua was present, making his gains greater. The miserable pair fought furiously, but their points were pitiful. Poor things. Wang Tung is shameless. How can he make use of Goddess Lung? Is his heart black? Is he not sensitive? Can't he let our goddess off? Let go of my goddess. I want to save her. Wang Tung, you bastard. How dare you trick my goddess? I wouldn't dare speak up for Wang Tung now. I may draw all the public anger to me. Simps. I support Wang Tung. So what if she's a goddess? She will still get tortured. Hey, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? There's a saying that a goddess will still treat you like her first love, even if you abuse her. She will never leave you. That's evil. Is it true? I want to give it a try. Try and die. Girlfriend? Isn't your hand enough? Come, do the hand dance with me. And, please let me go. On the live chat platform, the crowd was finally relinquishing their support for Wang Tung. Many of them condemned him. Ever since the competition started, Lung Chinchua had become a goddess to many. Her popularity was high. They couldn't bear to see the young hero mistreating her. In an instant, Wang Tung became the target of public criticism, verbal abuse, and written attacks. As for those who still supported him, they shrunk behind their screens and kept a low profile, afraid of being bullied by the masses. Of course, there were those who found amusement in messing with others, leading everyone astray with their comments. Lung, Chinchua, and number 3 gradually realized the problem. Their points weren't increasing even after hunting for some time. Someone was stealing their points. Number 3 was shocked and furious. He had already been annoyed and perplexed by the ice boars. The score stalling was leading him to a mental distress. Who's doing this? Come out. Number 3 shouted loudly. Roar! Roar! Only the ice boars replied with frantic attacks. Even Lung Chinchua felt a little bemused. She raised her delicate eyebrows and carefully checked her surroundings. Soon, she realized that after heavily wounding an ice boar, within the split second before the creature dyed-in invisible hand would strike the final blow and kill the boar. That was the general scheme. The person who made the kill would earn the points. Thus, even if she injured the star beast heavily, she wouldn't get any points if she didn't kill the creature. The score mechanism was to raise the competitiveness of the game, such that martial warriors would fight to get the most star beasts. The one who killed would get the point. There had to be a winner when two warriors met. Lung Chinchua noticed the problem, and her gaze turned sharp. Her pupils were special. There seemed to be ice crystals shimmering in them, allowing her to look cold and noble like a true ice queen. Wang Tung was on high alert. "This is bad," he exclaimed in his heart. "I found you," said the young girl in a cold voice. She followed the invisible spiritual power and found the ladder's hiding spot. She raised her hand and shot numerous icicles. They formed a square cage as she tried locking the lurker within. Unfortunately, Wang Tung detected this and used space flash to escape. He reappeared in the air. "Wang Tung!" Number 3 exclaimed in shock when he saw him reveal himself. He never expected the one hiding to be Wang Tung, the warrior whom the Parkers wanted to deal with. The fellow's expression darkened in an instant. The feeling of having turned from hunter to prey made him feel humiliated. Wang Tung glanced at the ladder before shifting his gaze to the young girl. "You found me." Lung Chinchua stared at Wang Tung with her silver-white eyes. She remained still and silent while snow fell in soft, gentle cascades. Wang Tung disappeared again, his sneaky voice echoing in the snow. "You can't hit me." Lung Chinchua frowned, feeling a bit helpless. Her opponent felt a little cheeky. Loathing to waste time, she stepped out and froze all the ice spores around her. She wanted to leave that place. However, some fire arrows sent from afar forced her back. She waved a hand, ice power sweeping out. The flames were frozen, preventing the arrows from hurting her. Ice boars circled her again. A mid-tier imperial boar blocked her path with its huge body. She could not leave. On the other side now, 3 was furious since Wang Tung was basically ignoring him. However, knowing his great enemy was behind it all, he didn't want to sacrifice his efforts to benefit the latter. Thus, while Wang Tung was restraining Lung Chinchua, the fellow took the chance to escape. He would settle the score after overcoming that crisis. He released fire attacks with his fists, punching some of the ice boars away to dash out. "Come back." Wang Tung brought his sword down in a swift, powerful arc, releasing an attack condensed with 10th level Ultima. Number 3's expression changed. He moved his fists to counter the sword glow. Boom! Number 3 flew backwards. The ice boars pounced on him again. Wang Tung. Number 3 shouted in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. He tried breaking out of the encirclement a few more times, but failed. He could only become Wang Tang's hunting tool. Lung Chinchua was in the same situation, but she was different, since she was a beautiful tool. She felt irritated at the moment, no matter how composed she looked. The corners of her eyelids were twitching. Poor Goddess Lung. Goddess Lung can't control her anger. Wang Tung is a genius. He must be the first one making her this angry. However, she was ultimately different from number 3. She was someone who could find Wang Tang's position and attack. Once again, she found his hiding spot and clenched her fist. An ice blue battle bow appeared in her hand. There was no arrow. However, one was formed when she pulled the string and fired. The ice arrow traveled at the speed of lightning, soaring through space and reaching Wang Tung in the blink of an eye. Clang! A metallic clang was heard. Wang Tung's sword slammed against the arrow, pushing it aside. The projectile flew inches away from his body. The chill exuded almost froze his body. Fortunately, there was a wisp of divine flame in his body, which coursed through his limbs and dispelled the invading cold. This chill is powerful. Wang Tung squinted. However, a few more ice arrows flew over and sealed all escape paths before he could react. Wang Tung used Space Flash to escape that move, reappearing in a different location. Just then an unnoticeable, sly look appeared in Lung Qiangshu's eyes. She found a chance and escaped the ice boar encirclement. She stepped in the air as ice crystals formed around her fair feet, which made her speed increase. She traveled a few thousand meters in the blink of an eye and quickly ran away. "Beauty, aren't you cold without shoes?" Wang Tung shouted loudly. He didn't chase after her. Lung Qinxue almost stumbled. Chapter 1461. Damn this Parker's family. Lung Qinxue left without any hesitation, giving up on the large group of ice boars. Wang Tung felt disappointed. It was one less person to make use of, and much less points to farm. Good thing he already had a huge harvest, so it wasn't a drastic loss. Collect. Constellation Force, Ice, asterisk 3500 Divine, Frost Physique, asterisk 1200 Divine, Level Arrow Talent, asterisk 2300 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 6500 attribute bubbles merged into his clone's body, which were then relayed to his original body through some unexplainable connection. In Zone 1, Wang Tung stopped while a strange glow filled his eyes, just as he was hunting star beasts. Lung Qinxue, an ice element prodigy. Divine Frost Physique. It can actually sense spiritual power through ice and snow. This physique is really special and powerful. Her arrow talent reached the divine level. No wonder my clone wasn't able to stop her. Her spirit seems powerful as well. It's already one of the best among celestial warriors. She's a good opponent. I should be able to meet her in the next round. Thoughts crossed Wang Tung's mind while a smile occupied his face. The majestic constellation Ice Force appeared in his body. However, it used to belong to the boars, not to Lung Qinxue. Constellation Ice Force, celestial stage at the 6th level. Wang Tung's constellation Ice Force advanced rapidly from the 3rd to the 6th level of the celestial stage. No one would dare imagine that kind of speed. Moreover, the hunt in Zone 5 wasn't over yet. Large amounts of ice boars would produce large amounts of attributes. Wang Tung was looking forward to how his level of Constellation Ice Force would be in the end. He even obtained blank attributes, which he had previously accumulated in large amounts. After absorbing the bubbles of the divine Frost Physique, attaining the special Ice Constitution, some change in his body did take effect. Wang Tung already had an ice-related nature in his arsenal, the Ice Cocoon Physique. However, it could not be compared to Lung Qiangshu's. Once the new constitution was added, the former was suppressed. Wang Tung felt the changes and joy emerged in his heart. He managed to get a powerful physique for nothing. The League of Talents is a great place. He loved it. Lung Qinxue would be livid at the moment if she knew her divine Frost Physique had been picked up by Wang Tung. She would probably go mad. Divine Frost Physique, 1200/10,000, first rank. He checked his attributes board. The Divine Frost Physique was at the 1st rank, implying a lot of room for improvement. This was unlike the ordinary Ice Cocoon Physique, which could no longer be improved once the perfected stage was attained. Next was Divine Level Arrow Talent. This came as a surprise. He didn't know that. Not only was the young girl's ice talent shocking, she also had a powerful weapon talent. She was definitely a Cosmos stage talent, at the very minimum. If she grew, she would be extremely powerful and terrifying. That said, if she entered the 7 Stellar Academies, there wouldn't be anything obstructing her future prospects. Of course, Wang Tung had reaped some benefits, getting the Divine Arrow Talent, which immediately advanced his former arrow talent from the Imperial to the Divine level. Among all his weapon talents, the first to reach the Divine level was his arrow talent. On the contrary, the swords and blades he often used were still at the Imperial level. Fate was cruel. Divine Level Arrow Talent, 2300/50,000. The last attributes were the spirit attributes. Wang Tung didn't look too carefully. There was no point if none of them would advance to the next level. He continued to hunt and improve his ranking in Zone 1. In Zone 5, no. 3 situation became difficult with Lung Qiangshu's departure. All the ice boars were attacking him, as if raving mad. Even Wang Tung had some sympathy for him. Lung Qinxue didn't abandon you for no reason. Look at you, you're so ugly. No beautiful women are willing to share your plight, Wang Tung said, as if commiserating. Number 3's face turned green. What do you mean by ugly? He felt humiliated. Although bald, he definitely wasn't ugly. He was still considered handsome among the Parker's members. However, that wasn't the point. Both fighters weren't even acquaintances. Wasn't it normal for her to leave him? Well, a load of nonsense. Those who didn't know could think it was a family drama. The people watching were also speechless. This guy is too mean. He's destroying Lung Qiangshu's reputation. Number 3 suppressed his anger and shouted coldly, Wang Tung, is wagging your tongue all you can do? Come and fight me to the death if you have the guts. Oh, I won't say anything then. I'm a coward. Please carry on. Wang Tung crossed his arms and watched the show. Number 3. Coward? Is there anyone else as shameless as him? Ouch, the surrounding ice boars were attacking him crazily. The fellow wouldn't hold on for long. His body was riddled with injuries, while his energy was gradually depleted. The worst that could happen during a hunt was consuming too much force. Ice force was the densest in that region. Fire force was relatively scarce. It wouldn't be convenient for a fire element warrior like number 3 to restore his force. The latter gasped for air as his eyes turned red. He felt he was at the end of the road. Number 3 glared at Wang Tung and simply admitted defeat, unlike number 1 or number 2 who snarled at the young hero and hurled vicious words. He then turned into a beam of light, disappearing from the forbidden zone. TSK, his eyes were fierce. Wang Tung shook his head, but didn't take it to heart. The live chat platform was filled with rejoicing. Another one has been sent on his way. This number 3 didn't say much. Look at his glare. He's much more threatening than the previous 2. So what? Wang Tung didn't even look at him. Such contempt. How captivating. Wang Tung. Those defeated shouldn't speak of courage. Amazing. Wang Tung looked at the large group of ice boars and sighed. Looks like I still have to do it myself. Is this something a human should be saying? Number 3 and Lung Qianxue helped him deal with so many boars. He's so ungrateful. Someone pull this guy out and smack him 100 times. Let him know the viciousness of the world. Shameless thief, look out. Everyone was stunned by Wang Tung's complaints, so they crusaded against him. He's too shameless. Daring to say that out loud. I still have to do it myself. If you don't obtain your points for yourself, who will? Shameless, everyone despised him. Wang Tung didn't know he had turned the whole crowd against him with a single sentence. In the next moment, he reappeared in midair and waved his hands. Constellation Fire Force was swept out. Monstrous flames turned into arrows that shot down from the sky. The flames weren't ordinary. They were made with scorching beast flame he got from the furious flaming universe lord. That was why it was more powerful. It was just that the flame was also of a red color, not much different from normal flames. Outsiders wouldn't be able to tell them apart. They could only see ice boars being killed, one after the other. The speed wasn't slower than Lung Qiangshu's or number 3's. What technique is that? So powerful. Wang Tung's flames seem to be very powerful too. I don't think it's as good as his water force. Finally, he's fighting seriously with fire force for once. Well said. His previous fights weren't serious at all. Quick, look. Wang Tung's ranking in Zone 3 is improving rapidly. Oh my god. 5th place, 4th place, 1st place. 1st place all of a sudden. What the hell? Amazing. 1st place again. He has 2 first places now. I highly suspect he's going to make all his clones claim 1st place. He's already reached 2nd place in Zone 7. Damn, what did he do that? I didn't even realize. Looks like it's going to happen. Zone 7 is no longer in doubt. It all depends on Zone 2 now. Zone 2's Ling Yangshu is powerful. Wang Tung barely reached rank 18. He's still far from 1st place. That's right. Ling Yangshu is just as strong. He'll take 1st place for sure. Rubbish. That's just Wang Tang's clone. If his real body were there, would you dare say the same thing? So what if it's the real body? There's nothing to be afraid of with Ling Yang's strength. Let's see who gets to the top in Zone 2. Wang Tang's ranking climbed to 1st place in Zone 5, dethroning Lung Qianxue. Many people became more and more confident about the young hero claiming 1st place in 4 forbidden zones. However, there were also many who supported Zone 2's top-ranked Ling Yangshu and felt unconvinced. Both sides immediately quarreled on a live chat platform. The Virtual Universe Corporation even allowed betting. Odds were 3:1. If Wong Tung's clone won, the winners would get 3 times the original amount. It was clear that the large corporation ruled that the likelihood of Wong Tung winning was a bit lower. All of a sudden, the audience's emotions were ignited. There was no doubt in regards to Wong Tung's other clones getting first place. However, it was still debatable whether his clone would be able to get first place in Zone 2. That was the hot topic. The Virtual Universe Corp knew this well, engaging people and enticing them into participating, especially Wong Tung's and Ling Yang's supporters. Both sides went back and forth, arguing on the live chat platform. Countless viewers focused on Zone 2. The amount of attention focused on the area, even surpassing Zone 1 temporarily. Even those concerned about the Crown Prince were redirected elsewhere. President Pei Tianzhou of the Great Qian Academy shook his head. What is going on? They are pitting us with Wong Tung. Bao Duan frowned. It's part of the usual tactics of the Virtual Universe Corporation. What can we do about it? Qi Yunxia shook her head. I didn't expect Wong Tung's clone to have the power to cling on to the first place. I really misjudged him. Bao Duan wanted to say something, but stopped, only sighing bitterly. It's not just you. We've all misjudged him. Qi Yunxia sighed. No matter what, I believe Yangshu will definitely keep his first place. That's just Wong Tung's clone. How could it match up to Lord Yang? Bao Duan said. No one responded, their faces showing traces of worry. Given Wong Tung's strength and actions, it was hard to tell whether Ling Yangshu would be able to maintain the top position. After all, there was also a martial warrior from the Parkers family in Zone 2. Damn this Parkers family. Chapter 1462 Families Should Stay Together. 1. Wong Tung and Ling Yang's duel had yet to begin, but the attention placed on them was already at an all-time high. The people supporting the latter felt worried upon remembering the former's actions. Then, somehow, the blame was thrown over to the Parkers. It's the Parkers family's fault. Wong Tung's points wouldn't have gone up as quickly if it wasn't for them. Who did the Parkers offend? We, the Parkers, refused to accept the blame. Parkers number 1, refused to accept the blame. Parkers number 2, refused to accept the blame. Parkers number 3, refused to accept the blame. Enough with the fake Parkers. Aren't you worried that the real family goes after you? Ilron, no one will find me with all these conversations going on. I'm leaving. Can't afford to offend them. I have something to say. What do you mean by the Parkers being to blame? Do you think Wong Tung won't trick the rest of the warriors? Makes sense, but the problem is I don't see him tricking other people. He has a bottom line. That's right. It is still the Parkers' fault. Have you forgotten about my Goddess Lung? She got tricked too. Goddess Lung expressed her resentment. Cough. Honestly, Goddess Lung was just unlucky. She willingly fell into his trap. You can't blame Wong Tung for that. The goddess must be feeling wronged. The comical fellows in the audience liven up the place. Many others felt that the Parkers had given Wong Tung the opportunity to take shortcuts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been as shameless. So it's our fault. The Parkers' family members were seething with anger upon reading the conversations on the live chat platform. We are innocent. We're supposed to be the victims. How did they become the scapegoat? Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 were forced to leave the competition because of Wong Tung. It was an unchangeable fact, but they weren't expecting the blame to fall on their shoulders. Since their inclusion as one of the high and mighty dukedoms of the 8 big families, they had never endured such humiliation and frustration. It was worse than death, and this was all because of Wong Tung. The Parkers' hatred towards Wong Tung +1+1+1+1 on the Cavendish family's spacecraft Borla saw Di Chi acting sneakily at the side and shouted, Di Chi, what are you doing? Cough, nothing. Di Chi jumped in fright. He was quick to hide the hand, wearing his wristwatch behind his back and acting like nothing happened. I saw him placing bets. Olivia shouted unexpectedly. Borla glared at Di Chi. Young lad, you're quite fast. Why didn't you call me when you're betting? That's right. Why didn't you invite me? Olivia agreed. Olivia's mother. What are you trying to get in on the excitement for? Dichi glanced at Olivia, feeling at a loss. Why can't I join the fun? I'm richer than you, Olivia said proudly. You just stabbed me in the heart. Dichi didn't know what else to say. Then his eyes lit up. Come, tell me how much money you have. We can still bet more on Wang Tung. We won't lose. You can get half of the profits, and he'll get the other half. Do you think I'm stupid? Olivia rolled her eyes. Why would I have to split anything with you when I'm using my own money? Do you know how to bet? Dichi glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Fisk, are you looking down on me? Olivia pouted. Olivia. Olivia's mother, Letitia, stared at the girl with displeasure in her eyes. Mom, Wang Tung is going to win. He'll just play once. Olivia shook her arm and whined. Borla pulled Dichi over secretly and whispered, Dichi, help me make a bet too. Mom, look, Uncle is betting too. Olivia had sharp eyes, immediately noticing Borla's actions. Second brother. Letitia sighed as she looked at the latter. Gambling in moderation brings you joy. The guy felt embarrassed. Dichi, will transfer 1 billion UC to you. Help me place a bet, said the universe stage warrior next to them, his tone calm. Everyone, fourth uncle, you're going to bet too? Borla was stunned. The universe stage warrior was Borla's fourth uncle, Du Bois. The man glanced at the young noble and said, Is this a game for young people only? Is an old man like me not allowed to earn some pocket money? No, of course not, Borla replied hurriedly. I was just unaware that you had such high expectations of Wang Tung. He's hiding his real strength. Ling Yangshu from the Great Qin Academy might not be his match, Du Bois said in a meaningful tone. Letitia was tempted by his words. In the end, she secretly transferred a sum of money to Olivia and winked at her. ___. Oh, Olivia was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even her mother was eager to place a bet. This was a good thing. The best way to convince a person was to pull her into the game. Furthermore, the noble mistress decided to join them without needing any persuasion. Being a lady wasn't easy. They needed to save money for shopping. Brother Wang Tung, we're relying on you.